Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, dear Kenyans. We are back live on Mtembei TV. We're bringing you the current affairs, politics. Today, we have seen Kalonzo that way, Kalonzo this way. Actually, it's barely 24 hours since he declared that he is supporting Raila Odinga unconditionally when he was in Mwingi West. He said that for what our brother has gone through and what he has endured, he's going to support him unconditionally. But today, it's another it's another news altogether. We are told that Oka, I don't know where Oka has resurrected from. They have written a letter to stop the whole process of registration of Azimio One Kenya due to what they consider unmet expectations. And in that case, it means that the emergence of the fourth pillar is what is puzzling one man, Kalonzo Musyoka. I've been wondering when Kalonzo is in, Alfred is out. When Alfred is fully in, Kalonzo seems to get out. So what is happening to Ukambani politics? Join the conversation. Let's get your perspective on the same. Is Azimio getting late to make the right decisions, or there's still time to joke around? We also look at another thing that has come on board, that is the Sonko candidature. People speculated that Sonko might run for Nairobi, might run for Machakos, but he has ended up shocking many. He has declared his candidature at Mombasa. So what do you think is going on? Some argue that is Kalonzo out to wreck Raila's strongholds. He has already sent Professor Kaloki, who was running for governor on Wiper ticket in Makueni. He stepped down on that role and relocated to Nairobi. And yesterday they announced at the launch of Richard Ngatia's gubernatorial bid that is going to deputize Richard Ngatia. So Kalonzo anachipanga Nairobi, anachipanga Mombasa. Alisema he has learned something from Ruto. Ruto alikuwa anachipanga wakati Uhuru alikuwa anaingia second term. I can ensure all his acolytes and stooges in Mount Kenya were elected. Is Kalonzo replaying that script to have his people in Azimio? So talk to us. We will also look at the issue with, let me share the link first, as people are asking for the link so that they can join. Let me share the link in the comment section. I will also be, we will be looking at nominations, Jitters. If you are in Busia, tell us how the nominations went. ODM did its own digital nominations. So we want to see how it fared on and what are the expected outcomes. Were there fracas? What were satisfied with what went on in Busia? I know some seats like MPs, we are told they will have a consensus, MPs and a senatorial seat. Yeah, so let's get to the studio and let's have your take. For those watching us and following us, you can put your comments in the comment section. Tell us where you're watching from and what is your perspective, even as politics continue to political heat continue to rise. Another good news, I think one interesting thing is we have seen Mother Karua. She was in Laikipia campaigning for Azimio. She has hit the ground and she's talking about she wants people to campaign on the track record. And the chances are, if you have ever stood with Kenyans, you will continue standing with them. If you have ever disappointed Kenyans in the places you are given to lead or misappropriated your chances, then chances are utawa let down. So thank you. I've seen people join. Let me invite them to the stage and we begin our conversation. How are you guys?
Hi.
Yes, let me play one clip and then we start. Let me just play this clip that has to do with Kalonzo this way, Kalonzo that way. And we start with that.
Ambayo vyama tanzu vya muungano wa One Kenya Alliance umeandikia msajili wa vyama vya kisiasa itakubalika. Kwa mujibu wa barua hiyo ambayo NTV imeiona jioni hii, Oka wanataka shughuli zote za kusajili muungano wa Azimio One Kenya zisitishwe mara moja hadi pale masuala ya nani atakayekuwa mgombea mwenza wa Raila Odinga yatakapotatuliwa. Ripota wetu wa masuala ya kisiasa Kennedy Murithi amenusanusa na kuandaa taarifa ifuatayo.
Huenda merikebu ya Azimio One Kenya ikatumbukia nyongo hata kabla ya kung'oa nanga, iwapo barua ya vyama tanzu vya muungano wa One Kenya Alliance unavyovihusisha Wiper, KANU, United Democratic Party na Movement for Democracy and Growth itatiwa sahihi kikamilifu na kukubalika katika ofisi ya msajili wa vyama vya kisiasa Jumanne asubuhi. Kulingana na barua hiyo ambayo NTV imeiona jioni hii, vyama hivyo vinatoa sababu tatu za kutaka kusitishwa kwa usajili wa Azimio One Kenya, huku vikidai upo ujanja unaofanyika na huenda makubaliano yaliyokuwa yamewekwa kati ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga na Kalonzo Musyoka yamewekwa kando na sasa yapo makubaliano mengine ambayo huenda yakawaponza. Swala la kwanza ni nafasi ya mgombea mwenza ambayo kwa mujibu wa wanaoka, nafasi hiyo ya mgombea mwenza ilikuwa imetengewa kinara wa Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka, na kwa mtazamo wao huenda akachezwa shere iwapo hawatakubaliana kabla ya usajili wa chama kipya cha Azimio One Kenya.
Nimekuja kutangaza kwamba tutaendelea na muundo wa Azimio One Kenya na candidate wetu ni Raila Amolo Odinga.
Kwa mujibu wa wandani wa mrengo wa Wiper, upo mchezo unaendelea kwa sasa, na iwapo swala hili halitasuluhishwa kwa sasa, basi huenda Kalonzo akakula huu na hasara juu.
Kutoka wakati huu nimepata amani kubwa ndugu Raila, amani ya roho. Because I can tell you, from that day, the fifth president of the Republic of Kenya is Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga.
Hii ni licha ya Kalonzo kujitokeza kimasomaso na kusisitiza hata jali nafasi ipi atakayoipata katika serikali ya Odinga.
Sasa kumekucha. I want my brother Raila to know, whatever formations they come up with, whatever political formations, this is the time for brother Raila to be president of Kenya.
Isitoshe, Oka inadai vyama vya msingi katika Azimio One Kenya ni vitatu: ODM, Jubilee na Wiper. Wanadai kujumuishwa kwa kingine kuwa vinne kuna maanisha mkataba wa awali unafaa kuwekwa kando.
We have done it correctly, and this time, you know the story in 2013, the story in 2017. This time, by God's grace and help, Kenya is going to be liberated from the corruption we have seen. Yani wizi wa ajabu.
Kennedy Murithi, NTV.
So, what do you think is going on? Is this the supremacy battles in your company? Are there higher hands that are controlling this guy? Honorable Budi, you are the first one to come in. How are you? Make your first 2 minutes. Introduction remarks can be 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, Wekesa and fellow panelists, habari zenu?
Mzuri. Mzuri.
Mzuri, you are in
Yeah.
darkness, bwana. Let there be
Mzuri,
light.
mzuri nakuelewa.
Okay. Ni wakati mwingine tunashukuru Mungu kwa kutupa wakati mwema, lakini kila mara tuamuka tukipata habari zingine za ajabu kutoka kwa Azimio. We need to receive good news every time. Now we are receiving some news which are not good at all. But all I know, there's something I'm asking myself. Najua kwamba Mungu mwenyewe ameandika ni nani atakuwa rais wa Kenya. Hata tuongee nini, hata tufanye nini, God knows already who will be the next president of the Republic of Kenya. Isi vita mingi sielewi ni saa nini, lakini zinaletwa na Kalonzo. Mpaka najiuliza, si afadhali angeenda mwenyewe tu? Kama alikuwa anataka kuwa rais angeshinda peke yake, aende tu badala asinde kama anasumbua watu. We cannot get from a meeting to a meeting, a meeting to a meeting. That's why even Mudavadi went, actually. We can't blame Mudavadi and the Watangura. From office to office, a meeting after meeting. Tena ameleta ugonjwa pande hii. Barua tena ameanza siasa. Tena ndio hiyo, hii ni mbaya. Hii sure. What is this sure? I wish if I was your right of today, I would just call him and tell him, please, tangaza msimamo. Ama angesimama, ama angesema kesha atangaze vice president kesha. Aleta hata Martha Karua, kwa sababu wanawake pia wanahitaji waunge mwanamke mwenzao mkono. Aseme Martha Karua tosha, ama aseme hata Ngiru tosha, wherever. And then from there, whoever is coming in, he will know atakuwa na kitu ya kuja kudemand. Atakuja kama musirika. And I wish that is the mistake, Raila, when he started campaigning, angeanza hii kitu ya namba 2 isiwe, when you come ukuje ukijua hii kitu ilienda. Honestly speaking, anatuchokesha, and I wish na juzi tena amesimama yeye anasema whatever formation you are coming with, I'm ready. After 2 days, but I know wherever I suspect this Motura Kalonzo and Kitui Senate.
Your mic is not clear.
What?
I don't know what's happening.
Video.
Oh, mnanipata sasa?
There are some echoes in your mic. Huh?
Hello?
Sijui kama wengine wanakupata. I'm having a problem.
Mnanisikia?
Are you okay with his mic? You guys?
Yeah.
And me, I'm getting you.
We are getting you, although there are some a little bit of echoes. I don't know why.
Or maybe ni mmoja wenu hajaweka acha mute kamera yake. Yeah. So what I was saying, we are getting tired of this man. Azimio started well. I think up to end of Kalonzo, that's when the problem started. I feel like some people like Peter Kennedy and other people have been working hard in this Azimio. They have built Azimio. Only Kalonzo to come to make demands. I really even don't see Kalonzo having a very serious wave in Ukambani. As much as I'm not coming from Ukamba region, I'm in this country, I can read the mood and the politics of this country. Because in Nairobi and Ukambani is not that far. These are the same people we see almost every morning in the media. We know what they are saying. And today, yesterday, you see Governor Mutua came saying he wants to be a deputy. So how many deputies do we want to have? And what is the constitution saying? If you have out of this country, if you really love your country, Kenya, you cannot keep on demanding one thing which you know it a chaos. What if we need a man from Kuria, a very small tribe, to be a president? What about Pokoma man, who is in Azimio? Where are you? What about a Michikenda person? What about Mombasa governor who have been working tirelessly to this party? What about Governor Paranya, the man who was tirelessly working to this party? Resources, time, energy, anything. And somebody has been building, and it's the same person who cracked the ODM. It's at the ODM too. Everybody knows what happened in 2007. If 2007 angetoka angepaki, hata wangeipa asingetosa saa kuiba. Raila angekuwa anaretire sasa, tungekuwa tunaongea story ya Kalonzo sasa. It's the same person who made Raila to continue. Sasa inga Raila angekuwa anakula retirement yake na kuadvise serikali. So I feel like this man is a traitor. We don't even know he's working on Ruto. Maybe si Ruto amemutuma akakucha na atoka clark the Azimio. So we need to be careful on this man. Yeah.
Thank you.
Because
Thank you. Make your comment on Sonko and then we close. It was just introduction remark.
Yeah, about Sonko, let Sonko clear from Eacc. We don't want some people who are having. Yeah, about Sonko, what I'm saying, if you are questionable on Eacc, I think even leave around the Eacc and the CEDA and everything. Voters should deny such a people a chance to govern their counties. Voters, they have the final say. That's all.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's try to make it brief, the introduction remarks. Let's have Wangira.
Wekesa, how are you? How are you?
Good, sir.
How is everybody?
I'm cool.
You know, if I extend by one extra minute, you just bear with me because this is a hot topic. You know, I don't really understand what Kalonzo Musyoka is up to, because they are purporting to write a letter in the name of One Kenya Alliance. In law, what's One Kenya Alliance? Do we have an entity in law called One Kenya Alliance? You see, that's one question that I'm asking myself. And secondly, despite Raila Odinga having said that the name should be Azimio, One Kenya, but the political parties who signed to this particular coalition political parties were signing as individual political parties. So looking at what Kalonzo Musyoka, the purported letter, because I've not seen it, looking at the purported letters, even in law, I don't know what that letter really means, because they are purporting that they are writing it as One Kenya Alliance, because One Kenya Alliance is not an entity that is recognized by law. And you see, the people who I understand have signed that letter is Wiper and Silas Jirongo's party called UDP. KANU so far has not signed, and David Ochieng's party has also not signed. And if you look at what they are now saying, they are writing to the Registrar of political parties and asking him to stop the registration process of this coalition called Azimio One Kenya immediately. And they are saying that until certain issues are ironed out, and the issues that they want ironed out includes who should be the running mate of Raila Odinga, because according to them, it was an agreed issue that the running mate should be Kalonzo Musyoka, And now the way things look, they are claiming that they are likely to be shortchanged. So I don't know how it was agreed that the running mate was going to be to be to be to be Kalonzo Musyoka. Then there's this other claim that Azimio One Kenya is a product of only three major parties who are ODM, Jubilee, and Wiper. So if that is the claim that the Azimio One Kenya is a product of only three parties, then I don't understand how UDP that belongs to Silas Jirongo, which is neither ODM, Jubilee, and KANU is complaining. Is complaining. Unless they are now just escorting Wiper to sign a letter which they want to present to the Registrar political parties. Where does now UDP come in? Because here they are already saying that according to them, this agreement was about ODM, Jubilee, and Wiper as the major political parties. Then they're arguing that the fourth pillar means that the earlier agreement has been set aside, you see. So they don't want the introduction of the fourth pillar. Then they're also claiming that some provisions of the agreement were doctored, you see. So it's such a long, it's such a long, it's such a long circus that is now taking us round and round and round. And we are under 4 months to the next general election. So for how long are we going to be in this circus? This is something that makes some of us very, very annoyed, because for how long are we going to be in this circle? Then let me just finally just conclude my 2 minutes by raising something. There's this other young man who also behaves like Kalonzo Musyoka called Ikuro Court. Ikuro Court also wants Raila Odinga blocked from running on grounds that Raila Odinga is a public servant. So I don't understand how Raila Odinga becomes a public servant. Then he wants also Kalonzo Musyoka and Mudavadi barred from being running mates of anybody. Then this guy is citing what they are calling the Retirement Benefits Deputy President and Designated State Officers Act. And he purports that this particular act creates specific offices that serve a role of advisory to the government of Kenya, to the government of the people of Kenya. So I understand. I don't understand. I don't understand that. If I don't understand that if this is the real argument by Eku Record, something that I don't understand that if this is the real argument by Eku Record, then everybody who is a pensioner in Kenya, and we have so many of them, they should not be eligible to run for any public office, because they will be purported to be public officers because they're already drawing their pension. So let me just conclude that. Let me just conclude it at that, and I allow somebody else to come in. I'll come later on at the end tail of this program to add more on my contribution. Asante Bernard. No, Asante Wekesa. Thank
Thank
you.
you. In one statement, you come from Busia. Have you heard anything on the ground?
There's a lot of propaganda on social media about Busia, so I'll wait for the official position. Some people are saying that Florence Mutua is on the lead. Other people are saying that
from the
Otuoma.
ground, not. I asked
The
you,
ground.
wait. I didn't ask you from social media because everybody can access. I asked you from the ground.
Let us wait.
I can access. I asked you any information from the ground. If not,
the information I'm getting even from the ground is contradicting, because depending on which side one belongs, there are those who purporting is Florence Mutua leading, there are those purporting Otoma is leading. So let us leave it for the official announcement by the ODM party. That's when we'll know who has won.
Okay, thank you. David,
okay, thank you.
I'm very fine, and you?
David, I'm good.
Yes.
So
how are you?
let's have your 3 minutes. I'm getting you clearly.
Yeah, I would like actually to convey my dismay with regard to Kalonzo Musyoka. I think Kalonzo is becoming a menace in Azimio, and he wants to wreck the board from within. From my own analysis, the basic reason why Kalonzo seems to be so uncomfortable is because the likes of Akinangilu, Mutua are in the mix, and they feel he feels like he's so entitled with the Kamba vote, and therefore Ngilu and Mutua should be disregarded in totality. But you see, the basic motive for collision is to win an election. And for you to win an election, actually, one vote counts. And that means if at all Kalonzo was serious about winning an election, becoming maybe part of a government, he should be very happy whenever many parties come together and try to form maybe a bigger and larger coalition. Because we, Mutua has his following, so is Ngilu and the rest. And therefore, and actually about the fourth team joining the kind of DAP, they have massive following from Trans Nzoia. You know, it's so absurd that Kalonzo, I think he's being used either to fight the coalition or he's fighting so hard to make sure Raila is not becoming president. But he's so unreasonable, and I feel so bad even to talk about it, because we as supporters of Azimio, we thought as per now we could be focusing more on how to push Azimio team to move forward in terms of campaigns, not having boardroom meetings. We should move away from these boardroom meetings. And you see, when they were these Oka thing, when Mudavadi was there, they were moving from hotel to hotel, trying to discuss, oh, this one is going to become president, this one is going to become deputy president. You see, they wasted a lot of time. They never campaigned. And actually, Kalonzo has never been involved in any serious campaign since 2017. He's waiting to be given a running mate position. And I think they're making things difficult for Raila Odinga, because you look at Mount Kenya, they're also expecting to be given the running mate position. Kalonzo is demanding for the same position. And so the question is, this position is only one. Who is going to be given the position? I think if we have a collective agreement of ensuring that we make Raila the president, at least we should give room for him to decide his running mate. And Kalonzo should stop these theatrics of trying to make things difficult within the coalition. But also from another point, I also ask myself some questions, because I was looking at Justin Muturi, the speaker, joining Kenya Kwanza coalition. And from the information I have, I think Muturi is a very close friend to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Then you see Mutua coming with these theatrics, he wants to be a running mate. And then Kalonzo coming up with this issue, oh, stop registering the One Kenya Alliance. It should be only within maybe for 3 parties. Then he talks of, like my brother Wangila said, of he's saying the Azimio should be entrenched maybe within the 3-legged of Jubilee, Wiper, and ODM. And so the question comes: where do other parties go? Where does KANU? How does KANU come in to for it to sign an agreement and say, you know, we are joining this as OKA? I think they are blackmailing Raila. It's high time Raila stood firm. And as Azimio members, much as we may not like to lose some members, but if Kalonzo feels, I think he's feeling so sweet of himself, he can also walk out if he wants. But from the way things are, we are running short of time to make decisions. And I think it's high time we hit the campaign trail rather than the boardroom meetings. Then on the issue of Mike Sonko, you know, the judiciary system in Kenya is actually one of the funny systems I've ever come across. I was reading something about this woman in what is the name of this woman in Kilifi, Aisha Jumwa. And the court has suspended his hearing up to 15th August to give her ample time to campaign. And this is a graft issue. And so the basic question I'm asking myself, does the judiciary defend the interests of aspirants or the interests of Kenyans? Kalonzo, on the bit of Sonko should be cleared with the Eacc at first. And I think Kenya being a democracy, we should be able to build these things from from the base, and we support the systems to work. It should not be subjective but objective. And for me, Sonko is not qualified to run. So is Waititu, and so is any other impeached governor. Those are my views. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's have Collins. How are you?
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Make your
Yeah.
initial contribution.
Okay. My name is Collins Webby from Kitale. Currently, I'm in Nairobi, but around last year I was working in Busia. Although it is out of topic, but let me talk about Busia briefly. I have some of my friends that have been contacting them from Busia. I've not been following the media, but some of my friends are saying that although they wajajumulisha results, but they have been giving me the results from the multiple polling station. They are saying so far, Florence Mutua is leading in Teso North and Teso South, most polling station, not general. Then Otuoma is leading in most station in Butla, Samia, Matayos, Nambale, and Budalangi. So just in summary, it is like Otuoma is leading in his native area in Luyaland, and Mutua is leading in Tesoland. Although it is unverified because I'm just getting it from my friends anyway. That aside, back to the topic. For avoidance of that, as I said a night before yesternight, is that I'm a strong supporter of Raila Amolo Odinga. Since the time that I started voting in 2013, and I've been voting for him, and I am a person that even if Raila will still be vying for the president, even after the next election, I'll still vote for him. On the issue of Kalonzo here, Kalonzo said the other day very clearly that he's ready to take any position that will be given in that will be appointed when Raila will form the government. Automatically, Kalonzo is an Azimio, and is a strong supporter of Azimio, I can say. Those who are speaking is not Kalonzo himself, but his supporters, the likes of Mutula, the likes of Senator Wambua. They are trying to be given attention, and also to be assured. You know, these are the persons who once suffered. You know, mtu akiumwa na nyoka akiona kamba yeye atatoroka. So these are people who suffered when they were in NASA collision. So they want to be assured, and we should not worry. Kalonzo is in Azimio, and he'll still be in Azimio. And on top of that, also they are trying to play what we call hard to get. It is like, for example, a beautiful lady. You should somehow try to play hard to get, so that when your boyfriends, so that when ukiingia box here, your boyfriends will respect you. So they're trying to be given a concrete reason why they should be joining Azimio. Like, for example, maybe they want a certain percentage of the government, not necessarily the running mate position, but they are using that mechanism also so that they can be a good negotiation. If you can recall, when they were in Jacaranda, Kalonzo also said very clearly that President Uhuru Kenyatta should chair the Azimio and give the direction, because he no longer trusts some of those people who maybe surrounds the ODM. The other time I used the name Sifuna, but the Wekesa and the group would are horrified, but that is the reality anyway. Some of those people, they cannot be trusted. But anyway, Kalonzo is in Azimio to stay. Someone says, I would like to disagree with Wangira, who said that Kalonzo is not that popular in Ukambani. The statistics go that in Ukambani region, that is Machakos, Makueni, and Kitui, they have around 1.9 votes.
For setting facts straight, he was Honorable Bodi, not Wangira. He's objecting, and he was not the one. I know he was seated where Wangira is, so you could have confused.
Okay, whoever said that. those who are saying that that Kalonzo doesn't have votes. Ukambani region alone, those 3 counties have 1.9 votes. And also we have some canvass from diaspora. If you consolidate their votes, it's around 2.5 million. So let's say, for example, Ruto, if Kalonzo breaks away, Ruto will definitely take around 250k votes. Raila will take around 250k. Kalonzo will remain with around 2 million votes. That is a significant number of votes which can lead to a runoff. So he should not be lukewarm. This is a person who should be considered, and therefore Kalonzo is a very essential person. We still will, and I know Uhuru Kenyatta and the other Raila Odinga and the other will still call him back on board. They will discuss and they will solve these things. These are very small matter which should not worry us. And my third point is about one of my colleagues also said there was, it's also a topic, but one of my colleagues said about
Before you go to
Okuro Court.
before you go to the third point, don't you think when somebody comes to let's say you get married, isn't it, and you are staying with your brother, maybe you take care, you take him to school, then when you get married and your wife says, for me to stay in this house, your brother must go, and you're the only person who hosts that person, how do you handle that issue? Because the issue is Kalonzo is saying the fourth leg should go, and that is his issue. And you see, when they sat down and chose the people who represents the fourth leg, the slot, I'm told by the inside circles that the slot was it either Ngilu or Kivuta. So it fell for some people who come from his region, and maybe he feels uncomfortable to sit with them on the table. So it's, in other words, you are saying, for me to be here, the others must go. And remember, it's not like they came when you were in. In fact, they were part of the beginning of the structure. Then they even came to look for you. So when you arrive, you say these guys must go. So how does it work? So I think it's not the way you are dismissing it is like, you don't worry. There are issues. They have their own backyard issues that they are fighting with. Okay,
to answer you as you have just said, when you get married to someone and maybe staying with his or a sister or a brother, you know, when people are trying to accommodate each other, there's always an issue. So I think that is an issue. Like, for example, when you are living with your brother and you marry a wife and your wife is not comfortable with your brother, there is a way you can live together, but there is a way that will put boundary. Maybe in your compound you can build another house for your brother so that you can avoid that commotion. So I think there is still room for negotiation. They will change. They will sit together. You know, Raila is a very wise man. They will call them on board, and I hope, although we may not expect the positive results, but I hope, God willing, they will agree, because they are fighting a common enemy, which is UDA. To move on, one of my colleagues, I don't want to mention the name because I have forgotten. He said about when the Kuro court went to court and tried to block Raila. I think that is his democratic right, and he should not be taken seriously. We should just look on that issue, because automatically that case will be dismissed. Even on our side, there was a time when Murathe wanted to go to the Supreme Court to prevent Honorable William Ruto from vying to the president, and one of his arguments, he was basing that Ruto has been the vice president concurrently with the Uhuru Kenyatta. He was acting as a co-president, but at the end of the day, that case does disappear. So we should not be worried. Some of these people are just seeking attention. We know when somebody like Okuro Court goes to the court, of course he'll get some funds to other entities will give him some money so that he can sponsor his case, because when you lose a case like that, you have to pay. So I think he's trying to use that mechanism to seek attention, and apart also from seeking attention and being political relevant in Kenya, he's also seeking funds to campaign. So this is a person who should just be assumed. Then on the issue of Mike Sonko, this is the last point, on the issue of Mike Sonko going to Mombasa and vying. You know, sometimes Mike Sonko is also somebody who just trying to seek attention. But people are saying that that he has no right to vie. At the moment, I think he has right to vie because you know, Supreme Court, not Supreme Court, but Senate is equivalent to the court of law when they impeached him. And when they impeached him, he went to the court, and the court also upheld. But his case did not reach the Supreme Court. Until when the case will reach the Supreme Court, that is when he will be completely barred from contesting. But at the moment, he can still contest. But I like to use my wisdom and urge the resident in Mombasa or in the entire country to reject such kind of people, because when somebody was impeached because of some corruption or some of the unethical issues, that is somebody who will come and misuse the office. You can see the way he was managing. He was not that ethical. He was broadcasting the nakedness of women, putting president on audio call. So that is somebody who is unfit to hold office. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your rich contribution. Let's have Selina.
Asante Wekesa, panelist wenye wako hapa. Wow, tunarudi back to zero. Tunarudi back to discussion. I don't know what is going on with Kalonzo kwa sababu, na ndiye narudia vile alisema baba alidelay kwenda kusign ndiye aingie Azimio. Hii barua anasema anataka ipelekwe ikuwe registered. Jana alikuwa anatuambia chochote yenye baba atampatia. These people wako na mambo, kwa sababu naona hata Mudavadi pia alitaka enda kuregister Kenya Kwanza, na mimi naona deputy president wameambia hapana, wataingia kama individual parties. So baba alianza PPI, akakuja Azimio kusunguka, akamaliza, akakuja akanominatiwa. This man 3 weeks. Mimi nataka kusema hivi kwa Wakenya, ndio tumalize vita ya Kalonzo na baba. Wacha tupatie kura constituency inaitwa mama. Wacha tupatie mama akue running mate, because hii mambo ya Kalonzo kukuja kutupa mawe na kucheza. Martha Karua akisimama ni mama, si ati anatoka Central, si ati anatoka wapi, ni mama ya Kenya. So yale mimi ningesema Wekesa ni kwamba I wish baba angesikia maneno yetu, and I wish baba, najua ako na wisdom. Wacha Martha Karua achukue hii running mate, and then Kalonzo can decide. Tuko na Ngilu, bado tuko na Mutua. Wacha Kalonzo, hii kura tunaambiwa, tunapembeleza mpaka, you know, when you get married. Wacha nirudie vile watu watakangi niseme. Penat, no, Wekesa. Ukioa bibi, unafanya harusi, unaingia na yeye kwa nyumba, alafu anatoroka kwa nyumba, anasimama huko nje, inaleta shida. Kalonzo nini anataka kutuambia? Kuregister ndiye ifanye nini? Na political parties inasema iwezi register coalition parties mara mbili. Wakati walisema, ni shida gani yako naye? Kalonzo ataki hii parties zingine, kwa sababu nakumbuka TAP walisema sisi ile chama 25 tumesupport baba, tutakuja kutoa ama tutakubaliana who will be a running mate. Kwa sababu si Wiper peke yake ndiye iko na wachumbe, ama ndiye iko na watu tunaambiwa 2 million. And by the way, saa zingine tunaambiwa kama ni mbaya, wacha tutumie vile wataki kusikia. After all, kati ya baba na Kalonzo, nani bado wako na future ya kuomba kiti wa Kenya? Kama unaweza sumbua watu wakati huu, it will reach your time you want to be the president of this country, and people will remember what you are doing. Utakuwa unasumbuka. Hii ni shida gani? Wacha baba asimame na KAA, tuone nani anashinda. but unataka kuwa running mate, unalazimisha, then peleka hiyo kura mahali unataka kupeleka, kwa sababu mnasema tunapembeleza. Mutua aliangalia na akasema ile heshima yako naye na baba amerudi. Kalonzo sasa ana threaten. Ameenda mkutano 1, 2. Ameenda mkutano ya Turkana. Wekesa, unaweza kutuambia mkutano ingine Kalonzo ameenda peke yake hata kumwambia baba kura? Kama ni strategy amelete kutoka Kenya Kwanza, hili akuja asumbue baba, cha Mungu ni mengi. Kenyans are very clever. Hata akienda round na Mungu ameamua baba atakuwa rais, end of the day baba atachukua hiyo kiti. Mi sioni kama Kalonzo is a genuine man. Amekuja wameambiana huko. But let me ask you Kalonzo, hata ukienda uta today, will you be the running mate? Huyu Speaker of Parliament alijaribu kukimbia na chama ya DP na alikosa. Ngoja mtu aendelee, wacha nishike hii simu kidogo, it is very important from you.
Okay. Yeah, before she comes, so I think the challenge Kalonzo is having sorry for that, I hate to sneeze. The challenge Kalonzo is having is you have come in late and you want to take over everything. He's even trying to strategize the candidates there. So, is she talking to us? Are you done? Okay, she's still on call. So I'm saying that the challenge Kalonzo is coming is you come in late and you want to take almost over everything. You got a house is almost fully arranged and you want to reorganize it and be arranged according to your pleasure. I was even thinking, so even if you take right now Sonko to Mombasa, let's assume Sonko is popular and he wins. Sonko, he will be more of ODM than Wiper. Why? For him to govern Mombasa, if majority of MCAs are ODM, so he will have to work closely with ODM to survive. Because right now, Kalonzo has not planted MCAs in Mombasa. So you don't come late and try to make plans and adjust plans that will not work for you well. It just becomes counterproductive. Let's have Guru. Nani will come in. Are you done, Cecilia?
Yes, I can come in.
Selina?
Yes.
Oh,
okay, thank you so much. So I was saying, mambo
okay, yeah, you can finish.
Baka, this is April. Tumepakisha 3 months. Saa ingine wanasema wacha liwe liwalo. Let it be. If it is the time of baba, hata kama angesimama peke yake, angechukua vile amekuwa akichukua. Lakini Kalonzo, I'm really like, tumekuba hii vita ya Kalonzo. I wish hata ile mwanamke alitongozwa na Kalonzo ako na shida. If this is the man he look like this, when anakaa na yeye ako na tabu sana. This is not a man of principle. Simama sema kitu moja, yes or no. Anakaa kama ile wamama wanashindwa kutoa nguo na amekubali na akubali. What is this man now? Kalonzo, tutakuita kila kitu, tutakwambia chochote as for now. Anatusungusha. Mimi ni mama ya Marinda, batata si atufanyi hivyo. Ukisema ndio, hapana sumbua watu leo ndio, kesho hapana. Ile pesa na nitakubaliana ile ahadi. This man need money. Kama anataka aende alipwe na my brother huko, aende huko apate pesa na akae. Na baba, by the way, Kenyans, Nyinyi ndio mnaenda hasara. Baba hakuna hasara anaenda, yeye hakui kijana. Baba alikuwa anataka kutusaidia. He have reached. Baba amefika mahali anatambuliwa kwa hii nchi ya Kenya. Being a president peke yake si kitu. Raila amepita hiyo. So hii mchezo ya kuchezewa, Kalonzo tunakungoja. After 2027 you will come to us, court willing. Tutakutesa vile umetesa baba. You will be nobody. So mimi nasema hivi kama mama, wamama wenzangu wakiwa Kenya, our constituency anaitwa Martha Karua. Let us demand for that seat ili tuone Kalonzo akae kando. Wacha mama akuje. I know, thank God, hakuna mama ingine ametokea kupinga Martha Karua. Tumekubaliana kama maendeleo, tumekubaliana kama wamama ya Kenya ya kwamba tunatosha. Mama anatosha. Nikikucha mambo ya Sonko sitaki kuongea. Hiyo tena ameleta vita. Anakimbia Mombasa kufanya nini? Si kama anataka kusimama arudi kiti yake ya Nairobi tuone kama atapata kiti. Hii watu wanatupa. Oh jameni. Tutaongea maneno ingine mpaka watu watatuchukia kwa bure. Mambo ya nomination niliona Busia watu waliamuka mapema sana wakakuwa laini na walikuwa anasema hizo makompyuta ama system na walikubaliana kama haifanyiki waende mlolongo wahesabu kura mwenye anapita apite. Na shukuru Busia kwa sababu wamejipanga. Otherwise wa Kenya nataka niwaambie tu tunapigana. Na kama mnasumbua baba namna hiyo, amwezi patia time. Mkisumbua kabla ya nomination akiunda serikali, karibu nikubaliane na watu ya UDA. Wale wanasema lazima tukue na watu strong. But pia nashukuru baba kwa sababu hata hiyo ODM, usuri mnatuambia baba anasimama na Azimio. So Jubilee, ODM na hii machama ingine watakuja siku ingine wakitaka viti. Hiyo mawaipa, it is up to them to decide what they want in Kenya. Tumechoka. Tumechoka. Kalonzo anakuwa kama mwanamke anashindwa kushika mimba. Nasumbua watu bure hapa. Otherwise, kama tunaanza hii wiki tunamaliza kama batu mnatuambia mambo ya Kalonzo. I wish baba angeamuka siku moja na kusema Kenya mjue vile mnataka. Wacha kina Tuku wachukue hiyo serikali alafu mtapita makoti. Mtaamuka. Wacha hata hiyo waingie. Tuone nani atalia. You think Ruto is a stupid man? Anataka kwenda 10 years. You Mudavadi, you have no chance. You Kalonzo, you have no chance. Ule ndugu yangu lazima aende 10 years. 10 years, wewe hii mtu naitwa Kalonzo. Uko 65. 10 years utakuwa ngapi? You will never see. Ulikuwa karibu kuingia kwa kiti ya president karibu na baba. Lakini sasa kuja unga my brother mkono. And then you will be aside for 10 years. Mudavadi 10 years. Wacha tuone vile itakuwa. Sasa singine kupembelezana inakuwa ngumu. Wesi pembeleza mtu kila siku. Na baba fikiria. You have done your part. Umeheshimiwa tayari. You have a name. If these people are disturbing you, wesi lala. Wewe ndio umeleta amani Kenya. Wewe ulishikana na Uhuru mkasalamiana. These people wakakuwa na nguvu hata ya kukutusi. Kwa sababu ya amani yako. Baba nafikiria ungenyamaza hata wewe siku moja uwaite uambie you want to retire. Tuone vile watafanya. Hata hiyo uchaguzi peke yake tuone vile mtafanya. Wacha baba leo amuke na asema ametosheka. We want to see how you can go and be happy na kusema tunasurura Kenya. Mutalia. And I wish baba will not come again and say I sympathize na Kenya. Wachana na hii watu. Kama hawataka wekesa. If Kenyans are not serious, naomba Mungu badala ya baba kukua stress every night. Yeye ni mtoto ya mtu, amefungwa juu ya Kenya, ameteseka juu ya Kenya. Kwani ni mshahara Raila anataka aenda aoe pipi ama asae watoto? Ama anataka kuongeza mali? Yes, ako na kila kitu. He can as well as leave it. Baba, wacha kusumbuka. These people wanataka kuumia, wachana na hao wachue vile wanataka. Asante Wekesa. Hii leo ni mbaya. We are tired of these things. Nimefikisha hapo.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think what you're saying is true. And you see, now we can now look at it retrospectively. You see, people say that, oh, Raila hakujua kutunza NASA. All these people walikuwa wanasumbua. In fact, he tolerated them. You see how they are disturbing. Eh? So working with those people is it's not easy. Na baba alijaribu. Keeping them together was not an easy job. Guru, let's have your say. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Yes, tupe uhondo. Umesikia hii mambo inakukera ama iko sawa? It's part of the stages of growth.
Politics is not a walk in the park, especially coalition politics. Those who know coalition politics, they know how volatile such politics are across the world. Even governments corrupts midstream. So it is not new, the kind of hard bargain that Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka is trying to put for himself and his party and his community. But you must also know that Kalonzo is not alone in this. In fact, I dare say that the people pushing this kind of politics are those that are very close to him, the likes of Mutula Jr., Maanzo, and Wambua. You see, the three other parties, Muungano, NARC, and Maendeleo Chapchap, they are actually a threat to the existence of some of these wiper politicians. And therefore, they would want to use this as an opportunity to deal and blow on those parties. That's why they would want only an agreement between the ODM, Jubilee, and Wiper. Those others be considered as outsiders or have no space at all. You are aware that also the political parties are fighting for space to bring in as many people as possible to Parliament and the Senate. The logic being that the political parties fund goes along the line of how many MPs you have in Parliament. So these people are not roasted to this fact. You are also aware that the statement made by Alfred Mutua that the initial plan was to make sure that they have boxed in Kalonzo into Azimio and make sure that he doesn't have a way of getting out is itself very telling, because these are the kind of games that politics are made of. For them, they thought they have pulled off a feat. But Kalonzo seems to be having the last laugh. because as it is, and despite what one may say here, I've heard some trying to dismiss Kalonzo as having insignificant support in Ukambani. That is false. That's not true. At least Kalonzo is sure that the Kamba population between 60 to 70% will listen to him. And therefore, it is foolhardy to think that you can dismiss him. He has also made it clear that he's going for the second highest position in this coalition. And politics being about numbers, he knows where the catch is. As much as we may have sentimental attachment and excitement about Mother, Peter Kenneth, Peter Munya, and the rest, the fact of the matter is that the African wisdom says you cannot lose a bird in hand while chasing two in the bush. Behind Kalonzo, there are 2.5 million votes. And at least he can, with confidence, say that he controls between 60 to 70% of that vote. And therefore, he knows if the others are told to put on the table the number of votes that they bring to the coalition, it will be very difficult for them. So therefore, Kalonzo wants to get value for his support. He wants also his past sacrifices paid now and maybe in the future. He wants to position himself for 2027 or even earlier, whichever comes first.
And Guru, as you discuss that, let me ask you.
Yes.
Guru, as you discuss that, let me ask you.
Yes.
This guy was appointed in is part of the governing council, the 11 guys that sit in the governing council.
Yes.
So why don't they go there and sit there and decide what they want? Wakosane huko ndio akuje in public. So if you start discussing and demanding things in the public, so what was the aim of creating a governing council of 11 people? Is it just for PR?
Well, you know that politics is about numbers, and sometimes praying in the gallery is what strengthens your hand. You are also aware that Alfred Mutua did exactly that. He went to the public domain. So these are games that will have to be settled one way or the other, and they'll call for wisdom of mainly the two principles. That is,
but do you know Alfred worked against it? That part of Alfred, do you know that Alfred worked against him because he wanted to be included in the governing council? And after that, when they went, even those small parties to choose, he was not chosen because the same parties said that you Jamal liongea vitu yenye sisi hatukuwa tumepanga. So they chose other people and he was disappointed. That's why he wanted to walk out. But he came back anyway.
Well, you expect those games to work out, but you can also not rule out that he has his strong people in that 11-man committee. It's not a must that he sits there himself. Now, what I see here is that local politics are playing out. I think for the last count, is that Kalonzo wants to stamp his authority in Ukambani and make it known for a fact who calls the shots in that part of the country. Last time, Giru had to plead with him to be accommodated as a friendly party. I think it's the same case with Father Kibwana. The only person who went to the last elections with a kind of an outsider kind of stand was Alfred Mutua. So that tells you very clearly that this is not a man you can easily wish away. When you are talking about that community, you will be committing political suicide in that part of the country. Therefore, for me, I see somebody who has discovered his worth. And the fact is that if you are to walk away today, you either force a runoff or by default cause the other side to win. Therefore, I think beyond what he is telling us, maybe the second position is not what really he is after, but he wants to get his worth of the votes. And I see him demanding quite a number of positions in the coming government.
Okay, I have a question for Guru.
Yes.
Between Kalonzo Musyoka and the guys in Central, who has worth than the other? Because
between who and who?
Kalonzo Musyoka.
Yes.
Kalonzo Musyoka's influence in Ukambani.
And who?
And any of the Kikuyu representative as Raila's DP, who has influence more than the other?
Between who and who?
Will, you know, we can't mention anybody in Central, so we are giving it chance to anyone. Let's say Kimunya
I think WG.
Yes.
You came in when he had dealt with that point. He said, and I heard him clearly, he said that Kalonzo as votes is a sure bet. But the other guys, whether it's Peter Munya or Peter Kenneth or Karua, are experimental. We don't know whether they will amass those votes. That is what he said. That is his position.
Exactly. You got it.
Now, yeah, and that is where I'm coming in, Guru, just to ask you, don't you think the work that is being done by the Jubilee as a team in Central, even to raise whichever the amount of votes that they will realize, they are working there to marshal support for Raila Odinga. It will not come, many of them. But again, in Ukambani, when you see, yes, Kalonzo could be influential, but him also, we cannot say certainly that he commands all those supports, because if he did, even Alfred Mutua would have been a man from Wiper. Kivuta Kibwana would be a Wiper, governor. Charity Ngilu would be a Wiper governor. They are all not Wiper governor. So this issue of Kalonzo commanding that influence so much in Ukambani, my friend, it is debatable. I don't think it's a direct as you are trying to insinuate. So, but you see, just like people from Central, it's experimental. Even Kalonzo, all we wanted is, if he may come and join hands with those other governors that he is fighting, then we would be assured of that 100% influence. It would be more tougher. But he's kicking them out at the same time. There is no way Kalonzo is being relevant in
okay, WG just ask question, then let him.
Let
will
me
make your contribution.
Let me
expand your contribution at your time.
Let me just throw in my 2 cents worth of knowledge. It doesn't matter what view you have about this man. the fact of the matter is that he commands between 60 to 70% of this community. And I have already explained that Kivuta Kibwana and Charity Giro had to draw closer to Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka to soften the ground for them in the last general elections. That only tells you how influential this man is. And they know it. The three of them, they know it. It's not it's not a matter of conjecture. And if you are to walk away today in anger, you do not know how that community would react. Perhaps it would split into two with Samuel Ruto getting an advantage to earn more votes. These are our cousins. We know them. So it doesn't matter what you feel against Kalonzo Musyoka, but that's a fact on the ground. And what is required here is a very pragmatic way of handling those forces down there, so that even if they were to walk into the Azimio as not having agreed 100% harmony, that at least they work for every vote that comes on either side of each one of them ends up in Baba's basket. Otherwise, to imagine a total harmony between these forces is to wish for something that is above that can't be attained at this moment. Noting that Wiper wants to stamp its authority as the party of the Akamba people and Kalonzo Musyoka as their kingpin, period.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that perspective. Yeah, but also one thing we need to keep in mind, Kalonzo is not preparing for he's planning for 2027. And the best shot he would have done, he should start endearing himself to all Azimio people, such that they view him as an alternative. But when he negotiates in public, he loses the trust. You know, Jubilee and ODM don't agree on everything. But the only beauty thing about Jubilee and ODM is that they have been negotiating behind the doors. And to me, that makes sense. But if everything they were coming in the public, it would have torn up their agreement. So we don't have a problem with Kalonzo negotiating everything. But for heaven's sake, let them go and sit them in the boardroom. They can even stay there 2 days, but agree on something. We don't want to know. Negotiating in public is just tiresome, and it scares people who wanted to endear to you. Let's have Jared. How are you?
Thank you, Akesa, and the rest of the panelists. Let me also
Yes,
give
what
my
is your
submission.
perspective? Kuna Sonko, kuna Kalonzo hapa.
Yeah, let me, because I'm an admirer of UDA, let me start with the bottom up first, because we need to take care of the bottoms first. And there is allegations that the people at Ruto's farm are not paid for weeks, and I'm wondering if this is how we're going to take care of the people who are vulnerable. If you cannot pay your cook or your suburb, take care of the Kenyans, that's a question which we need to ask ourselves. If that turns out to be true, it's very worrying that with all this money of buying all these politicians, he forgot that he needs to take care of those who are working for him. So it's important for us not to be persuaded on what is going on, these theatrics in Azimio. We forget about the people at the bottom, as we said. Now, coming back to this Oka letter, if it is, I have not got a glance of the letter itself. And I hope that this is not just an headline from the media, because one of the things we have problem is the media, as I've said before. The media is only focusing on the negatives. They never report us when something good has been done. So first, there is no Oka. We don't have an organization called Oka, as I know. So there is no way Oka can light, because the Oka did not sign an Azimio legislation agreement. And out of all 29 parties, 1 or 2, 3 parties cannot say, hey, stop the process. They have a way to actually work out. You are free to work off the coalition party. And I believe, if I'm not a lawyer, but I think one of the agreements, what it is done, there has to be a mechanism, internal mechanism for any dispute. So before it gets even there has to be already within the agreement. If there is any dispute, how do you solve that dispute internally? That will be the first step before you get there. But if you say you want to stop the registration of other 24 or 25 who came as each individual to come in, and 1 or 2 to stop, I think it will be unfair to these other people. And I didn't see any agreement saying that a running mate is part of that required to have a permission.
And Jared, on that point,
yes.
On that point, I also think there should be a threshold upon which a coalition can be stopped or dissolved. If there are 28 parties, maybe they say a third or a half of it if they disagree. I don't think it's just 1 or 2 parties can stop the whole process. Anyway, continue.
In fact, what happens is, let's say like a club, if you open up a club of 10 people, 1 person is disentangled, it's not going to stop the club to be formed. So the club will be formed. Those who do not, then they can work off. Even if we say it was a 3-legged, ODM, Wiper, and the Jubilee, still 2 of them have not. So to me, this is what I think. Honestly, Kalonzo is a person who is not secure himself, and he is only thinking about himself. So all of this is just to continue putting this that is the running mate, so that he will render the people from Ukambani to see that they need to be in Wiper, which will be closer to power. I respectively disagree with the Guru and those who are saying that Kalonzo has influence in Ukambani. I totally disagree with that. In fact, even there is only one person actually who is known, whether he's running or not, who can tell people to go one side, and that's only Raila Amolo Odinga. These other people, they have to be in a position so that the people will follow them. If Kalonzo Musyoka is not a running mate, if Kalonzo Musyoka is not a presidential candidate who people think that he can be able to win, I don't think that he can have that much support within Ukambani. So the only reason he was having that influence is because he was the running mate to Raila. That by virtue that if we form the government, he would be the second most powerful person in the country. So by that virtue, then the rest of the people see him as as not the equals of these other ones. But if you go back to history, always they are divided between him and Charles Ngilu. Now, don't say that these three governors, they don't have any influence at all. In fact, if today Kalonzo walks off from Azimio, what's going to happen is that there will be a cake which will be divided 3 times in Ukambani. The UDA will have a chance to have some share because they will have nobody to be a kingpin, as we can say. And the governors will have their share, and the Wiper will have its share. If we look at the numbers, what Kalonzo can work with, Kalonzo cannot raise a 1 million vote by himself. If he works, it cannot be a 1 million vote. It might be around 700 to 800. That's my personal belief. If you get that, and you get the Central Kenya or Mount Kenya, if Elaida gets 25% of Mount Kenya, that is over 1 million votes. So that's how you have to look at this. But look at what was happening to Mutura Kalonzo and this other guy, Mwanso or somebody, I don't know his name. They were saying their problem is that the people who are competing against them are from Azimio, not Azimio for ODM. It's Azimio through actually Mandro Chapchap, all these other parties. So that is their problem they have. And the whole idea they wanted to go back. And that, think about this, Nuru, my brother. If Kalonzo was that popular, why would it be worried if they are on the same table with the Ngilu and Machakos governor and this? Because he knows if they are on the same table, if he doesn't so that he's clearly above them, then he would have no much support or goodwill like he's trying. That's why he tried to create a three-legged stool. A three-legged stool to say, I'm not in the class of these people. I am in the class of Raila and Uhuru. These other ones are below. That's the language you want to talk about. Okay, go ahead, Guru.
Naona Kuru ako impatient, mpatie one second.
Go ahead, Guru, unmute.
Yes, Jared.
Yes.
I think I've listened to you, and I want to ask you 2 questions. Why do you think the 3 governors are to be organized to start campaigns in Ukambani? And the latest statement that our friend Mutua made was that their mission was to make sure Kalonzo comes to Azimio and does not get out. Is it not because they do realize that there are people, a majority of the people in that region see him as carrying their interests to the national platform? Number 2, if Kalonzo was that useless as you try to paint, why is it that he's been quoted by the 2 sides, including the UDA presidential candidate? He's been there so many times and has been appealing that he joins their team. Jared, let us be factual here.
Yes.
We may not like the tactics that Kalonzo is using to gain whatever he is trying to negotiate for, but to kind of undermine his influence in that community, which has supported Raila for 10 years, and you say that it will be inconsequential if he walks away in anger. I don't know how you look at things.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, before Jared you answer, let me ask Guru. Guru, have you ever attended dowry negotiation?
Yes, I have.
So you have come from the man's side. Do you speak on behalf of the lady's side, and you say that this lady actually she's beautiful, she has grown, she has graduated like that? You are raising the right price, and you are there to negotiate down, not to hype. In other words, we are saying Kalonzo is negotiating, but us also who are on this side who are already settled, we need to negotiate backwards, and we tell him. Sometimes you can say mkikatalia msichana wenu mkae naye, but you still love her anyway. So this is our negotiation. We cannot raise the pride price for Kalonzo, because if we do that, then we will asking him to torment us, to do the way he wants. After all, they need my vote. After all, we need also to negotiate downwards and tell them there are alternatives. And the alternatives happened in Western. You see, Raila didn't want Mudavadi and Wetangula to go. But when Mudavadi became so difficult, what they did an alternative route. And you see, the alternative route affected them a lot. The DAP that they were put in place actually is more strong on the ground than the ANC and Fort Kenya. So sometimes never overrate yourself. It's only that the government, these other guys don't want to go that route. But I can tell you, if you look at the history of Ukambani, it votes like Western. If these guys want to invest in Ukambani is not difficult like Central. If they wanted to invest in Ukambani, things can turn. I can tell you that for free.
But I'm happy you acknowledge that in this matter you are trying to de-emphasize his worth, but you know his worth anyway. That is what I wanted you to acknowledge.
We are not dismissing him, by the way. Kalonzo is a worthy competitor. He can be a deputy president, but he needs to play well, because we also want even to graduate him and make him a president if he plays well with the crowd. We are not dismissing him as a useless guy. Okay, Jared, continue.
Let me answer first your first question. The reason why we had 3 governors going around, that was the alternative, and we were trying to tell Kalonzo, if you don't want to come, we still have a way which we can still get the piece of the pie of the Ukambani. The reason we wanted, or we still want Kalonzo to be in Azimio, we wanted to have that chance to rock UDA completely out of Ukambani. But it is not as more important than anybody. Let me give you an example, my brother. Do you think if today Musalia Mudavadi was going to be a UDA running mate, how many members of parliament could have stuck with him to run on ANC? Now that they don't know, they know that he has no chance. Everybody ran away. In fact, Musalia might not have even a single MP from Western. But if he was a potential running mate, if he was playing like Kalonzo, trying to say, I'm the running mate, then people will be stuck to him, knowing that he is closer to power. And that is what Kalonzo is trying to play. Kalonzo even knows that he will not be the running mate. If you come and say, this time around, it is for Raila to be a president. If it is for Raila to be a president, then you have to go with what will make Raila the president. Let me tell you one thing you have to know. Kalonzo can never be a president without Raila being a president first. Because people have never forgiven him for 2007. And that is the reality. until Baba becomes the president, then people will forgive him. So the reason why they tolerate him is because he has been now supporting Baba after 2007. But otherwise, people believe if it was not Kalonzo, Baba could have been a president. Until Baba becomes a president, he will not be a president, or he will have no political impact. In fact, let's face it, even if today we say leave Kalonzo to work with his Oka, they don't have even money to make even 2 campaigns. So what are you gonna do? But let's not dwell on that. Let's go to the other topic so that we can give other people a chance to talk. We can come back again.
Don't I have a right to rebuttal?
You can rebuttal later.
Yes. Huyu Kuru huyu ndo anasumbua watu leo. Ni nini mbaya Kuru? Uliruka lini?
Anyway, coming to this nominations, I think the nomination is going very well for ODM, except the media trying to look for everything small. I was following up what was happening in Busia, and the media are not reporting where things are going well. In fact, instead of saying that largely everything was working as planned, they will say somewhere it didn't start the voting until midday. But if you look at what happened, is because Wekesa, they decided to have names which are almost the same, and then they confused and took the gadgets, one in Funyura, another in Bukula, you know. So we should give it to ODM for what they are trying to do. Doing this nomination is not an easy thing. I know that people think that it is an easy thing. We have to give on what is doing. I've not seen much of consensus because ODM does not talk that much. I've only seen from the side of the deputy president, and we have to give it to the deputy president how he is wapangering these people, because he is promising people even a job which does not exist. So hopefully that the things will not turn around to be so bad. But the good thing which people don't realize, we are having ODM nomination, Jubilee will have their own nomination, and UDA will have their own nomination. Once they finish, then the Jubilee and ODM would have to come together, and these other parties, to see who is their competitor on the other side. And that's when we will pick which one. And I hope that Kalonzo will step a little bit down in Ukambani and agree that Mandro Chapchap have to have their stake. Madam Mungiro has to have a stake, so that they would agree. If a person from Mandro Chapchap is more popular, they should let him run for Azimio ticket or the ticket. Let everybody have, instead of us fighting against each other, thinking that we have to have one party in all Kambani. And I hope if we can do that, then maybe we can succeed. But so far, I think we're going to have a good nomination for ODM. I've seen that they don't want to deal with the members of parliament. They have been postponing members of parliament, calling them for negotiation, because I think that's where the problems comes. But also it tells you how important these members of parliament are going to be. If you have seen most of the places they are calling members of parliament to come for consensus, it's because parliament is where the fight is going to be. We have to make sure that when my friend William Ruto is in Sugoi, he does not have even a voice in parliament. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me give you a clips of what is happening in Busia as we proceed. I don't know watu wa Jalala huko. Wow, kuna utamu huko huko Busia.
Hapo mambo
I
poa.
hope watu wamefika.
Hiyo ndiyo siasa
Wow.
Wekesa, hiyo ndiyo siasa.
Utamu ya Busia.
Oh my That's what we need to report, not reporting what did happen.
Sawa, let's have the next person was who? Let me check on the order. Duke, how are you? Yeah, Duke, make your submission based on the topic we have today.
So for me, what I want to say is, before a coalition is formed, there is a lot of discussion which happened behind the curtains. So what you see, the signing of documents, is actually an occasion for the media, but the real discussions and agreements happen long before that day. And the basic definition of a coalition means that we have individuals who come together, who can be groups of individuals. They come up with an agreement on how they are going to achieve specific goals, and in that way they agree on individuals who are going to take particular positions. So I presume that that was the case when Azimio was formed. But the problem in Azimio is this, from my own perspective, is that most of the agreements were false. There was a lot of misinformation or misunderstanding in coming up with that coalition, where you find even the same promises were given to several individuals. For instance, you may find that Kalonzo Musyoka was told to come to Azimio to be given the position of the running mate. But because he's seeing that the unfolding of the events is not pointing that way, he has the right to ask that or to move out. So from my own perspective, Kalonzo is very right. Because if when you are coming into the agreement or into that coalition, there were some promises which were made, and you are saying those promises are being changed or they are not being obeyed, you have to raise your voice or you move out. And what Alfred Mutua said has demonstrated that. He said that they were given a document and they were told to sign without reading the document. So for those who are saying that they should not go into public and go into negotiation, you see when you go to negotiation, you are told you have to sign here without even knowing what you have to sign. So what I can conclude is this one.
But before you conclude, I think it has been in public domain. They say, all those leaders said they have never discussed issues to do with the running mate. And they said that the running mate slot, when time comes, everybody wants to be included. Including Kalonzo himself said that we have never even discussed what we need to share. That is what he said. That I signed a document, but I don't even know what we are supposed to share. On this, as late as yesterday, he said that he's in this coalition, but he's not requiring anything. So if you know Kalonzo who he is, if there was an agreement wamemwandikia mahali, angekuja isoma hapa. Hii angeiweka tu hapo na isome in public. This is what we agreed. Kalonzo should be the running mate. Angekuwa ameshai display. But because it is not there, the one thing he has been working on presumption. When he was asked, he was somewhere in church and he said, but the issue of running mate is obvious. When he says obvious, he's basing on seniority that the rest of people in the pegging order, they come after him. So he assumes that he's the next senior person after Raila. So you proceed.
Actually,
I just
actually, Wekesa, to add on, even in Oka, he was never appointed to head the Oka. That's what Martha Karua said. They never decided that he was leading, even though he has been calling himself the head of Oka. So you can understand who we are dealing. But I think he had a promise that they would give him some money in 2027. He will produce that one when we get to 2027.
That's what I started by saying.
Okay, proceed.
What I said is this one. Nobody knows what they cite, what the contents of the document they put their signatures on. We don't know. Does anybody know what was the agreement when those parties entered into Azimio? We don't know. So there is some misinformation or a lack of information of the agreements or the contents of the documents. That's what's creating the conflict and the confusion. So that's what I was trying to say, that all what individuals discuss, some of them can be just be promises by word of mouth, but maybe because they are waiting the way things will unfold and see whether those promises can be effected. Also, another factor to consider, considering the political parties amendment which was made, it's going to be very difficult for an individual to move from one party to another. So it is in their right, and it's the right thing for them to raise their grievances right now, so that if their questions are not addressed, they can move out right now. Because if there is a coalition which has been registered, it's going to be very difficult for me to move out, and then it will be a fix. So that's what I can say. And
so, Duke, let me ask you: is there room for amendments right now? Now that the deadline to Peter, is there room for amendment?
No, what I'm trying to say, there is amendment which was done, and I think after nominations, you cannot be allowed to move from one party to another. You are given some time to maybe to be an independent person, something of that kind. I'm not very sure. I'm talking about the act which was passed, which makes difficult for individuals to move from one party to another after nominations. That's why those who are not contented in their coalitions or in their parties where coalitions where they are, it's the right thing for them to move right now before the end of the nomination. Well, it will be very difficult for them to move to a different coalition or to a different party. Then I will talk about, we also talk about trust issues. You know, Kalonzo has trust issues with Raila Odinga because in 2013, he told him that I'm going to support you in 2017 if I win. Actually, there was a statement that I will support you in 2017. And when 2017 came, Raila changed. He said that I said that if I win. But now
he never won. He never won anyway. He never won. There was no election for him.
Yes, I'm saying in 2013 he
Wekesa, we want to hear about KKA, not Azimio. Why are we addressed in our own things we know? We want to hear what is happening in KKA, not about 2017, not stories. Why can't they tell us the good things that they have? They talk with their candidates and they get harmony and they are doing well. Why are you coming to tell us our problem? We know what is going on in Azimio already. Tell us the good things of UDA. The way you are doing right in UDA, you are negotiating with the MPs and governors. We want to hear that. Wekesa, you don't go to
No,
somebody's house and go in bedroom and we are listening.
okay.
What are we listening?
Let
we want
me
to
do
know
this.
about Buddha.
No. Let's do this. Let him based on the topic, but the issue is if you talk about 2017 issues, you are talking to our wrong people because this is Azimio. And Azimio in 2017, Uhuru was not there. In 2017, Alfred Mutua was not there. So can we discuss on the issue to do with okay, we were discussing about Oka, why it's pulling out. So you can even start where Oka is, but now starting with NASA, actually you are misplacing us because some of the NASA principles are now in KAA.
No, let's discuss Azimio. Let's not discuss NASA. That is long gone. We already forgotten
Yeah,
that.
that's why
Can we
I'm
discuss?
telling him.
Yeah, that's
Don't
what
tell
I'm
us
also
about
telling him.
issues of mistrust because you cannot tell us about someone who says tomorrow. Yesterday he says this and tomorrow he says this, and you claim that he can claim on others that they have mistrust. In fact, people are struggling to trust his words because today he tells you this, tomorrow he will tell you another one. So he doesn't have even a moral authority to lecture anybody to do it on issues of trust. Look at Oka. How has he managed it? If he was unable to manage Oka, he doesn't have a moral authority. The guys who are arresting issues to do with trust, Musalia and Weta, they left him in between. When even Oka had not been defined what is going to do. So those guys have no moral authority when it comes to issues of trust. They can't lecture anybody. So tell us something.
Don't forget Mata Karua left it too. Wekesa, don't forget Mata Karua left them.
Kalonzo has a split personality disorder.
No, I think Kalonzo, the problem which is with, sorry, it was someone else talking.
Let's
okay,
raise hands if we want to ask a question.
Yeah. I stopped.
Okay. Oti, you have a question? Oti? You're on mute.
Okay. My question to Omariba, he is purporting that Mutua and Kalonzo did not know whatever they signed, but Mutua the other day came out through press conference and said that the document that he wanted, he did not have the opportunity to read at first. He was given the document and he read it and he passed it to his colleagues and they were contented that or then Mutua came live and said. Same to Kalonzo. At first, he did not know, and later they came and they said. So, Omariba, can you tell us the content? What do you know? What was signed between DP and the Speaker of National Assembly? Do you know? If you are talking about what, can you tell us what's the content of what was signed on Saturday between the DP and Muturi? Because even Muturi's party is So my question, I only wanted to inform him that whatever was signed in Azimio, all those parties knew whatever they signed, and so he should withdraw his statement that there's I do not deficit of trust, and let us not go back to 2017. Let us move forward, and some of us also want to talk and contribute.
Yeah. You are killing that person.
As you conclude, Duke, as you conclude, I think he has asked you a key point because you also have to compare trust on the other side. Muturi has signed a document. His party had agreed on a post-election coalition, but he caused to sign a coalition with other parties. So did he go as a DP or himself? So we may not know the content. And the other issue is these guys are not forming a coalition party. They are forming coalition of parties, which means they are not even depositing anything, according to what happened in the new amendment bill. So you can also compare on your side and tell us issues of trust. As you conclude, we move to the next person. You have two more questions. One, Eunice and Professor, ask your questions. He answers all of them once.
Yeah, okay, this is Eunice. My first one is for him because when he stated that these guys find what they never knew or they didn't read. I think this is not only Kalonzo coming or Mutua coming. They have their people. And for even Kalonzo, maybe to say that he didn't know what he was signing. He has Mutula there and he has his Maanzo, or who is his lawyer. So these people knew what they signed in case they signed something. So the issue of signing what they didn't know, that is neither here or there. Secondly, I don't even feel good when somebody is coming to support Kalonzo that Kalonzo is right on what he's doing. Kalonzo is dragging the Azimio because before he came in, Azimio was really moving fast. And Mutua also is trying to bargain because they are annoyed with Kalonzo coming in late and trying to get a share that is not his. That's why it's not that Mutua is really in it, but just he's now playing games because Kalonzo is playing with them. So he say, okay, if it's a game, then let's people play. So for Mutua, I don't think it's a real thing, but it is just because now what Kalonzo is doing. But it becomes annoying when Kalonzo is old enough and doing what he's doing. So unless he's working for somebody behind the scenes, which me, I'm convinced because it seems like guys like Mutula, they have already been given money like Malala. So they really want to convince Kalonzo so that he cannot make Azimio work out the way they did with the other young man did with Mudavadi. So I think this is what is trying to happen. But with time, we'll get to know what is happening. I've finished. Thank you.
Okay, Watesa, can I have a second, please? Can I have a second, please?
Good, sawa.
Professor, have you done your question?
Huh?
No, I'm asking.
It was Professor.
My question goes to Duke Mariba because the way he talks here seems to be the spokesperson of the KKA, which I think not really, because if he happens to be, then I would ask him this way, that the DP used to say that he wants a national party that includes everybody. And he used to criticize the other faction saying that watu sijui watu wanaume watano wamejipanga sijui kwa State House ndo wakuje wapange watu. Why did the DP change the tact so that nowadays ni yeye ndo anapanga watu? The other time unaona anaenda anapanga Malala na nani, how do you call this guy, Boni Halwale. Yes. Then the other time here it was Sakaja versus Wanjiru, Margaret Wanjiru for the gubernatorial race. Ruto seems to be he seems to be following what he denies because according to me he's the master of controversy. So Mariba, kindly, when you are weighing in, weigh in with facts, not just something that you think that you are, maybe you have been sent to come and convince us, while we know very well that we have facts and these things are in the public limelight. I think I can stop there as I wait for my chance maybe to contribute on another thing apart from the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Gerard, is it a question? Hatasahau maswali mingi.
Yeah.
Make it brief.
No, actually, I was going to agree with Duke. He started in a good note that what we see on the camera when they come to sign, our agreements are come up. Remember, the people who are negotiating are not lawyers. These are leaders who come and say, this is what we want, the general. And then once they agree on those generals, then they pass to their lawyers to now write the details. So it is true, they might have not known the details. It's when they are checking, they say, this is not what we meant in this one. But the composition of everything at the generality is already known. So I agree with that on
Gerald, I will disagree with you guys. Our secretaries was wadanganya, they did not know what they signed. I hosted one of the secretaries here and asked him, is it true that you guys did not know what you signed? Azema, that's politics. They know. They are given those documents, they sit with them. That's politics. They know what.
Wekeza,
So let Duke answer.
let me ask you one thing, Wekeza. Let me ask you one thing. When Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Kalonzo Musyoka, and Raila, they sit down, they are talking on an issue. Is that the time when they come up with everything, or they just agree on something? Then they will pass.
They
The
agree on
secretaries should
principle.
know.
On the principle. They agree
Yes.
on principle.
Yes.
The details.
And then the
will be done
secretaries
later.
can go get everything. Yes. The secretaries should read before they sign.
So let's have Duke finish, answer those questions. You can take 2 minutes. I will take the next question. Kindly.
First of all, I expect
volume.
We can't hear
What
you.
volume?
I think there's
Yes.
background noise.
Are you getting me now?
Pardon?
Are you getting me now?
No, ongeza volume.
Uko mbali kabisa.
Ongeza volume.
I think there's a background noise which is coming up.
The rest, let's mute. Huh?
Can you mute?
Are you getting me now?
I get you, but you are low. I don't know how you can raise your volume.
You can get me now?
That's okay. Weka sellotape hapo usione.
Okay. I was saying that when I'm speaking, I expect you to give me time to speak so that you can come with questions and interjections. Because most of you have been speaking and I was not agreeing with what most of you were saying. But I did not interrupt anybody. So if a person has a contrary opinion, give him time to speak. I can't actually speak the way you think or the way you are speaking. We are different. So I beg you give me time I speak so that you can interject. So what I am saying, I'm not trying to say that those individuals signed what they were not aware of. They are the one who said in person. So I want to respond to questions and then I move out because I don't want to cause conflict. I see there's somebody who said about change of tact word. You talked about William Ruto was said does not want to have small political parties and he changed the tact. First of all, he addressed that question. What he said is this. He said that he was discouraging very small parties to deprecate. You know, we have some individuals who are opportunists who form small political parties and then come to negotiate with you. So he was trying to discourage individuals from deprecating into small parties so that they can try to come to him to have a share of the cake. And he changed the tax. Yes, you as a politician, you have to work with the circumstances on the ground. So if you see coalition is the way to go, you go that way. That's you change with the circumstances on the ground. So it is in order for him to do that. Then about Wekesa, you asked about about Muturi entering into Kenya Kwanza. I have not seen those delegates or party members complaining. Actually, all the individuals who have formed a coalition, who have entered the Kenya Kwanza coalition, nobody has complained about being shortchanged. All agreements which they made are different. We are only seeing this case in Azimio side. We saw, for instance, Kalonzo was given a form to sign, which was Report Kenya, Azimio Kenya, One Kenya, and all the others were given a different form. So those are facts. And if you watch his interview when Raila was in UK, he said that. And actually, when he was furious about to move out, is when we see the president going to himself to explain how to try to reconcile that. So in short, what I'm trying to say is this. Trust is essential.
I would just say you are not doing your homework well. The officials of the DP party came out and said that that was not the position of the party, including even up to today, there's a letter that has dropped to the Registrar of Political Parties asking her to rescind the decision that was made. So just to go and do your background check, you see that what I'm saying is factual. It's not an opinion, not a personal opinion.
That is politics, because we are all aware that Moturi formed that party actually single-handed. It's like a party which he formed himself. You know, we have parties where we have several individuals who have a stake or a bargain, but that's a party which he formed himself. So I'm pretty sure he has a lot of control of that small party. So what made me to mention about 2017 is I was talking about trust issues. So that was when I was trying to give historical context of that. So I was saying that the reason why we have these disagreements coming from Kalonzo is because there is a mistrust between him and Raila Odinga because of the promises, false promises he was given before. So I was giving an historical context of that. And I think I don't have much to say. I can end it there.
So thank you. Let's have Caleb. Caleb, how are you?
I'm fine, Mr. Wekesa.
Uko at the background, najua umetulia sana, but sometimes
I've been in the line for 2 hours.
Don't worry, hata wewe tutakuuliza
Anyway,
maswali na utajua hiyo time imeenda hivyo.
Sawa. You know, first, Mr. Bernard, I would really add the Azimio guys. Yeah, sometimes mtu akijaribu kupatia advice, instead of going for the neck of that person, at least try to hear kenye mtu anajaribu kukwambia. And I told Mr. Bernard, I think 1 week ago, na nimekuwa nikirudia this thing again and again. Azimio, they are in a very big mess. Na kujitoa itakuwa ngumu sana. You know, I've been asking Bernard, how will these now 30 parties which are in Azimio come to an agreement? Because wewe unaangalia ni Kalonzo anasumbua. Kesho utaamka asubuhi utapata maybe ni Eugene Namalwa. Kesho nyingine utaamka utapata ni Alfred Mutua. Hiyo siku nyingine utaamka asubuhi utapata ni mwingine. Because of having these large parties, not even large parties, small parties zinakuwa nyingi. You know, and then one thing we must ask ourselves before tuende kwa Kalonzo ati analeta those issues at this point. The intention ya kutengeneza Azimio ilikuwa ni nini? You know, when you are starting something, even a project, you must have a purpose. So that means these all the other guys didn't have that common purpose. That's why wanashinda kisumbuana. Unaenda mbele kidogo, unarudi nyuma back steps tano. It's because they didn't have a common idea. They didn't have a common ideology na ninawasumbua. Watu walikimbia tu kufungua chama ndio wakuja wajilete pamoja. You ask yourself a question. Mbona Kalonzo anatoka Ukambani? We have the 3 governors. They have different parties. Ngilo kuna yake. Mtua kona yake, Kibwana kona yake. If they subscribe to a common ideology, why don't they even have one party from that region? Maybe apart from the Wiper. Watatu waungana kuja na chama yao. Kila mtu anataka kuja na demand zake. And everybody trying to come with their demands, hakuna penye kitu itaenda. Sometimes you must swallow your ego, usikize unaambiwa nini. And that's why the problem is. Kila mtu anataka sasa, ni kama ule mtu they overrate themselves. They are pulling this thing out of proportion. Hii ni kitu wanaweza kaa chini wenyewe, all the 30 parties with their representatives, waongee na watatue hizi vitu. Lakini ukiangalia what Kalonzo is trying to do, unajua unasikia mtu akisema Ruto is the king of controversials. I think Kalonzo nowadays amechukua hiyo title. I think he can even defend it any time because controversy na Kalonzo is one and the same thing. Anajaribu kuconfuse watu since the day aliingia Azimio. Mara anasema the party general, I don't know, the secretary generals walisign what did hawakuona Kenya alikuwa amesign because they'll sign the last page. The other day anakuja anasema I want Mara the DP position. Siku nyingine anakuja anasema we don't want zoning. Ulisikia siku nyingine pia 2 weeks ago akisema aje Azimio must do zoning so that they can have a good number of MPs in parliament. So ule jamani ajielewi, is not sure of what he's saying, and the reason being one simple, lack of trust. Kenye Kalonzo ana discuss leo, he's not even sure that it will hold water tomorrow. That's why you see him trying to shift kila wakati. Azimio hata Raila should show the kind of leadership that he can offer to this country. Let him call those people under the umbrella of Azimio, awakalishe chini, awaongeleshe, even if it takes a week, take a break from the campaigns. He asettle kitu once and for all, because kama awasettle kitu, kama ana settle on one side, mwingine anaachwa nje. Wakishamaliza hiyo, mwingine anarudi ndani. Kalonzo just 2 days ago when he was in Kitui, alikuwa anasema ati it doesn't want anything as long as Raila becomes the president, any position will be offered, atakuwa anakubali your position. Why is he not trying to bring these things up? So mambo na Kalonzo, I think Kalonzo he has a really long way to go. Ni yeye mwenyewe akae chini ajiangalie, because maybe in future atakuwa kuwa president and will be facing the same obstacles that is now currently is the obstacle, and I'm sure in the future atakuwa na obstacles nyingi zaidi than what is bringing this point in time, because huyu jamaa ni ule mwenyewe he wants to gain, but at the same time ni ule mtu anajaribu kuona is line wants to be the the king in the chess game, na hiyo kitu haiwezekani. Chess is a game of ni kutumia akili, and then what Kalonzo is trying to do is trying to reason with emotions, not kufikiria like using the brains. Anajaribu thinking using emotions, na emotions kwa politics it can never take you anywhere. I had somebody trying to say that Kalonzo has no influence. I don't know if it was Jared or who. For a fact, Kalonzo has influence, not even on Kampani only. You see the regions which are bordering Kampani, like we have the Taita Taveta, we have Kwale, we have Mombasa, we have Nairobi, most of the parts of Mbakasi. You will find a lot of Kambas over there, and some people who follow to the Wiper party. Wiper being a dominated party by the Kambas doesn't mean ana followers outside the Kamba region. Akona watu. And that's why he has some influence. So mtu akijaribu kusema ati Kalonzo even if he goes away hata kwa influence, he'll be walking away with almost 1.5 million votes. Utaziokota wapi hizo? That's a very big margin for somebody who's looking for the presidential votes. So you cannot afford to lose any vote. Hata mtu akuwa na kura moja, it is very important at this point in time. So instead ya watu wa Azimio kujaribu kutoka na kifua, they should be taking more time. Uangalie huyu mtu anataka nini. They solve it once and for all. No, obvious, Azimio kuna watu wengi, kuna Kalonzo, kuna Kinangilu, kuna Mtua, kuna Martha Karua. Wote hawezi kuwa running mates. They must agree that. Same to Kenya Kwanza, kuna watu wengi. Nyinyi wote hawezi kuwa running mates. So kama unataka kuwa running mate, show your capabilities. Acha kushinda ukienda tukijaribu kuna ku backfight the chama. Show your capabilities. Ingia kwa ground, piga campaign. And then when they are trying to consider you, watasema mwenyewe huyu mtu has been doing something good. Angalia Peter Munya. Hajakuwa kwa hizo maneno za kusumbuana, he has been campaigning. So wakati watakuwa na consider the running mate position, atakuja kwa meza asema aje, for the last 30 days I've been doing my campaigns. He has been going alone. He has also been going with watu wengine. Ukiangalia Kalonzo since assigned ile agreement, the coalition agreement, he has never held any rally apart from the time Raila enda London, and he held it for one day na ilikuwa Messi in Tharaka Nithi. Then later on and ameanza juzi kuenda na campaign na Raila in other places, but recently hakuwa anaenda. Why? Because ukitaka kiti lazima ushow your worth. Always ambiwa sawa ndio running mate ndio uanze kukimbia. Time is really going. The time is mami. We have almost 124 days. The days zazidi kusonga. The more wanazidi kulumbana, the more time inazidi kuenda. Na sisi kama watu wa Kenya Kwanza, the more wanazidi kulumbana, the more there's disunity in them, the happier we are. Because I think even this Azimio wakati ilikuwa inaanzishwa, it was not genuine. They were only there to try and now to pull DB Ruto aside. Ruto had already made it clear that he was not going to make coalition with any party, but he said that intentionally. He didn't mean it. He wanted to buy time.
Hey, well, yes, I can't sit there and wait this young man to lectures. I mean, that's not that. We can't allow that. That's enough of him.
You can't stand it, but that's the reality.
Let him finish. You will respond. I will give you.
No, he's not going to tell us how to build our house.
But Caleb, you are a good man. I know you have some points, but stop like kujirudia. You are good, and I kind of go get to you.
Yeah, let him finish.
Mr.
Anyway,
Wekesa, I really like
You?
I really like some of the panelists. Sometimes they should be maybe taking time, even if you have a contrary opinion, there's a way that you interject in a polite manner.
Yeah, Mr. Caleb, what you are saying, you are not giving us you are just trying to lecture us about what you believe in.
Okay,
You also
wait,
believe on
Robert.
something, maybe
Robert,
on the wrong
wait.
platform.
Let me give him 1 minute. He finishes, and then you guys ask questions on issues you find them misleading. It's good to rebuttal, but let's 1 minute. Caleb, finish up.
Okay, Mr. Okesa, what I would urge Roba is this. It's very simple. Wakati uko na makosa, sometimes kubali uambie makosa yako ni A, B, C, and D. Don't try to say somebody is trying to lecture you. Sometimes mtu ameona umeenda on the wrong side for too long. Uoni, you have made a U-turn. So when somebody is trying to get you back to the track, you should appreciate that. Again, in Kenya kwanza, you want a worthy competitor. Hatutaki mtu atakuwa by August ameisha. You want a worthy competitor. So when I'm trying to urge you guys that you should be on the line, usijaribu kuona kama I'm trying to lecture you.
It's okay.
Even the students when they're doing exams, ukiona mwenzako anaenda vibaya just because you're competing, sio tunamwacha apotee kabisa. You try to tell that somebody adjust hapa, fanya hivi. You go together. So Mr. Wekesa, as I conclude, nikimalizia, what I think is President Uhuru Kenyatta is the patron of Azimio. Raila is the leader of Azimio. Hawa watu wote, Kalonzo had even, he was given another position in what? Acha watu wote wakae chini, waitane. They have one meeting. Kila mtu attend that meeting. And then kusikue na hiyo kupendelea on one side, they be neutral at this point in time. They have the agenda straight. Waelewane, tukijagua nini the running mate will use this formula or we use this way. So ikijaribu kuenda kusema no zoning, no doing that, the more dazidi kupelekana hivyo, election is coming na wata lose. Finishing up, I would like to finish up with the Kenya Kwanza. I had somebody trying to say that DP Ruto is trying to panga watu huko. He's trying to panga watu. As you're saying, is I don't know consensus is going to kupanga. But one thing, and you must note that thing, is hiyo kupanga kwake, the people are calm. He has calmed the temperatures. Ujasikia mtu akitoka nje akaanza kusema nimepangwa ama I've been sidelined in the decision making. Those people are coming together and in one way wanasema we have agreed this person for these reasons. So DP is trying to show one thing, leadership skills. Vile anaweza bring people to the table, they come with a concrete solution to that problem. In Kiambu, watu wanasema there's a lot of competition. Believe me, in 2 weeks time, even in 1 week's time, there will be calm over there. Everybody
Let me allow now people to ask questions so that we finish up. As I allow people to ask questions, Caleb, don't be contented that when the house is quiet, all is okay. Most of us were brought up in different bombers, and we know there are bombers where you don't have a say. Baba ndio kusema kila kitu. And so everybody is quiet, not because they don't have anything to say, because they are not allowed to say anything. So the fact that the other side is quiet does not mean everything is okay. Another issue that arises from your assumption, in fact, most of the constituencies that are having violence end up having good candidates. Why? Because they are competing. But most of the time when you go there and parade people and everybody steps down for one person, those are not serious people. In fact, all of them may lose, even the one who is left in the seat. So that's not a leading factor to show that you are actually doing well. It may, wait, I finish. It may show that you guys have a weak candidates and some of them are there for PR purposes. Look at the small parties. Most small parties don't have nominations. They just go and pick people and put there. The house is quiet. But most of the time, parties which have contention and even ending up people want to fight each other is because you have 18, 20, 35 candidates and all of them are fighting for one position. So you don't come and dictate. Again, it was a deliberate choice for Azimio to have many parties. Raila allowed each region to empower itself with its own party. So by empowering each region by its own party, you are giving them a say. You cannot give people a party and they make them quiet. So why do they form their own party? They form their party to raise their issues. And when they raise your issues, you don't step on their head. You listen to them. So Raila keeps on asking this question. What are they saying? What are the issues? When Raila hears the noise, he doesn't respond the way you are responding. He says, what are the issues? When he hears the issues, he handles the issues because he knows people are different. And unless we satisfy each and every person, we cannot call that unity. Unity is not intimidating people in one box, but understanding each and every other person. They come in different forms, but they are allowed to air out their grievances. So I will allow people to make their contribution based on that briefly, then we move to the next person. Robert, you had an issue? And
yes, I wanted to ask a question to Mr. Caleb and maybe his friend Dio. Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, kindly ask.
Hey, Caleb, it looks like you have this idea of saying you are one-party man, you don't want a lot of parties. I mean, if we are talking about democracy, and you can see how people in Bungoma and other places, they are enjoying dancing. Why are you trying to convince us that one party is the best way to go?
Okay. Yeah. One-party democracy?
Yeah, he's saying what Ruto is doing is the right thing.
Okay.
One thing, I asked you this question yesterday, and I will repeat it today. When all the parties are coming to Azimio, it means that those all 30 parties subscribe to one ideology, a common ideology. So if you subscribe to common ideology, you have the same vision. Why don't you break these all briefcase parties and form a formidable force? Mbona mshinda mkiletaleta tu chama kwa kila kabila? I mean, for how long will you have those parties?
Let me ask
Sisi ni
you,
chama after 5 years na
Caleb, do you know the Kenyan Constitution? It recognizes not only parties, it also recognizes independent candidates. So, in fact, it goes to an extent of allowing you not to belong to a party, but be yourself. Like you guys have somebody called Muhammad Ali. He was an independent candidate, but he chose now to affiliate with you guys. So the Constitution allows that because it's not a must that you belong to a party. So it's not a must that when unity is not uniformity. That when we unite, we don't have to collapse our parties. We can still unite and remain in our parties. That's why we also passed a bill that talks about coalition party, whereas many parties can come together to form one major party. So if these things are allowed in the Constitution and you, in your own reasoning, you want them to be removed, the Constitution had that wisdom and understanding that people can have different routes but share a common route when it comes to governance of the nation.
Well, can you also talk about Kiambu, because it looks like everything is going very good.
Yeah, Kiambu, we have Kuria is running on CCK. Jibebe is running on Kaboga is running on Jibebe. They have the Jungle, they have Wamatangi, and then I don't know other people. You guys still have. In fact, you said you don't want these small parties, but you ended up dropping so many small parties in your camp.
Yeah, the latest information I have, Ruto is telling Kuria to go and run for just for the member of parliament, and we have fire coming on them. There are problems too.
Yeah, and that's why I said the fact that the other side, this democracy, Baba, allows you to say what you want, and the other side you cannot say anything. Utaambiwa nyamaza, it doesn't mean that all is well. Muruga, you had a question? And Professor, you had a question or a comment? We
Yes,
want
I also have a comment.
I had a
I also
comment
have a
on the
comment.
number one. What I was saying, I wanted to thank Caleb because there is a way in which he knows how to talk, though while staying too much on with his speech, he tends to mix up. I wanted to remind him that even nowadays, if I give it an academic inclination, even nowadays in the campus, in the universities, for students to choose their leaders, you cannot go there with just a few individuals, maybe from one area. You are allowed to have a coalition, or for example, if you are a president of the university, let's say SONU here, student organization of the University of Nairobi, something like that, you will be allowed to have, assuming you are a Luo, you will have your running mate, maybe a Kalenjin, somebody like that. There is a way in which you have your lineup. So, young man Caleb, you are good. I need you always in this platform. Then, lastly, something that can come as a question. The other time, the NCIC came up with some words, or some let's call them words, that they are
you
forbidden
say
people
hate
to.
lexes.
Yes, something yes, that people should not do. Then you find that I saw there was a was it a political? There was a party there. There was
No, Prof, first.
Yes.
I wanted to know if that is not a question related to him. You are coming in to contribute now, so that you can have time to raise that. So if it's not a question related to Caleb, I will just give you a chance for contribution.
Okay,
That's
because I
what
also want. Let me just ask one. You will, granted, you will give me chance to contribute to maybe after. Caleb, why
Yeah.
does it appear that DP Ruto now has assumed the role of opposition leader? He opposes anything and everything that has been said by the state, yet he's part of it. The prudent way, let him ship out, then he can oppose. What does he fear?
Okay, and then Murunga, ask your question. We want to Caleb to conclude kindly.
Okay.
Kinyanji, you have a question also? Kinyanji, is it a question?
Where I'm first, this is my first day, Bwana Wekesa. But it seems people want to comment. They should wait. We do the contribution and then the question come later, because we are staying too long.
Yeah, he's done. He's done. That's why we're asking question. We are getting off to Caleb to the next person. So that's why I had given this question. So Murunga, ask your question. We are done with Caleb.
Okay, now this is to Caleb. I saw the other day when DP Ruto was being unveiled as a presidential candidate for Kenya Kwanza. We also saw a number of parties, which included Tujibebe, which we also had a number of parties actually, including a Farmers Party. Farmers is also going to have a governor candidate in Murang'a. How do you call that? How do you refer to that? Because you told us we instead Azimio should form one party, or because we share the same ideology, so we should not have the idea of each party fielding their candidate. How do you refer that to, especially the one Kenya Alliance with the mushrooming parties that including Kenya Farmers Party and all those outlets that are mentioned? That's all.
Caleb, you can summarize those things in 1 minute. We have overspent time on your side. We have to get moving.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wekesa. First, I would like to start with the question of Murunga, whereby he's asking that in Kenya Kwanza there are a lot of parties, like Tujibebe, Farmers Party, the TSP, and all that. Mr. Murunga, I can assure you this for sure. Within no time, You know, maybe after this electioneering period, and then you see that like the Jubebe, CCM, I don't know, the Service Party, they have not even signed the coalition, the agreement of coming to Kenya Kwanza. Why? Because the DP has always told them one thing: fold your parties. That's why even you see Kabogo trying to hang out with the DP, he has not yet joined Kenya Kwanza officially. Why? They are being told that if you subscribe to the same ideology, why should you have many parties? Already UDA is a big house to house all the other people. But if they don't want, they can still have their own parties because, as you stated earlier, Mr. Wekesa, it's a constitutional right for anybody to belong to any party. So they are not going to be forced or coerced into joining one party. So that's all. But sooner or later, you will see these parties all folding because isn't vitu zinakuja temporarily. This is what we call the briefcase parties. And then number two, I had somebody asking about that now the DP is now assuming the role of opposition. You see, there's a video, maybe Mr. Peter, one day you'll play for them, whereby the DP said that he's playing the role of opposition because nobody's there to play that role. So that's why he was assuming that role, because he was even asked that question by the media. And he said that he's assuming that role just because there is nobody doing that role. So how do you have a country whereby there's nobody who is criticizing what the government is saying? Furthermore, nowadays when the government makes the decision, they don't consult the deputy. The deputy is not part of it. So do you expect him to agree with everything they do in the boardrooms and then come out to the media? And then the DP should just go down the club. So that's why maybe he's trying to exercise his democratic role. I mean, every Kenyan is allowed to give his opinions about that. And then going to the last point, I would like to say, Mr. Wekesa,
Yeah, but on the role that's wrong, huh? On the role that he's misleading the Kenyans, because in the current constitution, even if we don't have an official opposition, but the model has it that the parliament was to do the checks and balances to the executive. So the whole parliament was to have checks and balances to the executive. You cannot tell us that the deputy should descend from the executive and come and check the executive. How can the executive check itself? You cannot be a deputy checking the presidents. You see, the parliament is playing that role and it's enshrined in the constitution. So Musidanganya, that is politics. Maliza in 30 seconds.
Okay. Mr. Wekesa, as I conclude, I would like to say this. The people in Azimio, you know, like the Babylon, where they had some people who are now trying to fight against God and trying to have build the long tower. You know what eventually happened? They were disintegrated, all of them. Wakaanza kuongea lugha tofauti. The same way I can predict it. And then, Mr. Ben, Mr. Wekesa, some people have been saying that I'm very young, but since 2013, it's now almost 9 years down the line. I am very keen in following politics, and I always observe it at the level field. I don't take sides just because I'm taking sides. I take it because I've considered it, I've taken critical thinking about it, and I know this is the way. So those people trying to say that Azimio has many parties, believe me, when we're going to approach August, just like Babylon, they were disintegrated. Azimio will be that way. Very few parties will be together, working that journey together, because some people are going to find it rough and they're going to drop on the race.
Thank you.
That's all I can say.
Thank you. We didn't need that prophecy. Anyway, Oti, you are now.
Okay, thank you.
Then we go to Prof.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Kesa. I will start by some comments and maybe some questions, but I do not need an answer from Caleb. This is a young man who is driven by emotions. He's talking and is very emotional, and even the way so Caleb, do not go away. I want you to listen to me. First, I want to tell you that if you come here, we have got several topics here that we were supposed to talk about. We have got coalition management, we have got nomination, and the first thing, well, your party leader was purporting not to want to work with the small parties, and right now he's working with those small parties. But the issue of nomination, what you are saying, I don't know, consensus building. Why is it that Ruto is only doing consensus in other areas and not Rift Valley? I want you people to listen to me. We have got aspirants in Rift Valley, and was in Gishu has got a problem. And there is not a single day that DP Ruto has gone back to his backyard to conduct those consensus building. Do you want to tell me that these consensus are only applicable to in Western and in Mount Kenya? You are young, and that's why 2013 is just used. You were just somebody of yesterday. You have not followed politics. So let me put some little education into your mind politically. What is happening in Rift Valley that DP do not want to show the rest of the world? We are not young, and we are seeing these things, and we are going to tell you to go and tell him. You cannot go to Western and then you pango Malala and you go to Kakamega and you pango Malala and Aluali. You people want Malala. Malala is young. You want Malala to go into the deep down to be buried politically because he knows if you can I was watching how Kalonzo was campaigning the other day saying I don't know governor Wanga, he has gone even to some small nitty-gritties of people in that community. Wanga to go with because Wanga has got Malala and the other girl for ODM, and then Aloni is also from the other side. Today you went to you went to Kiambu, you are forcing Moses Kuria to go and defend his seat, something that he knows very well that he's not going to get. And then you want to come with Wamatanga. Yet you have left Rift Valley. And Washington is rotten. Today I saw all those four governors at container in KTN, and now they were talking. The ground is also shifting in Rift Valley. Marakwet, you have not gone there to do the same thing you are doing. So you cannot come here, young man, to come and lecture us. I don't know what Raila is seeing while seated down. Ruto cannot see while on top of those cars that is using to campaign. He cannot see and will not see. And that is why he can go to Rift Valley. He only want to come to Kisii and try to do that something. He want to come to Migori. He will try to go to Migori. He will not succeed. We want to go to all those sorts of, and then maybe we are not going to say to lose our political parties. I don't know. You get to UDA. You are calling, I don't know, Jibebe and the Farmers Party, and they will fold up. What of ANC and Fort Kent? Are they big parties? How many legislators are right now do ANC have? How many legislators do Fort Kenya have? Right now, even the farmers, don't know, this party of Moses Kore, at least has got one MP sitting again. Tell me ANC party, who is there? How many MPs does Nania is having, apart from Malal? So, do not cheat us. You've now taken Muturi to come and join you people. Mudavadi is also watching you people. So the way it is going to be done in heaven, it is the way it's going to be done on earth. Do not think that you people are safe. I'm finished with you. The issue of Kalonzo, with which you are only seeing. Sometimes, if you see your neighbor's home when there are a lot of noise, do not celebrate because maybe that's a way to solve their own problems. After all, Kalonzo will not join you people, and that is your prayer. He will not come there. The way you were praying the other day that Mutua to join you, he did not join you. That is in you. I've seen some dances in Busia, meaning our democracy space is growing. I'm very happy with that. There are some people who really tried to do. By the way, Busia was being stage managed. They wanted this thing to go to this lady called Mutua. And we don't just name names, but it has really been stage managed. And if I can see all those form of dances, I will beg that at the end of after Roba and maybe Mr. Kamau have contributed, you revisit that video. We also need to dance wherever we are. So our nomination, I think, with the time, Raila Odinga is somebody whom you cannot beat at any game that you've started. When these people, when they started, Mutua was saying ABCD, he called Mutua right away, and they went for a meeting. And all these 29 parties, for you to manage them, you have to use a lot of wisdom. If you're not wise, you cannot. And that is why, if somebody is having some 3 small village parties, and we are bulldozing everything around, and people are quiet, first of all, those people are broke. And we know that DP, he has got financially is stable. So how can Moses Kuria sustain a presidential campaign? Can you convince that Musalia Mudavadi can even sustain a presidential campaign for 2 weeks? What of Musalia inaitwaje huyu wa Ford Kenya? Huyu mtu wa kupigwa na bibi. So what I want to tell these
Naitwa
young
Papa wa
people,
Roma, Weta.
Weta. So he cannot the Kasa stay. So the only person who has money there is Deputy President William Ruto. And that is why these people cannot talk. If you talk, they will tell you. He will tell you that, can you go look at your back? Which car are you driving? Which fuel? Whose fuel are you using? So those people cannot talk. And currently, have you had any other person in you know, for example, if I want to tell you that DP is somebody whom you cannot even know how he's thinking. Sakaja was in ANC before even they joined Kenya Kwanza. When it was time to Nairobi gubernatorial seat, UDA. Are you seeing such like how this man is trying to mismanage these people and they're not seeing? So, in fact, let me not get out of track. Oka letter, this one, Raila has already finished. These people have agreed. There's nothing like Oka. Kalonzo joined Azimio La Moja as a wiper. There was no Oka there. So, a coalition cannot join a coalition. That was not there. Sonko going to Nairobi, to Mombasa, I think Sonko is confused and I do not know his main agenda. He has got money. Why can't he just support presidential campaign? He let him feature in 1 or 2 campaigns, but I don't want Sonko to go to these campaigns because Sonko is like Moses Korea. He will just puke so many venom and things may go wayward. Another issue here is nomination coalition management. Our coalition we shall manage. Otherwise, I will listen to comments and maybe some questions. But these young men who came from school the other day, later they not come here and lecture us. They should form their own TV station and do it wherever there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As before we go, Prof. Ako. Okay, ni kama ametoka. Before we go to the next person, I wanted to say, don't you think all publicity is good? These guys dominated the webs between 2019 and 2020, although it was more of corruption, what. But they were saying, we are giving Ruto sympathy. Now that Azimio is dominating the webs, whether they are wrangles, they think that we are losing. We are dominating the webs, and that is how we will go up to the end. After you think we are in wrangles, and then finally it comes together, and that's the web that will take us to victory. So don't celebrate that you have been put at the backyard. Nobody even thinking what you guys are doing. You should not celebrate that you're peaceful.
Thank you for bringing up that point about what's going on. We know what's going on, and we know he's going to be the president of our country. Thank you.
Yeah, all publicity is very important. You have a question, Caleb?
Yeah, I have a quick question to OT. I've heard him saying that the people in Kenya kwanza wanapangwa. So why are they not coming out? Because I'm sure they have their democratic right. Wangekuwa sha complain. So you guys trying to bring it out that watu wamekandamizwa is out of proportion.
Okay, OT answer that.
Caleb, I think Mr. Wakesa, I answered that question long ago. These people cannot walk out, they cannot protest because first, they are poor financially. Second, they have no option. Now, if Musala Mudavadi comes out of that of Kenya Kwisha Alliance, he has got nowhere to go. In fact, he will not even go to his Malili Vega account. He will not even go there. Those people will not have space for him. So the only thing, these people wameshikwa mdomo, hawana chochote. These people were being paid to go there. They were offered a very huge amount of money in order to go there. When the days when Malala and the HS were in bad terms, they sang much not to go away. HS said that he is the person who took Malala to DP Ruto, and the DP Ruto gave Malala money to build his house. This thing is on record. As I was saying all these things. So your father financially, when he tell you to go right, you will automatically go right. I think I've answered you.
Okay, so I wanted to play this clip kidoko. It is, then we move.
Hii ni ile wiki tutaona mto ya machozi, a flowing river hivi iko na maflood ya machozi kutoka Karen kuelekea mashinani. Watu watalia pale Karen kwa ofisi ya Ruto, sababu hii ni ile wiki anapanga Wakikuyu wanapangwa wakae kwa mtaratara. Hii ndio ile wiki tutaona road dictatorship, na vile community yetu tutawekewa togege huku. We shall see them, sababu ile kitu Ruto alifanya 2017 kwa nomination ya Jubilee, sasa ako na second chance kwa chama yake sasa yeye mwenyewe ya kupanga Wakikuyu na kutuwekea togege. Si utaona hapa Kiambu, Wainaina wajago, alafu unasikia certificate imepewa wa Matangi. Unakuja Nyandarua, badilisha, unasikia certificate imepewa Njoroge Mushiri sababu wako na kakiti atanunua certificate. Unasikia mtu ako na akili ametolewa, mumewekewa Kagege. Mtu wako na akili ametolewa Kawanjiko. Mtu wako na akili ametolewa Waitito. Mtu wako na akili anatolewa mnawekewa Faith Getau. Wewe ngoja uone careers za watu, political careers za watu ambao wako na potential hapa mlimani zitapangwa hivi kama kuni zipangwe, zimwagiliwe petrol, zipigwe kiberiti. Watu watapotelea hapa, very potential leaders utawaona wakilia huko, watasononeka na kusaga meno. Lakini huko Rift Valley nominations zitakuwa very fair, na unaona ile kitu wanafanya, wanaweka very smart people. Unasikia doctors, professor nini, au ndio wanazimaba huko Rift Valley. Lakini hapa tunapangiwa togege namna hii, watu watalia. Wewe ngoja ujione.
Hey,
exactly. That is what I was saying. Exactly.
Yeah, I saw it was riding with your point, so it's well explained. Let's have Robert.
Thank you. Let me start from that clip, and Ode, you just hit the nail on the head.
It was Kinyanjui.
Yeah, give Kinyanjui an opportunity, Bana.
Okay, I'll do that.
I have the stage, the way people end that. I know. I am seeing it at the background.
Kinyanjui was nini?
Anajipanga the way mnaingia, unless he dropped out ndio akarudi. Yes, sio hii mnaona kwa screen at the backstage inajipanganga vile watu wanaingia.
Alikuwa amedrop.
Kinyanjui, you had dropped out. Kinyanjui, hatukusikii. You are on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you had come earlier than Robert.
Unanisikia sasa?
Yes, ulikuwa umekuja mapema.
Nilikuja mapema, alafu ikafika hapo Oti akiongea, alafu nikaona imetoka. Nilikuwa ndani.
Sorry.
So nikajaribu kurudi, ukaniweka backstage.
Sorry, so let's have you and then we go to Robert. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. This is my first time to participate. I've always been listening at the backstage, or tuseme kwa curtain, uko nyuma kwa watu wa comments. It is a very good program. I've been going all along up to 2 a.m., 3 a.m. watching and listening, and it has been very good. This is my maiden speech. I hope I'll be allowed to speak a little bit kidogo. One thing I would want to note is that the Kenya kwanza ama hawa watu wanaitwa UDA, they have anger and some hostility. And if they would change that, they would make the debate more enjoyable, and we will not have this problem. Like the way Caleb was behaving, this is the reflection even in the country. And that's even some of the youth in Mount Kenya, they are behaving that way. But we are dealing with that one. Now, the issue I want to deal with is this one on Azimio. What is happening is not bad, but we can trace back to see why are things happening this way. There are events that have happened, and now I will just be trying to add dots to see what has been the problem. Is it really a problem? Maybe it could be a blessing in disguise. You remember when we had the Jubilee and the ODM NDC. If you watch the parties that attended the Jubilee and those that attended the ODM NDC, you understand where the problem is. Because those parties that attended the Jubilee had joined through Jubilee. They had signed an agreement with Jubilee. Equally, if you watch them, the Ukabani parties, except the Wiper, had joined through ODM and the Watikasalahani. And those are facts. At that time, before Kalonzo came, there were two principles, because Jubilee had the associates and the ODM had associates. So if you look, Azimio la Umoja was a tree with two branches. And now I want you to understand how was the name Azimio la Umoja became Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance. Kalonzo is a very smart negotiator. When Uhuru were with the Honorable Raila Odinga, there was no problem, because when Odinga did his job, got the parties that he could reach to, Uhuru did the same. But there are these parties that had formed One Kenya and they were not reachable. And these parties were with the Kalonzo. One point to note is that Maendeleo Chap, Muungano, and NAC for Giru, Kipula Kibwana, and Mutua joined through ODM. And there are other parties that joined through Jubilee. So we had that tree with the two branches. I want you to note that. When Kalonzo came, when he started the negotiation, he said he wanted the African stool, three-legged. What did that mean? He wanted to come with another branch, so that the Azimio has three branches. And what are these parties? That is Wiper, ni ya Jirongo, na hii ya Gideon Kanu. Ya Martha Karua hakukubali, alibaki nje. So at the time, Kalonzo agreed to come, he came with those parties. And so that's when he coerced. I don't know whether he's coercing or they agreed with Uhuru, Banalaira, and they become three principles. And an agreement was crafted, which we do not know. And then after that, what happened? In that agreement, one contentious issue was the zoning of the country. The person who had the advantage and wanted to get rid of the other parties is Kalonzo. That's why he was supporting zoning, so that he would kick out Wiper would be in Ukabani, he would kick out Maendeleo Chap, Muungano, and NAC. Now, when these other guys, and also these three gentlemen, Bwana Raila Odinga, Bwana Uhuru Kenyatta, and Kalonzo, when they became the principal, they formed the top body governing the council, Azimio Council. That means they were the top, and there were no other people, because Uhuru was representing his branch, Kalonzo the other branch, and Laila the other branch. For good thing, for God made things to come out. And so when Kalonzo agreed, Kina Uhuru and Laila agreed, that's the reason why they brought in this name. He insisted must have Azimio la Umoja, one Kenya. Although it is not in the agreement, they wanted that way because you have Jubilee, although Jubilee did not claim to have ownership of the name and the ODM. And you could see there was some kind of selfishness to bring in that name. Because Bwana Kalonzo wanted to show that actually Oka has joined Azimio. But in actual fact, he joined, but he had his followers. Meaning they had their internal agreements among those parties, maybe with Wiper. Now, when the issue, now we are drawing to the nomination, Akina Mutua and DAP, those 11 parties, the reality dawned on them. And so they realized a decision will be made on top and they don't have representation. Only Uhuru, Laila, and Kalonzo. And you know, we are going to the campaign. And on the campaign, the Azimio machine will require money. And so decision will be made there, how many teams and who will handle the cash for the campaign. So these other small parties were asking, how shall we be? Although they had that representation, especially the Ukabani party found that they were disadvantaged. And that's why there is the issue. When Bwana Raila Odinga intervened, that's when he decided to expand the national delegate, or that, what do you call that council, the other council, the Azimio council on top, and brought the 11 members. That means these small parties, they got another, there were 3, now how many? They added another 8, plus Uhuru, Laila, and Kalonzo, another 8. That means it brought in members of Ukambani on the table, apart from Kalonzo, because he was the one on the top. And that's the reason why I believe Kalonzo got angry, because he wanted to be senior to Mutua, Giru, and Kibuda Kibwana. And if you listen to the statement of Mutua, it was very nice statement. I don't know whether it's only me who saw it that way. And he agreed. And the issue of the running mate came this way. With the 3 principles, Raila was going to become the president. Uhuru was not taking any leadership there. The other person, the default running mate, was Kalonzo in the council as the senior. And so he thought he would be named the running mate. But because these people, the Ukambani, Akina Mutua, wanted to deflate that Kalonzo's seeing entitlement on the issue of the running mate, now they declared their interest. And that's what angered Kalonzo. And the clauses that were offensive to these small parties were collected. So the ground is level in Azimio, and it is good for all the parties. And it is good it has happened before the nomination. So once you see that there is a letter, the Oka letter, it is those parties. And are they how many? They are 3. They are 3, excluding Mother Karua, because Mother Karua joined through ODM, because the negotiation was between Laila and Mother Karua, 2. And so she joined through ODM. Kalonzo came with the KANU na hii chama ya Jirongo. Hizo ndio chama ziko na shida kwa Azimio. And now because what has been done is not oppressing anybody, I don't know how it will be. But the decision will be on Kalonzo, because Kalonzo was not able to explain. And that's why I was confused, like any other Kenyan, when he was talking about the three-legged stool, why it should Azimio la Umoja, Oka. And now if you look at the architecture, how that thing was formed, that's how it began, and the problem we have, and how they have been sorted out by the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. I think I'm trying to answer the way I see it. Maybe I may be wrong, but that's the way I see the situation. But I believe we are okay. Now, on the issue of Mount Kenya, and I hear Caleb saying soon Azimio will not be strong. You have seen event. I think there was this event this was in Kikuyu. The DP was there with the Honorable Kabogo, William Kabogo. If you watch the clip, you'll see what Kabogo called the people from Kiambu and actually Kikuyu. And that's forced directly on this Ishungwa, Kimani Ishungwa, because Kimani Ishungwa is the member of parliament for Kikuyu. He called them Wapubavu. And if you remember the other election, what made Kafogo for? On that meeting yesterday, he was telling people to support DP, and they refused. They telling them to support him, they refused. The other time, if you remember, what made Kafogo for? Because he said that the women to line up kama matiti ya umbwa. And that statement brought him down. Yesterday, Kafogo did it for DP, DP lost. Even today, I was seeing another clip from Lemuru. And Lemuru is the neighborhood of Kikuyu. And the same situation was happening. Where we have this Mwadhi. Mwadhi is the MP for Lemuru. And when they were shouting about UDA or whatever, you could not hear them because they were just saying Azimio, Azimio. Azimio is getting to Mount Kenya, and Mount Kenya is getting slippery. Myself, I'm in Rift Valley. But in the Rift Valley, I'm in diaspora. I'm in Kajiado North. And the crowd was tilted to the DP, but we are changing the crowd. And God willing, we will change a good number to make Bamba to win. Another thing I wanted to talk about the Kikuyu unity. People have been saying that the Kikuyus
Yes, and
are not
as you talk
united.
about that,
Yes.
about that, also tell us. I have seen that the president will start visit on Mount Kenya after the Jubilee primaries. You can comment on that as you finalize.
I think if the president did not want to go for campaign before we have candidates. Before we have candidates, once the candidates are unknown, the lineup, the nomination is over. Later will present his papers, everybody will put their papers. Now we don't have candidates. That's the time Uhuru will start. And the campaign machine will be rough. It will be tough on the Kenya Kuisha. Actually, it is the Jubilee machine. They should be ready for it. And the signs are here on the ground. What is happening? They are preparing. So that is going to happen. And we pray for that happen and happen peacefully. There are people bring propaganda that Uhuru will not go because watu embarrass president. That's wishful thinking. Uhuru is a tough guy and he's smart. They will see. Why do you think you saw all those many blooded Jubilee vehicles? Where will they? You'll see them when they start moving. It will be laugh for them. If what is happening now on the ground, they can feel it. Like Kabogo, I don't know whether he will be able to campaign in Kiambu. From what he said yesterday, he called people Wapubafu. And that's happened in 2017. Alitusi akina mama akawambia wapange Raila wapee pesa vile matiti ya umbwa inakaa. You see, that was what made him not to become a governor for the next time. Now, the last thing I wanted to say about Kikuyu unity is this one. People are saying Kikuyus are not united. This is not the truth. And I want you people to check the history. During the Mau Mau War, during the fight for independence, how many groups did we have for Kikuyu? We had the freedom fighters, the group of Akina Kemavi. We had home guards. We had the loyalists. And we had the traitors. Traitors were called Tukonia, those who understand Kikuyu. There were those that were neutral. They were called the Komerela. It's just, now the other home guards, they were called the Gati. That situation has not changed. And you can tag all the actors in Kenya politics today who are the freedom fighters, who are the home guards, who are being paid money to settle their motherland, who are staying in the Jubilee and taking information out, betraying traitors. And there are those who do not know whether to go to Jubilee, to go to Kenya. They are called Komerela. They are there. Hawana msimamo, but they are waiting for the last minute to move with the tide. And so expect things to happen. And that's it's going to happen. This is the people giving us problem is the people that were born from 1980 up to today. From 1980 to 1990, 2000, those are 20 years. Those are the people that were born during the Moist time. And when they were getting ID, they didn't know what was happening during the Kano era. So they cannot tell you. Those that were born when Kibaki came to power, 2000 and 2002, had hawajaona shida. So they believe that tulikuwa na mobile phone, barabara zilikuwa sawa, radio peaceful, radio tulikuwa na mingi, hatujui shida ile ilikuweko. The strategy is one. And we are executing this strategy. Very simple one. These are our children. Like I have these youngsters. I'm not young because I've seen the four presidents. Kenyatta, nimemwona. Wakati wa 1969 nilikuweko. Moi, hata akipudiliwa nimekuweko. Ileli, ilisimama. Maybe some of you do not know why. Reli iliacha kubeba mizigo kwenda Nanyuki, kaanza kupeleka Kisumu. Those are issues to do with the fight for multi-party, where Right Honorable Raila Odinga participated when we were in the university in the 80s. So, this youth, and I've given you, the oldest are about 40 years. What are we telling them? We are telling them if they are hostile, there's not much you can do with them. There are those that are not hostile. And you tell them, because they trust the uncles and their fathers, you tell them, even if you are 40 years, we tell you, ask your father. Because some you can explain and you change them. But some are very difficult, they do not trust you. You take them back home. And after 2 weeks, when you meet them, you find they have changed. They have got information from the source they trust. Because the issue has to do with the trust. The other one, like myself, nikiwa nyumbani, uko na watoto watatu, and they are over 18 or have got ID. What do you do with them? Those are men and women. You discuss with them, you negotiate, you come to consensus, moja anakataa, lakini wana. But the strategy, tukitoka nyumbani, tukienda kuchaguana August, mzee anatoka nyumbani akiwa na majority. Even if some will go to UDA, and God forbid, we will get the win. And it is happening.
Okay,
Hakuna
thank you
kutumia
for
nguvu,
giving us
hakuna makasiriko, ni hivyo. Na mimi nafikiria nimemaliza. Kama mtu ako na maswali anaweza niuliza.
we trusted your wisdom, that's why we kept quiet to listen, especially those who come from the mountain. They can give us the right perspective. People can tell us, oh, the mountain is hostile to Uhuru, the mountain doesn't want Baba, but we are hearing from different quarters and we can understand now. Kama kuna swali moja mbili, we go to Roba. Caleb, wako na swali?
Aulize.
With a lot of respect, I have a question for Kinyanjui. You know, he has been saying that Jubilee is strong on the ground in Mount Kenya and it will be hitting the ground. My question is this. Why is it that most of the Mount Kenya leaders, day in, day out, they're contradicting themselves and they're even running away? Because Juzi, I've been watching Kanini Kega when he was in Nyeri. Himself, he was even saying that he doesn't even trust Raila. If you had some time to watch that clip, the whole clip, when he was giving his address, then you guys will see what some people are saying. The same to Kimeme, Francis Kimeme. He has been a very close person to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. But at this point in time, what did he say? Uhuru is a liar. If you take some time and listen to most of the Mount Kenya, you see even Kirito Murungi. He has been supporting Uhuru. What is he saying? What is he telling the people on the ground? Listen to a number of people. Even Uhuru Kenyatta's own cousin, Mungai, he was against the president's wish to follow that. So when the people are trying to say that just because the people are charting their own way forward, that they're trying to go against the community, and you are calling them, I don't know, Turakus or what, that's misleading. Because the people are chatting, the majority are chatting on their way. So when you see even these leaders coming up and going against the president, you should be asking yourselves a lot of questions. Uhuru Kenyatta had a lot of time to put his house in order, but never did that. That's all.
Can I answer you now? Can I answer?
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah, you can respond.
One point you need to realize, Uhuru is not a candidate. Laila Amala Odinga is a candidate, and DP William Ruto is the other candidate. The problem with the Kenya Kwanza, you are directing your missile to the wrong target. And that's why I've told you, you do not realize the campaign machine. The information you are getting, unless sometimes you understand the language I speak, there is a lot of misinformation and propaganda. But the actions speaks louder than words. You have seen Kanini Kega is the Secretary General, is the Director of Election in Jubilee. Kion is the Secretary General. And you have seen him campaign with the Baba. Kimemia may have problem because he has a CS, Sisri Kariuki, has gone to Nyandarua to compete with him. This is a time for competition. You cannot be guaranteed a seat by anyone. And trying to do so is making a big mistake. Like the way UDA and Kenya Kwanza are trying to do kupanga watu Mount Kenya na mahali pengine. The way it happened in 2017, that the heavyweights was fraud by a fraud nomination. Mount Kenya itachagua we have this policy, let the people decide, and we have ranked. I can guarantee you, Kiamba, you have good memory. I wish you are my neighbor. If that guy will get that seat back, we have very strong candidates. And even some of these people moving around with the William Ruto, and they are call them Kimani Ichung'wah, Kang'ata, Didi Nyoro. It will be breaking news from Mount Kenya when they fall. The way Isaac Ruto in Bomet aliangushwa na Laboso. When he stopped going with the Jubilee, akaenda kando kupiga Jubilee. Laboso did not have that a lot of strength. She was supported by the Jubilee machine. That's what I'm telling you, your experience in Mount Kenya. And mark that. Tuko na wewe tu hapa, Caleb.
Thank you.
But
Thank you for
upoe tu, don't be angry. Hii ni game tunaona ikichezwa. We have a chess masters. We are just observing, saying what the goal, whether it's being scored properly or wrongly. Hatuko pabaya, Azimio vile unasema. We are in a good place. That conflict that came has made Azimio better.
Thank you. Caleb, also just to respond on Kanini Keka's statement. You guys, sometimes you need to be intelligent at that. These guys are taking your votes now, Muji. You know, they are playing into the gallery, trying to tell you that Ruto and Raila will unite. So you have to look at the solution will be, you need to be in Jubilee. And when they go back to Jubilee, it is the UDA that loses because ODM is not on the mountain. So you have to understand the language and what they intend to achieve. Because the coalition between Jubilee and ODM already was signed, it's already banked there. What they are looking now is for votes. It doesn't matter the language you use, so long as you want to get the vote. And that is what even Kimemia is doing. He has seen that Cecilia is strong. So for him, he can look, if he can't get the Jubilee votes, let him try to slice a few votes from UDA. So you play in the gallery and tell them that Uhuru is bad, because anybody who says bad buys the Jubilee, the UDA voters. That's how Kinakavoka are doing. They also want to slice the UDA voters into Jibebe. CCK wants to slice UDA voters into Jibebe. So you need to be wise and understand the campaign message and what it intends to achieve. So don't just say these people. Anybody can say anything to Uhuru because he is not a candidate right now. They use him to get the votes. If you can choose him to get votes, you will do it. But so long as after you get the votes, you know where you stand. Oti, you wanted to say something?
Okay, yes. In fact, it is as if you've read up my mind. What are these people are doing? Let us not take them with all that much. When somebody say that I don't trust Raila, now is against Raila. The same thing is happening here in Nyanza. We were agitated with the direct nomination that was given. But you will hear so many people will go to TV, comment, lament, and down. So do you want to tell us that we are going to vote Ruto because Raila has given Sabu direct ticket? We shall talk and talk and talk, and for us to continue eating, because if we talk, Ruto will bring some cash and we shall fight over, and some will slice it. That is what is also happening. I'm living with some people from Mount Kenya right now. Those people, if you bring them food, they will eat, and they will tell you they won't dance and do anything. But you will not know. You will not know the time they are living. I have rest my case.
Thank you. Let's have Robert.
Okay,
Robert,
thank
mpaka
you.
tumekukalisha umesahau clip, but you can still remember. Sorry for that.
Okay, can you hear me now?
But I had to give Kinyanji some more time because he had some rich wisdom we didn't have.
Yeah. I also want to start from Mr. Kinyanju. Thank you. What you just said is what I'm hearing here overseas here in California from people from Mount Kenya. I know most of them and those who are engaged. The same thing I'm hearing. So you are just right on the target on that issue. Let me start by saying, are you people seeing what I'm seeing? I don't think so. The root out a plan. He has succeeded one part of the country, and he's either want to succeed or he's want to fail the other part of the country. Ruto, his aim was to bomb Western Kenya. He has bombed it, he has destroyed it, and now he wants to bomb the mountain. Using the word bomb might be very difficult for some people, but let me ask you a question. Maybe some of us, or some of you might know better. Why do you think Sakaja is now in UTA? Very soon, Marara is going to be in UTA. My question is, Mr. Musalia Mudavadi, where is A and C? Mr. Wetangula, where is Fort Kenya? They have been destroyed. And that's why I want to go back to the young man Karp. We cannot watch Mr. Ruto trying to destroy other parties like ANC. ANC is gone. Forget about it. Because already, right now, if the main names of ANC, people we expected, people like Sakaja and other people, we thought they would run through ANC. So it means ANC at least would have some people come election night. But what we are seeing is even the word Kwanzaa, Kenya Kwanzaa. What we even say they are in Kenya Kwanzaa. They are using that name as just like to like people. At this point, from what I know, Ruto is going to run on a UTA ticket. Everything be UTA. Everything can be UTA. So
Even running mate.
Yes. So if you are from Western Kenya, come on, look at it. It's really bad for them. That's one part. Now, what he had in mind is to destroy Mount Kenya. And that's what he's trying to do right now. So is he going to be successful? No. Do you know why? Thank to God, Raila Odinga came in. Thank to God, the president came in after they saw this man is destroying everybody. And now they are in. We know uchaguzi chanza bado, Kalonzo and the Duke, bado. We know you have not seen nothing yet. What I'm trying to say is this. We, as a growing democracy, we should support some of these small parties where they are small, they are big. That's fine. But let's not destroy our democracy just because of one man. Let us not just get out of what we are supposed to because of one man. I know he has money, but the question remains, where did he get out that money? No, he has not even answered where he got the money. And now he's, like somebody was saying, is opposing the same government is serving. That's very bad for our democracy. Now let me come to Kalonzo. I've said here, and I think 2 weeks ago, even not last week, I feel at this point, Kalonzo, get out. If you are a man, go run for presidency if you feel like, instead of just like threatening every time. It's just like a, it's just a crying baby. You want to be seated. I can't keep on doing this. And the people who are in Azimio right now, I want to be sincere with you. Things are not going well. If you think it's not going well, this is what I mean. We must have a stand. The problem we have now, we are trying to solve the problem, what's happening in Kamba. This Kamba politics right now. That's the way I feel. If you see this thing is being run from Mutua, Kalonzo, Mutua, Kalonzo, this is what they have on the ground, their own problems. Now they are bringing the same problem to some of us at the national level. And if we continue if we continue doing this way, then it's just like people want to run away. But at the same time, I believe in the democracy. But the democracy of Kalonzo, I don't see it. His demands too high. And what I believe in, he does not hold all the Kamba people in his house. When they wake up to go and vote, they vote by themselves. So if he has to go, let him go. I don't care. There will be other people who come up. But this idea of just threatening, now they are saying they want to know the issue of the vice presidency or the tribute president, or who's going to tributize Raila before they move forward. Now, if we have come this, what we have, we don't want to go what happened between Ruto and Uhuru. Because these people, if they could have gone through a process where Uhuru will choose whoever he wants, we could have not have this problem right now between him and the vice president. Now, Raila is being forced that, Mr. Kalonzo has to be his running mate. I don't see that way. I want a situation where Raila is given a chance to choose whoever he's comfortable with. He should be given that chance to choose whoever he can work with. He should be given that chance to choose whoever he believes can be a president if something happens to him. I don't mean, Kalonzo cannot be a vice president, but it might be a situation where we are putting our president uncomfortable to work with somebody. Raila has his own comfort. We have given him this mandate, you will be the next president. Let's also give him this power of him to choose his own running mate. We should not impose a running mate on him. If that's what's happening, then I'm out. Because that's going to be a disaster on that. I might be one person, but that's fine. That's what I believe in. So at this point, I want to just conclude and say, if we love democracy as a young country right now, we want to support our women, our youths, even if they are against whatever. Some of them might be at the other side. Democracy doesn't mean all competition is life or death. Like some of us, we take it. If we disagree, that's fine. But at the end of the day, we are in one country, breathing the same air, facing the same problems. And if Ruto becomes a president through a genuine way, I'll support him, and I'll call him Mr. President. If Raila wins, it will be even perfect for some of us. But at the same time, we should not destroy our country because of some people. We must do the right thing. Always put our country first. Thank you. I will just leave it there for end question.
At first, you had begun by those words. They are called hate lexes or what? And then you left them.
What's that?
Hate lexes. The NCIC.
That one with the Sonko?
No, those were with the Kenya Kwanza. Sawa, thank you for your rich contribution. Let's have Mr. Kamau amekaa sana.
Thank you so much, Bana Wekesa. Jaka sana, I've been listening to wisdom, and sometimes it's always good to listen more than even speaking, because sometimes you learn from people. And at this particular time, I want to acknowledge the wisdom of Mr. Kenyanjui, because what he said showed a lot of wisdom, and it was deep. It was we call it, it has substance. And therefore, and I'll still echo what he said, because some of these things that people are enjoying, thinking that they have a mountain, when the time comes, they will be surprised. Some of it, in fact, it has been shown in life that over 90% or 80% of MPs, MCAs cannot recapture their seats. So anybody thinking just because they are close to the deputy president, or on the other hand, Mr. Raila Odinga, it is not guaranteed that they are going to be recapture their seats. But having said that, I want to get to the issues that are on the subject today. Coalition building, it is not easy, and I usually tell people here, go to any developed or advanced nation today that deals with coalition building. Sometimes it is no joke, and particularly I'll single out Israel. Israel is a country led by coalitions, and it is not easy. People have to be patient with each other. They have to listen to each other. They have to give and take. And therefore, when I see Kalonzo giving this hard to get, for me, I usually say, let's be patient. I think at the end of the day, he is in a cocoa box. He will not go to the other side. But it is good to listen to him and listen to what he can offer and what the coalition can offer him. So at the end of the day, even as they have their supremacy battle of Eastern, they all feel comfortable, because it will not be easy, and it will not gonna be easy even if the president, even Raila, wins the elections, because they still want, they will be gesturing and those kind of things. So therefore, I believe that this is the moment we should listen to each other. It's a moment that people should sacrifice. It's also the moment where a coalition, because I think we are immature as a country in terms of coalition management. We do not know exactly on the way to manage coalitions to the excellence, to a particular point of excellency. There's somebody who has the mic on. I think it's Professor. So we have to be patient, and I think at this time, I don't think Azimio group can afford to lose Wiper. I think they can afford to lose anybody else from Eastern, but Wiper is not a person or a party to lose at this point. If you really need guaranteed victory, then Wiper must be considered. I feel some echo sometimes. Therefore, mine is to just say it is time to be patient with each other. It's time to listen to each other and accommodate each other. Without that, then the dream of having the president or the fifth president as Raila Amolo Odinga will not be there. We might not like so many things that Ruto is doing, but the way he is handling those people, whether he is anapiga makucha ama nafanya nini, that is how we should do. We should sit down at places like Nairobi. Nairobi is an Azimio area, is an Azimio zone. But if we let all these governors that are in Azimio umbrella go their way, then it will give a very good room to the opponent to win. Therefore, these are things that they should talk about. But one thing I know is that after a nomination, now there will be serious negotiations and there will be serious streamlining, so that at the end of the day, Azimio takes the lead. The other thing is that is the nomination Jitters, and of course the Sonko issue. Sonko is just going to be, To me, I don't. If somebody has been even the American, they have given a notice on him not to travel there. I think it is a burden for Azimio to have this person. I think it is important to have integrity and people with a serious character to be on the Azimio side. Because once we have people who have even the American intelligence have flagged them, then that is a problem. And therefore, as I finish, I want to say that Azimio, where there are those coalition talks and all those, they are good. They are good. They are good. It's good to have democracy where people speak, but at the end of the day, it's always good to streamline and people be in one accord. Asante.
President ni aroka ni mwe thiba ni anjĩtie kũgĩa maĩ nĩ mwe ũguo nĩ aroka kũmĩona na magoka namba ũguo nĩguo ngamwĩra no ndĩrenda njigue wega niĩ mũtikanjie kũmbĩngĩca njĩnjĩre president oke na baba nyoniai nĩguo rĩrĩ kana ndĩmũtware
Explain that in 30 seconds, Mr. Makau. Mr. Kamau.
Macau is a good name, but okay, what is basically happening here is that the president is waiting for the nomination to be done so that he can work with the people who will be nominated with the Jubilee Party. And now what is happening on the ground, there is a very big mobilization on the project that Uhuru Kenyatta wants to open, and in the process also campaign for his people. So this time around, the PS was telling them, do you want Baba to come with Uhuru in this project? They were shouting yes. So things are changing. You see, the good thing about these two parties, ODM and Jubilee, they are the parties funded, and they have enough money to mobilize. So that's why I agree with Kinyanjui that there will be a lot of change and shift. Wait and see. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. WG, you had a question to Kamau?
Yes, I had a question for him. Is it a question? I'm saying, Mr. Kamau, we agree that there is democracy, and Kalonzo Musyoka should be given his space to practice his democracy. Don't you think this other lobbying for positions, don't you think it's going on in some other quarters with Raila?
Professor, mute your mic.
With Raila and other aspirants who are willing to get that seat, but is it generating the kind of noise that Kalonzo is generating? We also have people squaring it out inter parties. Even in ODM, it's not safe. But do we see them making news on the media the way Kalonzo's wiper is making noise with attacking the likes of Kinamutua? So to me, I don't. Yes, Kalonzo has space to practice his democracy, but I think what is lacking is discipline. And that is adapting some wrong tactics that William Ruto has been using to harass Uhuru Kenyatta throughout this. That is the same tactic Kalonzo wants to bring in Azimio.
Biluji,
So
you're
what's that?
asking a question and answering yourself.
I'm just mentioning to him so that he can react.
Ungeliva respond kwanza ndio upeane your opinion. In
Okay.
my view, yes.
Yeah, I think WG, let us be patient. I believe this noise will subside. We also know that the media is waiting for anything wrong to happen in Azimio, so that they can have a newsworthy programs. Sometimes there is even nothing. They're creating a storm out of a teacup. Because if my memory serves me right, that yesterday, I think yesterday or yesterday but one, Kalonzo said he doesn't matter what position is going to be given. And therefore,
Yesterday,
that was,
for church.
but yeah, and you see, that was not news then. But now, because there's some Secretary General of his party who has written a letter, now it is being blown out of proportion. And I'm so sure it is some very few things that needs ironing out. So for me, I want Azimio to be bigger and better, because seriously, if we are not going to be together in this race, then we're going to give this Hasira party an opportunity.
Thank you. So the next person is WG, so you can give your part of your version of what you think as you come into the topic.
There is, I think I can see some hands from, or I just continue.
Kuna swali wapi?
Well,
Prof, you're asking Makau. Kamau, I don't know why I reversed that name. Yes, Professor, ask your question, then as we move to...
Mine was not a question per se. I was just asking to be now given time to weigh in. But let WG just continue. I think after that you will.
Oh yeah, you dropped off. So after WG, I will come back to you.
Thank you. So let me begin with this Kalonzo issue. To me, I don't take it very kindly, because since this guy came in, there's been a continuous controversy, and I call it discord that is coming from one direction within Azimio. So it cannot be that the same person, the same party is first of all, they drag their feet when we thought that they'd come in. One feet was still dragging outside, and they were almost bundled forcefully by the president. So when now he comes in and then he wants to begin pangaring everyone else, they stated the other time that Mutua and those other parties, the DAP and the other parties, those ones belong to ODM side, which means in the three-legged thing. So those are our people, without realizing that he found these people within Azimio. These people made decision long time ago. He must learn, even if Mr. Kamau has a soft spot for Kalonzo, I must remind Kalonzo that he must respect others, especially within that Azimio guy. People who allowed them in that situation were also wise. They should not come here to begin lecturing people how people should belong in that category. They brought in the issue of the three-legged stool. And nobody, questioned it, because we want to try as much as possible to, accommodate them. But they are getting, in our nerves so much. And I'm telling you, if you remember, this is not the first time. Mr. Kamau, this guy, this is not his first time to bring this kind of moves. Remember back then, when he went, they ran away with a certificate. He began like this until one time he was booed in some meetings in Mombasa, and I think they never saw eye to eye again until the day of election with Raila Odinga. This thing again, he's beginning it again, and it's high time that we must call him to order, because even us as Azimio and the next government, we won't be so much comfortable with acrimonious kind of government, the way William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta has been, where there are wrangles every other time. It will force the new government not to achieve its promises that is giving people. So sometimes, if that is the kind of government that we should expect in future, then we better even not have that kind of government, so that things should be cool. So the other thing, I think, while members of Azimio are so much focused in making Kenya not go slip into some other hands, Kalonzo Musyoka is coming into Azimio with other things. He either gets his way or people fail to reach their destination. And that is what we are not going to take kindly. Maanzo and Mutula Kilonzo Jr., if they are the people behind, this discord that is created by Wiper, Kalonzo has a duty to bring them to order. Otherwise, I think they will just campaign on their own. We have to tell them this fact, and it has to be as soon as possible. This one should be as soon as possible. We are not going to tolerate this thing. Number two, this issue of rushing to press every other time. People have problems, in-house problems, but please avoid the press. Now they even send letters to the registrar of me. Then again they leak it to the press. Those are that is nonsense. We should not even accommodate those kind of men. So that is what I have. He is continuing to irritate us, and we are not going to have room for him very soon, until he comes and says that he is with us in this cause. So that is, having said, I want to address the issue of fuel, which is persisting, and the government is just quiet. I wonder what kind of government is this?
To know whatever formations they come up with, whatever political formations, this is the time for Brother Raila to be president of Kenya. And I commend him for resilience, for ability to stand strong.
Aidha, Kalonzo amewataka. I was just reminding ourselves that clip, so you can proceed with what you're saying.
Yeah, but he's speaking that today and tomorrow they are all over the media contradicting themselves. They are playing with our minds. If that is the case, and I think, and that's the reason why Wanawekesa, I said, if it is Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and those other juniors with him, if they are the ones confusing Kalonzo, then it's high time Kalonzo brought them to order. So that one we are not going to accept.
Yeah, but that's why for me I respect Baba. You see, yes, he only came out from the doorstep of Harambe and said we are shaking hands with Uhuru. He has never gone back, and whatever negotiation they do, we never know. They do it behind the scene. This is maturity. Well,
maturity. That is maturity. Yeah, that's maturity. Very, it's good you've reminded us that. It doesn't mean that even Baba's relationship with Uhuru is so smooth. It's not that it's so smooth, but there's a way they iron out their issues, because some of these issues, Wiper and Kalonzo and Kalonzo's supporters or MPs jump with at the press can be ironed out, but through backdoor, and even Raila is so accessible. Just the other day, Mutua spoke like that a little, and he was called. He told us that is Raila calling, and he went and met him, and then he was convinced. That is what we are expecting.
Now leave alone that. Leave alone that. It is a night. It's a day before. You know, after they had a meeting in Mwingi West.
Yes.
Kalonzo hosted Raila in Seikuru, his home. So you cannot host someone in your home today and tomorrow you're having some mamas. It doesn't.
Yeah. So the guy, that is why I'm saying even the relationship should be structured. Sio mtu analala usiku, anaota, alafu akishaota hivi anaita press. Anawaambia chenye ameota. That it doesn't make sense. Let's grow up. You know, yeah, inaudhi vile Mama Selina alikuwa anasema, it's sometimes inabo sana. So I was addressing the issue of fuel, and this is where again I wanted to. We like President Uhuru. He's our president, and we commend him for the last term, the way he's. But I feel he's becoming so a weakling. How can you sit down to sort out an issue and then people continue defying your order? I thought the issue of fuel, he had met with the stakeholders and that was solved. Whatever the thing, you know, it is the government issuing those licenses. It can withdraw them anytime. If you don't comply with government directive, then there's nothing to be done, but your license should be withdrawn so that law and order can be kept. Not that the Uhuru, who is the chief, the knee in chief, you see, and he issues a directive, and then people defy, and Kenya continues to move on like nothing has happened. My friend, Uhuru Kenyatta should be reminded that he is the president. He should wield that whip and bring people to order. Let him call those people. If you don't want to go by the statement of the government, please, you give up your license so that others who feel like they can comply with the directive can get it. There are so many people who want to play in that field. So I'm expecting that the government should take a more stern action on people who are still holding the fuel. So if there is any issue that they still mum about, let them bring them, because they are holding, and at the same time they are not trying to bring what is disturbing them. And the other thing again, still on the government, the famine. Normally, or the initial years, if there was just a call for famine, and we would see, you know, a lot of government reactions to put in place. People, they would, you know, reach out even to government, private sector. You know, they would call them and you know, ask them to give whatever they can give. But the government is just mum. We only receive, you know, information on TVs, but we are seeing very little move by the government. Remember, in the Kibaki Raila presidency, there was was it a commission or a department dealing with drought? You know, so that was a very good move that William Ruto came to finish when they took over in 2013. So we want the government to come up, because some of these things, Wekesa, they appear to be small and people overlook them. But these are things that add up to even deny Raila, you know, votes, because he's seen to be allied to a president who is ineffective, who is not attending to their plight. So we are so much interested in how Uhuru Kenyatta is handling these things. That is my contribution tonight, Wekesa.
Thank you. Let's have now Professor Yimbo and WG.
Yes, sir.
Nishikie 10 minutes. I'm coming back. Nitafute Ndemba.
Okay, asante. Thank you. I am Woody Yimbo.
Unmute, brother.
Unmute.
Hello, thank you very much. I've been waiting patiently. Sometimes I get thrown out, then I come back. Okay, I don't know whether we have talked about this.
You are not thrown out. I think your network is having issues.
Oh, yeah.
You know, when you say that, people think that we are chasing people away, unless you have committed an offense.
It is the network that is
Your
throwing
network
me.
is having challenges.
So even before I start, I want to talk in jest about a person called Mandela. Mandela seems to be happy or listening to music. He dances there. So it makes me not even to want to leave. Being that as it may, allow me to speak about the Mr. Musioka. And you will grant me some latitude to go back to, let's say, 20 years ago, about 2007. Remember, 2007 was a contested and really disputed election. But what did Kalonzo do? Kalonzo alipitia katikati. So, and he became the VP then. It is like when the then President Kibaki was planning maybe to steal election. It's like he knew this. That said and done, allow me also to say that the so-called Kenya Kwanza that was being spearheaded by Kalonzo, Mudavadi, Gideon Moi, and the like. I said it last week here, was it last week here, when Bernard was anchoring this, that Kalonzo really was displeased when, during the NDC of the ANC, Mr. Ruto or Deputy Ruto attended, and therefore they got out in protest. And Malala, in his own wisdom, while to me, in his lack of wisdom, really boasted that the earthquake had claimed two individuals, possibly Kalonzo and Ruto. But I want to make something out of that by saying that seemingly Ruto, having realized that Kalonzo was the senior most and somebody who the vote was kind of choosing to head that kind of coalition, Ruto tried to bribe this guy. But it's like Kalonzo, with the way he's not always decided, maybe wants, maybe doesn't want, he delayed, and then Mudavadi seized this opportunity, and Mudavadi was bribed. Now he's there to stay. Now, Kalonzo has also found another opportunity to maybe to redeem the opportunity that he lost in terms of those millions. In fact, the media had it. Some muted talks had it that he was bribed with 300 million. One of his cronies, Malala, was given a house in Kitengela. The same Mudavadi has got a house that was evacuated by Kamlesh Patni here in Riverside near Chiromo. But those are subject to verification. So I think Kalonzo was being bribed, but then Ruto did not meet the threshold of the so-called bribe. So now is another chance that Ruto is dangling money to him to leave Azimio. That's why I call him, I can say, somehow listen authoritatively that Kalonzo suffers split personality disorder. At one point he says that he wants to get into Azimio, but Uhuru Kenyatta should be there to chair that structured talk. While at the same time, he goes with Raila and says that he doesn't want anything as long as Brother Raila is is going to be the flag bearer. And remember, the latest he said in church. So there is a sense in which maybe whatever he was saying was ordained, if so to speak, by God. But Kalonzo also should not come to Azimio. Imagine he came late. But brothers and sisters, I want you to, this is my personal thinking, that this issue of Azimio, it did not start in 2021. The way we had a very large conference in Kasarani, of course myself I attended, but even before Raila and Uhuru had the famous handshake, I think they sat, and they always say that they sat and they have been talking about all these things. Number one thing, this Azimio was talked before even these people could greet themselves. And remember, after the disputed election, when Raila was going to Uhuru Park to have himself sworn as the people's president, where were the NASA guys? And I'm talking about now Kalonzo, because the others have since joined Ruto. Kalonzo was not there, so it means that even his trust himself, his trust is very minimal. How could you go to war and your comrade in arm. In fact, you are almost your number two. Cook was not there. That is why sometimes there, maybe Raila or people's handling Raila answered him that he should look for his equivalent, that is a deputy Ruto, by then to have a handshake with. So Kalonzo should not come with a lot of demands while we know that amekuja nyuma. But Raila, in his own wisdom, as they normally say, what Raila can see while sitting down, no any politician can see while climbing the tallest building in this Kenya. I don't know whether that building is in Nairobi or it is in Nakuru. Nakuru is the home of tallest buildings. But Raila, in his own wisdom, had studied the movement of Mudavadi through Malala, during which, when they were having their Oka staff, Malala used to say that it is Mudavadi that should be chosen as the flag bearer. Anything short of that, then they would move to the UDA. Of course, the latter carried the day and they moved. So Kalonzo also is trying to do this. When Mudavadi went, Kalonzo remained. When he remained knowing that he's going to join. He's going to join Raila. But even before Mudavadi went, Raila had scanned the field and did what in Western? He co-authored the formation of this DAPK that is headed by Wamalo, Wamunyinyi, and the likes. The same thing, he had also noticed the movements of Mr. Kalonzo, and therefore, what happened? Look at the Okambani trio, the governors. He started consolidating them. Now Kalonzo has realized that he's losing ground. Now he's coming with a demand that for him to stay, let him kick out Mutua. In fact, the other time Mutua said that it is Kalonzo who is kicking him out. And he received the call and even informed the people who were present there that it was Raila who was calling. And luckily, a day after, he went back to the press and said that we have now been given the chance to go through the document and now we are there. We are there fully. Another point that I want to make is that Kalonzo cannot say or purport to be in Azimio by demanding the Azimio to kick out or to divorce Mutua. He has his own problem. That is his own problem in his backyard. Let him sort it out. And we, at this juncture, we give some credit to Raila Odinga. Look at the Nyanza backyard. You don't hear any other political party that is not ODM. If it is something that is not ODM, maybe at a time of a coalition, that is when you will hear of the Ford Kenya with Olago Aluoch, the Ford Kenya with Jared Kopi, who was my former MP in Awendo, and then you hear of the PDP, which Obado went through with, but later changed to ODM, something like that. Kalonzo has kind of lost ground to these three governors, and therefore he wants to come back, but he knows that he is maybe not going to get enough MPs to champion his agenda, so he wants to frustrate Mutua. That said and done, I have another, because sometimes as you people talk, I pick some points and I write them, so I'm just going through. If you look at the running mate issue, and people believe that Mr. Kalonzo should be Raila Odinga's running mate. Yes, but this time, look at people with which Raila is going to war. This time, there is some section from Mount Kenya. But if you look at it from numbers point of view, the numbers don't lie. Ukambani, if I'm not wrong, it is about 1.5 million registered voters, 1.5 million registered voters. I may be wrong in numbering, but if you look at Mount Kenya, they have the lion's share. They are about 6 million. But sometimes I look at political pundits like Manyora, like Mutai Nguni, and Mutai Nguni in his own channel says that Raila just requires 800,000. I don't know that one is what percentage of 6 million, because Raila has been getting less than 10%. But this time, He only needs, if anything, if whatever has been going on in the media is anything to go by, he only needs about 28. But there is a belief that he's going to surpass that. So if you look at that 200, or if you look at that 30% of the 600 million, you find that Mount Kenya, there is a sense in which they deserve to get some running mate from Raila Odinga. Because this is the first time that a Kikuyu is not running as a president. I don't know whether Wairia is serious, but this is the time that Wakikuyu are not moving. This is the time that Kikuyu is not vying as a president. So the only thing that they should look for is the number 2, because there is also from the other side that Mudavadi needs to be needs to be the running mate. Maybe the other time it is Rigathi Gachagua. But who knows? Sometimes I write, and I wrote recently that Mudavadi, 20 years still, quote unquote, stupid, because keeps on this election year, he goes this side, Raila redeems him. Another year, goes this side, Raila redeems him. Now he has gone to Ruto. I don't know who is going to redeem him, because you will remember in 2002, he went with Moi to become a VP for 2 months. 2005, Raila brought him back. 2007, 2013, he went it alone and he missed. He did not even get a million vote. Now that he's not going to vie himself, but to be somebody subservient, what is he going to get? Now he's now deviating again, going on a tangent. He's going to come back. Who is going to bring him back? And if you look at Ruto very well, Ruto's move is to remove anybody away, somebody who is so serious, who has got the potential to bring the mediocres. Allow me call them mediocres. This is the person who brought in Waititu. He brought in Sonko. He brought in Echesa, so that people with clear mind and agenda could not. In fact, it was in the schemes of things that Ruto made sure that no Kikuyu was a governor in Nairobi in 2017, because that Kikuyu by now would be somebody serious to look for the position of maybe running mate. He brought Waititu, and with the scandal, Waititu was impeached. He brought Echesa. Echesa was also sacked. He brought Sonko. Sonko was also sacked or impeached. And by this Sonko resurgence is a game plan of Ruto. But how is he trying to bring it in? First of all, he tells Sonko to join Azimio. And of course, we know the shenanigans that are with the Sonko, matters corruption and those American letters and intelligence stuff. So it will appear as if Sonko has been denied the chance to run in Azimio, so that he will go to the Kenya Kwanza, so that by that, Ruto will have some political mileage. That is what I see in this Sonko stuff. But Uhuru himself, somebody was, I think it was WG, who was saying that Uhuru appears to be very, very weak. I want to maybe go against that, because Uhuru, he seems to be one of the best presidents we have ever had. Because Uhuru, his handlers know how to deal with Ruto. They will go and say something only to provoke Ruto. And Ruto himself is mtu wa hasira. Atakuja atajibu. Any other thing that has been, even this SIM card registration, his people have come, the Kinadwale, they have come and they have said no to it. Even when the country means a good thing, they say no. When we talk about now, this you were talking about the hate speech saga and whatever, they are coming to say no. They are only to provoke Ruto to know the extent at which Ruto can go. In his book, that is called The Art of War, a Japanese man by the name Sanzo says that why should you use power while you are fighting your enemy when sometimes you can use silence? Uhuru has not chosen power, to fight Ruto. Uhuru is using silence to fight Ruto. But at the same time, he knows very well that Ruto is trying to look for votes from Mount Kenya. Not that he loves the Wakikuyu, no. In fact, our Wakikuyu are the impediment to his success. And you will believe me, because if there would be anybody like that, he would be embracing Martha Karua. He would be embracing Akina Kiraitu Murungi. But Kiraitu Murungi abused Kiraitu Murungi, and the other time we also got when Kiraitu was saying that, my friend, I went to Harvard University. So ukiniita mjinga ni wewe ndo unajua. He wants just to make these people get out of the way, and therefore Ruto will want to rule, and he can even change the constitution to suit him, because first of all, he's young and he's aggressive. He's falling into temptations, or is becoming a victim of what the former president Nyerere of Tanzania referred to as the 5 Ps: popularity for his own sake, prestige for his own sake, power for his own sake, prosperity for his own sake, and pomposity for his own sake. He doesn't know why he needs to be a president, because just like the senator for Homa Bay, Moses Kajwang, said that when a tilapia comes out of water and tells you that the Nile perch is sick, it is better you ask him why. So it is also imperative to ask Uhuru what made him to break ranks with Ruto, because Uhuru was a political nemesis of Raila, and out of nowhere we found them having a handshake. It means that the Mr. President has known that his deputy is worse than what meets the eye, and I believe that. So Uhuru knows, but by the time he's going to move to Mount Kenya is when we will know. Every one of us knows here that elections in Kenya are still tribal affiliations. And we have big tribes: Kikuyus, Kalenjin, Luos, Luyas. But Luyas, we know them. Luyas can never be united because they love money. When they are in power, they cannot do enough investment. But when the money has ended, now they start following their fellow men. If there was any doubt, see what Halwale did, see what Mudavadi is doing, see what Malala has been doing. That said and done, I want to say this, that with Raila joining ranks with Uhuru, Raila, I think, has made Uhuru to be more mature and somebody who knows how to play long-term politics. Raila has been playing the long-distance politics because he sees things before people could see it. If he could not be playing long-term politics, then he could not have accepted to have a handshake with Moi, with Kibaki, with Uhuru. But when he was denied, and rightfully, most of his votes, he just said, okay, it's okay, another day for fighting. So
let's unmute your mic.
Okay. Yeah. So Raila has made Uhuru to be more of a mature guy. To the extent that people now think that Uhuru is a weakling. He's not. He's not a weakling. What Uhuru has done so cleverly that the other side of the Kenya Kwanza think that now it's a triumph for Ruto is that Uhuru has held Mount Kenya as a shiny object. And I will use the story of red herrings. Historically, red herrings were used to distract carnivores, possibly dogs, from pursuing whatever they were following. And it was used in a fishing expedition. When the fishes had been kept somewhere and the dogs were following to go and eat them, then a red herring would be dragged along their way, and the scent from that herring, or the bad smell from that herring, would distract the dogs, and the dogs would follow to the extent that they now leave or avoid their original goal. That is what Mount Kenya now appears to be. Mount Kenya has been lifted high, and it is now a shining star to the extent that it attracts William Ruto. So as he goes there, maybe month in, month out, I think the other time he was there, he was there yesterday, there in Kiambu. As he does that, he forgets the rest of the country. William Ruto can only go to Mount Kenya, he goes to Mombasa Beach, and then he goes to Luyaland. While the other so-called 43 or 44 counties, he leaves for Raila to consolidate. That's now the explanation behind my analogy of the red herring. But Uhuru, let us not assume that Uhuru ameisha kwa ground. Wakati atakapoanza kutembea, atakapoenda sijui kama wako na Sagana 3, Sagana 4, Sagana whatever, that is when we will know that the ground has shifted. Most of these things, they do them strategically. For example, somebody was saying why the billboards of the aspirants no longer have the portraits of Raila, like that. Maybe he knows why, and they know better than we know. While finishing, I want to say that Mr. Raila Odinga, through his nicknames, the so-called Gwambo, Jacom, Nyundo, Tinga, do you ask yourself why he normally has those names? And this is a time when his title, Agwambo, should come to play. Agwambo means something that keeps on changing, a chameleon, so to speak, because he knows how to change tacts. Now I'm on another kind of argument. He knows how to change tacts. First of all, they allow Ruto to have to boast of having secured the mountain, having secured Western. But if you look at the pollsters, saizi I think Raila akona kitu kama 45, Ruto akiwa na 43 hapo. Raila also seems to have learned from Mr. Kibaki, because remember, Kibaki himself, when he wanted to rerun in 2007, Raila was cunning by then, but Kibaki chose not to fight him. Kibaki, in fact, was giving him whatever he wanted, but Kibaki had known the game. Do we want here to believe that Uhuru and Raila plus the so-called deep state don't know what they are doing, to the extent that Ruto should come and just apite tu namna hiyo? To conclude, allow me also to use this analogy of the football. Most of you like football, even if you don't like, but you know something about football. In the UEFA Champions League, no team has come from nowhere just to win that. If there was any doubt, you can ask Chelsea, you can ask Man U, you can ask Atletico, you can ask Barcelona, and etc. There is a sense in which you must first of all be eliminated, maybe from the quarters, from the semis, is when next time you will come and win. What do I say? Can Ruto come from nowhere to win presidency? I doubt. Maybe if he followed Moi, but Moi's circumstances played their way in the to the extent that the sitting president died. Then he took over. Even if when he took over, the deep state by then, it had not been formed that much, never wanted him. It was by grace of God and etc. that he got to become the Kenya president, and of course he changed his ways then. Ruto has learned about Moi so much. Ruto learned about Raila so much, to the extent that saizi ako kwa shoe ya Raila, penye Raila alikuwa 207. He thought he had taken the world. Na Kenya, kushinda na kupewa ni vitu tofauti. Let us accept that. He thinks that he has won. But even as he thinks that he has won, he has gone abroad and he has said, these people want to steal my votes. Atuli akamuuliza, uko na ngapi yenye wanapanga kukuibia? I think I can rest my case there. Thank you for giving me the latitude Asanteni sana.
Nani anafuata? Naona Wekesa yuko, kila mtu yuko. Nani alikuwa anafuata?
Henry was to hold on to Baranani. Alikuwa namshikilia Baraza. Wekesa.
Okay, okay. Henry ndiye alikuwa anashikilia.
Mandela has not spoken.
Okay, we can give to Mandela.
Wekesa amesema Selina, Wekesa amesema ushikilie na ni Temba nakuja. Angalia kwa comment. Kwa chat.
Okay.
Kwa chat amesema ushikilie na ni anakuja.
Okay, so nani anafuata? Okay, tunaweza patia msee cha Kendube alafu Nyams.
Sawa.
Asanteni sana. Asante Mama Selina. Hamujambo?
Hatujambo.
Kwa mjadala wa leo, mimi kusema kweli narudia tu yale nimesema. Nilisema tangu zamani kwamba uongozi unajulikana, viongozi wachache.
Selina, mimi sijaongea.
Yes, after
sijaongea.
Basi wacha ongee mbele yangu.
Sawa.
Mwacha ongea alafu mimi niongee. Ongea tu.
Amekupatia kwa roho safi, sasa uongee alafu cha Kendube aingie.
Mwacha ongee dakika moja, kuna kitu nafanya.
Okay, cha Kendube endelea.
Dad, ongea.
Asante. Mimi nasema kwamba uongozi sio wote hawa watu ambao tunaona ni viongozi. Viongozi ni wachache sana. Kwa sababu unaweza kuhesabu tu viongozi. Viongozi kwa maoni yangu ni watu ambao huangalia mbele, huangalia kwamba katika nchi yetu tunataka nini kule mbele. Sio wale ambao wanataka kile ya leo hii. Lazima uangalie unataka nini kwa Kenya. Kenya nchi yetu tunataka iweje. Hivyo ndivyo inatakiwa. Na hawa watu ambao mimi kila siku nimekataa, nimesema hawa sio viongozi. Watu kama kina Kalonzo, mimi nimesema sio viongozi. Kwa sababu kama wewe ni kiongozi, Kalonzo anatakiwa awe kwa ligi ya Raila na Uhuru, si watu fujo hii ambayo naona watu wa Kalonzo wanafanya. Yaani Kalonzo anasema mimi lazima ninachaguliwa kwa hiyo ni upuzi mtupu. Kwa sababu hiyo ni kuleta fujo. Hiyo sio demokrasia. Tena nasikia hapa nimeona watu wengi sana wanasema sisi tunataka demokrasia. Lakini hiyo demokrasia inapotokea wanasema kuna mvurugano, mbona ODM hawafanyi hivi? Kwa sababu wanaona watu wa UDA sijui wa UDA wanafanya ile demokrasia negotiation, ile kuzungumza, kuacha ufujo. Na hiyo ndio mimi nilisema kwa maoni yangu, hiyo ndio siasa, hiyo ndio demokrasia. Kwa maoni yangu ni nzuri, kwa sababu ni demokrasia ambayo tunakubaliana nani ambaye anaonekana ana nguvu zaidi kuliko hao wengine, ni mtu fulani, tunamunga mkono. Lakini hii fujo ambayo sasa Kalonzo sasa anataka vice president, na ameshaonyesha fujo, ashasema anataka kuanza sasa. Kama akitaka vice president sahihi na watu wake wanaleta fujo, watafanya tu vile nani amefanya, Ruto amekuwa akifanya. Na hiyo ni ukosefu wa nidhamu, italeta vurugu kwa serikali, vile imeleta mvurugo kwa serikali hii saa hizi. So hiyo ni kitu kama hiyo. Mimi nasema Kalonzo akitaka kuwa president asitake uvice, achukue nafasi nyingine, alafu apiganie hiyo mambo ya president wakati ule mwingine. Lakini huwezi kuwa vice na unaenda kusema vitu tofauti na vile president anasema. Hiyo ni total tofauti. Achukue kazi nyingine au akae tu aseme yeye haja yake anataka president, kwa hiyo angojee siku hiyo, kwa sababu ukiwa katika hiyo serikali lazima utafuata vile serikali imepanga, na kama hutaki kufuata vile serikali imepanga, basi haina maana kuwa katika hiyo serikali. So mimi nasema, nilisema hata wakati ule mwingine kwamba huyu jamaa ni jamaa ambaye analeta fujo, sio viongozi. Na hata wakisema kwamba integrity, sijui watu wanasema integrity, tuangalie sasa, huyu ndiye anataka kuwa president wetu Kalonzo, analeta mtu kama Sonko, mtu ambaye ako na vitu vingi nyuma ya mambo ya uhalifu, mtu ambaye ameshindwa kuongoza, juzi ameshindwa kuongoza hapa, alafu sasa anaenda Mombasa, unamleta sasa. Watu na Kenya wanaweza kuona kwamba huyu tukimchagua kama president anaweza kututeulia watu wa namna gani. Manake kusema utaki mambo ya corruption na mdomo ni tofauti na vitendo vyako. Sasa kama sahihi anasema hataki mambo ya corruption, anachagua wale watu ambao wako corrupt. Hiyo mambo ya kusema anateuliwa na chama chake kwenda kupigania governor, kwani hakuna watu wengine? Hakuna. Si hata Kalonzo aende huko basi. Jamani wa Kenya, tunasahau haraka namna gani? Kwani kuna kitu mbaya na sisi? Anaweza kusema kwamba kweli Sonko aende akapiganie ati governor Mombasa. Wachana na hiyo. Kwani wa Mombasa wako watu? Jamani, vitu kama hizo ni vitu ambavyo
Chakindu Bey, wacha nikuulize, nini ilifanyika ikasemekana aende Mombasa chenye angefanya Nairobi? Ya pili, umeongea mambo ya Kalonzo. Wakati baba alikuwa Uhuru back, Kalonzo, Mudavadi, Wetangula walitoroka. Akikuwa rais na siku ile ilikuwa moto hakutokea, msimamo yake iko wapi? Ukiendelea.
So
nafasi ni yako, uendelee.
So hao watu unaosikia Mama Selina, hizo zote ni makosa. Hizo zote ni makosa ambayo haifu. Kama wewe ni kiongozi na umefanya hizo vitu vyote, alafu unakuja kusema ati unataka uaminifu. Uaminifu uko wapi kwao? Siku ile tukitaka walisema, walitembea nchi nzima wakisema wataenda kumwapisha Raila. Siku ile ya kumwapisha, they were not there. Juzi hapa Kalonzo na Mudavadi wanasema wako kwa Kenya moja. Hawakufikia siku hiyo ya Kenya moja. Ulikuta kwamba nani ameenda kwa Mudavadi ametoka kwao amejiunga na chama kingine bila kuambia. Sasa wapi uaminifu? Mtu gani ambaye haaminiki? So hao watu, mimi nimewaambia kila siku, hawa sio viongozi. Kiongozi ni mtu ambaye anaweza kusema watu wangu, au kuambia watu tufuateni hapa ndio mimi naona ni nzuri, na akasimama na anakubali kusimama na hiyo msimamo wake, hata kama achaguliwi, lakini anasimama na huo msimamo wake. Na mimi naweza kusema bila kuficha, mtu ambaye kiongozi ambaye watu unaweza kuona ana mtizamo na msimamo ulio kamilifu ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Na saa hizi Uhuru Kenyatta, Uhuru aliwaambia watu wake, sitaki vile nchi yetu inaenda, lazima tubadilishe mwenendo, na amestick. Hakusikia, amekataa na akawaambia hapa ndio nchi yetu inafuata. Sasa hivyo hivyo ndio uongozi. Uongozi sio wa kugawa watu, uongozi ni wa kuweka watu pamoja na kuwaelekezea katika sehemu ambayo watapata manufaa, sio kwa vuruga tu ati wewe unataka cheo. Saa hizi Kalonzo nia yake anataka awe assistant, awe vice president, hiyo tu. Sasa wapi wananchi ambao anasema anawatafuta? Wako wapi? Kama angalii Kenya kwa mapana marefu kwa nchi nzima, sasa iko wapi? So watu kama hao, mimi maoni yangu, awepo asiwepo, kwa kweli mimi kama hafuati vile nataka, na mimi nasema Kalonzo fai hata kuwa vice president, kwa sababu tumeshamuona ana fujo, haheshimu mwenzake. So mtu kama huyo kitu kidogo amekimbilia. Raila alifanywa nini na kina Kibaki? Hatujaona Raila akileta barua eti hii aliandika. Mimi sijamuona hadi kwa press conference ati tuliandika letter of understanding na Mwai Kibaki. Hakuleta, lakini walimfanyia kitendo ambacho kila mtu aliona ni mbaya, lakini hakuna siku ameleta kusema ati lakini Kalonzo amesema kila kitu. Saa hii alisema, juzi alisema ye hajali, kile chochote atapata. Saa hii the same huyo wanasema hatuwezi kusikilizana kama hatujaambiwa kama Kalonzo ni vice president. Hiyo afadhali watafute mahali wanaweza kwenda. Kuna huo fujo kama hiyo. Hauwezi kupeana condition kwa chama ambayo, kwa muungano ambao kuna watu ni wengi. Na juzi walisema hiyo kamati yao itamsaidia kuchagua ni nani. Sasa jambo ambalo lingekuwa nzuri, sasa wangekaa wapange ni mahali gani watasimamisha nani na mahali gani watasimamisha mtu gani. Kama wapangi, hizo viti zote zitachukuliwa na UDA kama nani hawapangi. Lakini inafaa tupange, tukubaliane kwamba mahali fulani kutakuwa na mtu. Mimi kwa maoni yangu napenda demokrasia ambayo ni negotiation, ile ya mazungumzo. Hiyo ndio demokrasia mimi naona haina fujo.
Chakendu wacha nikuulize, hii wa Kenya, hii vituko Kalonzo anafanya akiwa kwa Raila, baba anaenda miaka 5 vile tunajua, alafu Kalonzo ako na chance ya kukuwa president after baba, na akienda kuungana na Ruto atangoja 10 years. 10 years na Kalonzo sahi ako 65, for another 10 years atakuwa na miaka ngapi? 75. Na angengoja miaka 5 angekuwa na ngapi? Angekuwa na chance. So
ndio maana mimi nimesema, kwa maoni yangu tangu zamani nimesema hawa sio wafuasi, sio kwa sababu nani Mudavadi alikuwa anasema Raila hakutimiza vile alikuwa anasema. Sasa kule ameenda, yeye ni president, sasa ameenda kuwa mfuasi tu. Hata afadhali kwa Azimio angekuwa na sehemu fulani huko, atakuwa na nini? Watu wanaweza kuona ni udanganyifu.
Chakendu nasema kwa sababu hii wase yote wameshindwa kuwa na msimamo, simtupatie constituency ya wamama tukuje katikati hata sisi sasa, kwa sababu kina mama wametaja Martha Karua na hakuna mama mwingine amekuja kupishana na yeye. wamama ya UDA, wamama ya chama yote wamenyamaza, wanasema kama ni mama watatosheka. So badala ya kukawanya hii vita, situache mama achukue hii akuwe running mate, alafu inji itulie.
Mimi hata kitambo nilikuwa nimeshaweka shingo nikasema afadhali Kaluki Ngilu achaguliwe awe vice president wa baba, kwa sababu atakuwa mtiifu. Kitu unataka mtu ambaye atakuwa mtiifu, kwa sababu tumeona hii fujo ambayo Ruto ameleta. Tunataka mtu atakayekuwa mtiifu, ambaye atakupatia nafasi ya kufanya kazi, mfanye kazi na yeye pamoja. Mtu ambaye ukimtuma mahali anaenda nafanya vile, sio kwenda huko kusema mimi nataka kuwa president. Hiyo mimi nakubaliana kabisa. Mimi ndio maana nasema huyo afai kwa president, vice president. Kama anataka asikae kando, campaign apate hiyo nani yake wakati mwingine, lakini mimi sioni kama hiyo ni yake. Mambo ya Nairobi, mimi nimesema hii watu wa Azimio tukae chini, tusikilizane, tuchukue mtu mmoja. Tukichukua mtu mmoja Nairobi, katika kuangalia nani ana nguvu, Nairobi yote tutachukua. UDA haiwezi kupata mjumbe hata mmoja. Lakini tukiacha vile, naona vile tulivyo, wanasema eti wanaweza kwenda wote watano against Sakaja. Hakuna, watakuwa Sakaja atawatafuna asubuhi. Wasifanye kitu kama hiyo. Asante sana mama Selina. Wekesa, habari yako? Karibu.
Kabla hatujarudishia Penat, nataka nikuulize swali moja ya mwisho, alafu Penat atapatia Princess. Chakendube, Wakenya wanaona kama wanataka kupunish Raila na Uhuru. Hiyo ni ukweli tunapunish Raila na Uhuru, ama ni sisi Wakenya wenyewe tutaweza kujipunish? Kwa sababu kwangu mimi naona Uhuru wako na ya kutosha, ameshakuwa rais, na baba pia ameongoza, amepata vyeo ile amepata, na mimi pangu naona baba ni amani tu anataka. Otherwise, kama Wakenya wanataka kuangukia kwa moto, wakisema wanapunish Raila, wanapunish Uhuru, hiyo ni ukweli ama ni sisi tutakuwa tumejipunish?
Unajua, kwa maoni yangu tutakuwa tunajipunish sisi. Tutafanya tu vile Waisraeli walifanya. Yesu alikuja akawasaidia, akawafanyia miujiza, akafanya nini, lakini mwishowe walimuua jinsi. Alafu baadaye, baada ya kumuua, ndio wanasema tumefanya makosa jamani. Huyu jamaa alikuwa jamaa mzuri, alikuwa anatusaidia, alikuwa anatufanyia hivi, alikuwa anatutetea. Sasa ameenda. Sasa hivyo tukitaka kwa Kenya, tukitaka kufanya hivyo tufanye tu, lakini tutasaga meno yetu kwa baadaye na kulia, kwa sababu haja ya Raila ama Uhuru sio vyeo. Hawa jamaa wanataka kuona Kenya imeendelea, na hiyo ifanye watu wote wasikie vizuri. Tuone Kenya ambayo ina uchumi bora, Kenya ambayo iko stable, Kenya ambayo iko na political stability. Hiyo ndio kitu ambacho wanataka. Lakini kama Wakenya wanafikiria kwamba wanataka hiyo, hawapendi, Wakenya wanataka fujo, watapata hiyo fujo. Kwa sababu Kenya wasifikirie eti sisi ni bora kuliko hizi nchi ambazo zimekuwa na fujo. Sio hivyo. Tena hiyo fujo ikianza, utakosa mtu atakayesema wacheni. Hiyo ni kitu moja lazima Wakenya wajue, kwamba ni muhimu tuwe na nchi ya amani, nchi ambayo iko na political stability, nchi ambayo hakuna kwamba ukisipochaguliwa basi mambo ni mwisho. Hapana, tunataka nchi ambayo ni stable, ambayo ina political stability, ndio tupate hizi uchumi zote hizo. Tunasema tunataka hali ya uchumi, tunataka sijui nini. Tunaweza kupata tu hizo vitu kama tuna serikali ambayo sisi tunaweza tukakaa chini kama wana Kenya na kuzungumza na kusikilizana na kufanya maendeleo. Hiyo ndio Hiyo ndio mimi kwa maoni yangu najua Raila na Uhuru wanataka, na Raila anataka hii, na ni mtu ambaye ni kiongozi ambaye anaangalia mbali, angalii leo hapa, anaangalia Kenya itakuwaje kesho na vizazi vijazo itakuwa namna gani. Hiyo ndio kitu ambayo hata mimi hiyo ndio kitu nataka Kenya ambayo wajukuu na watukuu na kila mtu, Kenya itabaki salama na itakuwa na maendeleo makubwa. Hiyo ndio mimi nataka. Asanteni sana. Asante. Karibu bwana wetu.
Namna gani?
Salama. Karibu.
Asante. Naona mambo hapa imechacha.
Wengine tumekasirika sana na mambo ya Kalonzo Musyoka. Mimi nilisema hiyo kitu kama zamani. Akina Patriot walikuwa wananiambia ati usitumie lugha, lakini wapi? Wote ni matapeli.
Na Kalonzo ateremshwe. Hata matatu kama imetoka kwa stage na ulikuwa umelipa, ukifika njiani na uanze kumisbehave, tunakudrop. Hakuna mtu ambaye atavunja safari ya kila mtu kwa sababu yeye anapenda kiti fulani ama angependa kukaa mahali fulani kwa matatu. Matatu iko na uhuru ya kushusha mtu na kupandisha mwingine. Kwa hivyo kama yeye anaona hii safari ya fungi, apewe hiyo nafasi, aenda kutafuta huko msituni. I don't think there is time for that anymore to listen to what he's trying to do, except he has come to do the same thing. Unaona timing yake pia anataka kutumia sheria kujilinda yeye, kwa sababu timing yake hapa ni kila kitu imewekwa kulingana na sheria. Siku zinazohitajika kuwa muungano zimedeposit zimepita, so he wants to manipulate the process so that it falls into his favor. But sheria ni msumeno, inakata mbele na nyuma. So you can't always find a way around it. There is how it will always provide an exit or whatever, an exit or opportunity, even when it looks like one is cornered. So I believe that an amicable solution will be found, but since he is in this and he's not in this, the best thing to do is forget him. A relationship that is sponsored and bribed for it to sustain is a relationship that cannot work. Kama mtu ameamua ni ndoa, akae kwa ndoa. Kama ameamua ni kutoka, atoke. Si alipwe kila asubuhi ya bembeleza, jioni bembeleza, usiku bembeleza, bembeleza. Hiyo haiwezekani. Mahali nchi imefika, kila mtu amechoka. Hakuna wakati wa kupembelezana. Kama huwezi kazi, kaa nje. Tunahitaji watu ambao watafanya kazi. Na hata ikisemekana hiyo ni dictatorship, it's welcome. It's welcome. You cannot have one person hold the country hostage when he has been asleep for 5 years. Where has he been? He's coming up right now. When we were going around introducing Azimio la Umoja, where was he? He was having board meetings with One Kenya. Let him go and collect his One Kenya and go and do his One Kenya thing with his 3 members of parliament. The rest of us, with the rest of the country, we are ready to move forward. And another thing is, if it's Raila's turn to be president, there isn't much that can be done to stop him. Trying to frustrate wherever somebody that is been picked on to be the one in line will cause a lot of commotion, but at the end of the day, God will still win. So hii sio maswala ambayo utasema I will do my political moves until I stop this. If it is the one that God has picked on, that is it. Watu watafanya yao, wanasiasa watafanya yao, michezo itachezwa, but at the end of the day, God will still win. So let's ensure that we do the right thing. And one frustrating thing about all this is mature politicians behaving badly. That's where I don't find it very, I have no kind words for elders who behave like children. I have no kind words for elders who behave like children. And so Kalonzo, being who he has been and having served this country as a vice president, he knows a lot as far as leadership is concerned and how delicate this country is. He was in the heat of political confrontation in 2007. He knows how this country needs to be led. And so if he begins to be part of the problem, let him be gotten rid of. The earlier, the better. We don't have time for those kind of people who have refused to be elders, who have refused to provide leadership, and have joined children in fighting for spoon and the color of the plate and the color of the food and all that. Kalonzo retreating to go and fight governors, it's an insult to his position and his posture as an elder. Instead of him providing leadership in Ukambani, he's busy fighting Gilu, fighting Mtua, fighting Kibwana. That makes him a child. So let him be forgotten. And I trust that this information gets to the required people. Hakuna uongozi ambao utapata kwa kwenda kutafuta kukata miguu ya wengine. Kama unataka kuwa kiongozi, kuwa mrefu, do your own growth, build your capacity, and if you're able to deliver, you will deliver. But all this nonsense of pulling everything in your corner and trying to prove a point where there is no point, let it be dropped there and then. I have no patience for an elder who behaves like a child. Kalonzo is one of them, and I've written him off in my school of thought. On that note,
wacha nikuulize swali moja. Naona Okuru anaitwa nani, ile mtu ya punda amechoka, ameenda kotini, anasema ana block Raila, ana block Kalonzo, anataka kublock mpaka Mudavadi wasimame kwa sababu sijui walipata retirement ama anasema nini, ameenda kotini. Tuambie hiyo ni kusema nini?
Unajua Kenya ishi vituko. Okay? Kenya haishi vituko. Kwa sababu kama mimi kwa mfano tuseme nilikuwa mwalimu, okay? Alafu nikafanya early retirement. Nikakuwa settled na pesa yangu ya early retirement. And then I come back for a new contract to be a teacher. You cannot stop me from teaching simply because nilikuwa nimefanya early retirement na nimerudi. So I don't know what law is implying, but I think he's just looking for how to come back in the limelight, since he has been also in the cold for a long time. So anatafuta kitu ya kutumia ili Wakenya wazungumze kuhusu labda kuna kiti angependa kukitafuta. Kulingana na mimi, hakuna mahali anaenda na hiyo. Hawezi kwenda kotini kusema nazuia hii. Hakuna sheria ambayo imevunjwa kwa mtu kuuliza kazi hata baada ya kuretire. Unaweza retire kama mwalimu. Kwa mfano kuna nani huyo anaitwa Reverend Wabuhala, okay? Reverend Wabuhala aliretire kama bishop wa Anglican. Saisi ndio chairman wa anti-corruption, unless I am behind the news. So you cannot stop somebody because he has retired simply because they have collected their pension. Sioni hiyo ikienda mahali popote.
Wekesa, nataka kusema hivi, kuna watu wamesoma lakini kwa maoni yangu hawajaelimika, hawaelewi vitu fulani. Kwa sababu kusoma sio kuelimika. Unaweza kusoma uwe ni profesa, uwe nani, lakini kuelimika ni kitu ni kitu tofauti. Kuwa na wisdom ni kitu tofauti, kwa sababu Akuro Court, Boniface Maganga, Boniface anaitwa Boniface nani?
Boniface Mwangi, huyo
Boniface Mwangi, mtu kama Lumumba, mtu kama yule jamaa mwingine kutoka huko anaitwa, alikuwa secretary alipewa secretary wa amani, alafu
na Muruka. Yes.
Hawa watu wamesoma, lakini kwa maoni yangu ni watu hawajaelimika. Wao kweli wamesoma kabisa, wanaweza kuzungumza, lakini mimi naona hawajaelimika, kwa sababu nasema mtu kama Boniface ndio ni mtetezi, lakini huwezi kutetea tu kwa hewa. Lazima uwe na kitu inaitwa wisdom, ya kwamba hii kutetea kwangu ninaweza kufanya nini ndio nipate nafasi ya kutetea vizuri, kwa sababu bila kuwa na watu ambao wanakusaidia kutetea vile alikuwa ni mtetezi, inafika mahali unatafuta ni ngazi gani utapanda ndio ufike mahali ukitetea watu watakusikiliza. Ama hizo vitu unatetea inaweza kufanywa, hizo vitu zinaweza tu kufanywa kwa bunge, zinaweza kufanywa tu na serikali. Huwezi kupigana na serikali wewe peke yako, ngumu. Lazima utafute mbinu. Na hao Boniface mimi namuona wakati mmoja alisimama ati anataka kuchaguliwa, na yeye anasema yeye ni mweupe, lazima achaguliwe yeye peke yake, badala ya kwenda kwa ODM au kwa Jubilee. Ndio ni wachafu, lakini hata Jesus alikuja hapa kwa watu wachafu, hakuja kwa watu weupe. Alikuwa anakula nao ndio afundishe. Sasa ye mganga anaona Jubilee au ODM ni chafu, na yeye hiyo ndio mahali unaweza kupata. Hapo ndio unaweza kugeuza. Ukiingia huko ndani unaweza kuwageuza, unaweza waone vile unaona, wakusaidia, wasupport hiyo kitu unasema. Haoni watu kama hao, kama Ukuru Court. Ukimsikia, nimeshamsikia akiargue watu wote ni wajinga, kama Miguna, watu wote ni wajinga, wao ndio wana akili. Ni nani huyo? Hawa ni watu ambao wameelimika, wamesoma, lakini hawana elimu. Kitu inaitwa elimu hawana, kwa sababu kama we ni mtu una elimu, unatafuta hii kitu nimeisoma, nitaigeuzaje, nitaitumia namna gani itoe manufaa kwa watu. Ndio maana tuko na ile kwamba value addition. Kitu iko ni mahindi umetengeneza, lakini unaona hii mahindi naweza kuigeuza iwe na mafuta, nifanye nini na unga. Huwezi kusema tu mahindi basi, unga utatoa wapi? Lazima utumie maarifa. Sasa hawa ni watu wanatumia mdomo kama wao. Ukiwasikiliza wakizungumza, wao ni weupe kuliko hata Jesus. Vile ukiwasikiliza, Jesus alikuja hapa duniani, alikaa na walevi na watu na kuwageuza, na wao wajue sisi wale wanatuona ni unasikia wanaita Raila ni sijui chief, sijui yani mtu tu thug, yani mtu kwa wao is a nothing. Hata Uhuru kwa wao hao watu wana dhambi. Ni watu ambao hao ni wa Kenya. Lazima wakumbuke hii ni Kenya. Sisi wote wale wachafu na wewe ni wa Kenya, na ukitaka kuwasaidia ni lazima ukuje uingie huko kule wako kule kuna uchafu, uende uwageuze huko. Ndio maana watu wa Kristo ama pasta anaingia kwa walevi, lazima uingie huko waugeuze. Na wao wakitaka Kenya itoke kwa hiyo ile wanasema ni mahali, lazima waje wazungumze na si zile sehemu hizo wanasema ni chafu, ndio waingie huko, ndio wageuze watu. Sasa kwa mfano Boniface kama angekubali aingie kwa ODM, achaguliwe, aende huko kwa bunge, angekuwa na grupu kubwa ambayo ingemsaidia kusukuma maneno yake, au kwa Jubilee au kwa, lakini ukija eti wewe ni independent, hata ukienda kwa parliament wewe ni independent, you will go nowhere. Hawa ni watu, ndio maana nawaambia wamesoma lakini hawana hawana hiyo. Mimi nasema kwa maoni yangu, wamesoma lakini elimu hakuna. Asanteni sana, pole.
Asante Jakindube. Kuna mwimbaji wa nyimbo za Injili anaitwa Chindumuli anasema kusoma sio mwisho wa ujinga. So kuna vile kusoma imalizi kila kitu, lakini there is a phrase we learned in school in
Chindumuli, unajua alikuwa mwimbaji wa Mlimani Park.
Yeah. Bas. So there is a statement, you say that the greatness of a man is determined by the cause he lives for and his willingness to pay the price to get it. We are faced with leaders who don't want to pay the price, but they want the greatness. And so they are cutting corners by all means just to end up with the greatness that they are not willing to pay the price for. And as long as you're willing to cheat your way to greatness, you will not succeed into that greatness. And even if you're given that position, you can only use it to run yourself down and run the country down. And so we as Kenyans need to read through all these people and be able to see who is looking for something to eat and who is looking on how to spend himself for the welfare of the country. If somebody cannot put the country as his first priority, he's not fit to be a leader of that particular country. Anybody who is looking for something to eat and he wants a position of leadership to use it to eat that thing, he should be rejected. He should be looked closely. He should be monitored closely. And this is proven by how did you treat your previous office? How did you treat your previous opportunities? When you were vice president, what did you do? When you were deputy president, what did you do? When you were minister for education, what did you do? When you were minister for home affairs, what did you do? So we should not just be blindly pushed into the being used to fulfill somebody's ambition at the expense of the country. Right now, I think Kenyans should stop thinking about individuals and begin to focus on the country. The country is in a very bad shape, and if we don't take care, we will push it to the bottomless pit. And the moment we head there, we reach a point of no return. And when we reach a point of no return, everybody is for himself. And so we can't play games right now. And so let us put every leader in the scale. Let them be weighed. Let them be found wanting. They are thrown out. If they pass the test, let them be promoted. But as at now, tusicheze ile kadi ya tribalism, tusicheze ile kadi ya mtu wetu, tusicheze ile kadi ya kwa nani amethulumiwa, kwa sababu they are sympathy addicts who want to play in the gallery of the Kenyans that wamethulumiwa, wameonewa, hao ndio walifanya nini, ikafanyika wapi. Kama wewe unatafuta uongozi kwa ajili yako, haufai kuwa kiongozi wa nchi yoyote. Kila mtu atafute uongozi kwa ajili ya nchi, because of the country, and you're sacrificing your life for the betterment of the country, not sacrificing the country for the betterment of your life. I would like us to move forward. I believe everybody has made a submission except Omar, Penny, and Mato. Mama Selina, if you can confirm
No. Prince Emily alafu Nyams.
Ngoja kwanza tafadhali, niliuliza swali Mama Selina. Okay. Because when I come, I thought she was the one moderating.
Yes, Panelist.
Yes. Nauliza nani alikuwa hajafanya submission, Emily?
Yeah, alikuwa Jakindube Prince Emily.
Okay. Sawa. Princess, are you there? Nyams, keep your mic mute, please. Okay, Nani's out, so Nyams, you can come in.
Good evening, everybody.
Yeah, good morning
Bernard,
from Nairobi.
welcome back.
Thank you.
Bernard, between Otuoma and Florence, nani ameshinda? That's by the way.
I'm here to verify that. I don't want to talk about it until I'm sure of who is who. Propaganda mingi.
Okay. Now, let me talk about the Oka letter. Hii Kalonzo tumeongea hapa, sasa. Okay, I don't know what we can say next, but Kalonzo ni kama mtu anasumbua, nafikiria baada ako sweet 16, but muda unaenda. But I don't have anything else to say, but Kalonzo atatusumbua, and we need to see the best way to do. As much as tunamhitaji, hiyo kumhitaji ndio inafanya anaanza kumisbehave. So, and when we look at this, the votes that is supposed to bring versus the votes tunaweza pata from Mount Kenya, if we get a running mate from Mount Kenya, especially Arua, there's so many. So we really need the top one needs to see the best way to do it, and they should intervene so that they should solve this issue of this one. Otherwise, nani atatukoroga paka even if it takes the government, still atakuwa anatukoroga the same way. So Azimio needs to see that the 11 top officials need to see the best way to deal with the Kalonzo, waone the best thing to solve this thing haraka iwezekanavyo, so that we may move on to other things. We have nomination yenye imetukula kichwa, na Kalonzo should not be another problem yenye natukula kichwa. We need to deal with the nomination by 22nd tumalize, then we start serious campaigning. We don't want to make 2 steps forward, then we make another 3 backwards. So that one, really tunafaa kukemea huyu Kalonzo, tumuombe kabisa hii. But I think Kalonzo nikifikiria kwingine ni kama kuna agent fulani imemduma sio mzuri. I'm trying to think that way. Nikienda kwa Sonko, still Sonko is another problem yenye imeletwa na Kalonzo. Kalonzo knows Sonko, yes, problems. Sonko ni mtu amesimamishwa na koti. Sonko ni mtu ako na issues, and then anataka kumleta. First of all, alikuwa anamuintroduce Nairobi. Ameona Nairobi haiwezekani, sasa anataka kupiga shortcut aende kukoroga Mombasa. Ndio msikia Mombasa kuna issues ya the 2 people. Sasa kuenda kuvuruga huko. But we thank God that hawezi. Na huko hawezi, afadhali hapa Nairobi angesikika, lakini huko hawezi. So we really need to, Azimio really need to be firm and deal with these issues. Mtu kama Sonko anyamaze, kwa sababu his past is not even a good one. About nominations, I think Busia did the best nomination, even Otuoma confirmed. I saw a clip of Otuoma. He said that the nominations were good, the machines were working, there was no issues in Busia. And I'm told around over 300,000 people participated the nomination. So which tells you that Busia is for Baba 98.5%. So Ruto asikie hivyo. Busia is locked. Huka hata hawezani na sijaribu kupeleka kiherehere huko. Huka hawezi. Busia is Baba and Baba is Busia. Thank you.
Okay, asante James. Bwana Omar, namna gani?
Si jambo, nilikuwa nimelala.
Pole. Karibu lakini.
Si jambo, amjamboni.
Hatujambo.
Yangu ni machache tu kwa sababu tuko mwezi wa Ramadhani. Sitaki kuongea mengi, nataka kuongea tu machache kuhusu Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka akikosa kuchunga atakaa kama kila msali ya Mudavadi na Weta. Mi naona Kalonzo kuna mtu anamtumia kama deputy president. Anasukumwa. Hata swali nauliza, akienda kwa deputy president atampatia uvice hiyo anaitisha? Hatampatia. Sasa Kalonzo kulingana na utu uzima wake, hata yeye mwenyewe anajua. Kama ajui, yeye mwenyewe akae chini afikirie. Sasa ana utu uzima, na Kalonzo akimesi atakaa kando kama msalia. Hiyo miaka yote atakaa nje, hata kuja kukuwa rais. Sahii ako na opportunity sana after Raila. Hata nimesikia sana watu wafuasi wa Raila kutoka Nyanza wanasema Kalonzo akikaa vizuri after Raila Odinga tunaweza kumback Kalonzo. Sasa Kalonzo asiharibu, wale watu wanamdanganya, akae chini. Yeye ni mtu mzima na ni mzee, amekomaa na ametoka mbali siasa. Sahii si mtoto kama maybe ni kila mtu la Kilonzo anamkoroga. Aachane kusikizana na waangalie pali ametoka na Raila na pali anaenda na Raila. Akikosa hiyo rais ataonea nje ya dirisha, atamesi kama msalia. Hii ni wakati wake wa kujichunga sana, na kama anataka uvice agojee akae chini na wenzake wote. Wenzake wale muungano wa Azimio, hao wenyewe ndio wataamua kama itaenda Central, kama itaenda Ukambani. Ataangukia bahati yake, lakini kama anaanza hivi kubehave Kalonzo, tutaanza kumwogopa, kwa sababu baba akikuwa deputy yake afadhali Ruto kidogo, yeye ndio atabehave vibaya sana, atamsumbua baba. Kama na behave saa hii, ni mtu wa kutrustiwa, wakati atakuwa kwa power itakuwa ni ngumu sana. Na ni muhimu sana kwetu yeye, lakini amechukulia hiyo tunamuhitaji sana, ndio anaanza kubehave. Na ile kitu naweza kusema upande ya Azimio, waitishe mkutano, wasikuwe na kichwa ngumu. Hata hao upande ingine waite hiyo muungano yote pamoja na Kalonzo, wamkalishe chini na hiyo muungano yote, wamuulize Kalonzo anataka nini. Kama hataki kufuata masharti ya wenzake, mlango iko nje, iko wazi. Saa zingine unaweza kukaa na bibi umbembereze akatae mambo yako, ikishindikana unamuonyesha mlango. Sasa before tuchukue Kalonzo, Raila alikuwa popular sana. I think before tukuchukue Kalonzo, Raila alikuwa na wacha hizi poll zimetolewa. Before tuchukue Kalonzo, Raila alikuwa na 44%. I think Kalonzo kukuja ndio ikaongezeka 1%. Sasa ile nguvu ya Raila iko pale na inazidi kuongezeka. Bila Kalonzo, yeye anaona yeye ni muhimu sana kwa Raila, na si maajabu atoke Azimio upande ya Ukambani wakasirike, waseme watamfuata Kalonzo. Ikuwe kama Western walikuwa nadhani watachukua Musalia atawasaidia, kumbe imekuwa mbaya. Sasa hii Western imekuwa mbaya, no go zone, paka wanapaka marangi ya UDA wanaweka Azimio. Western imekuwa kubaya was. Sasa Kalonzo akikosa kuchunga Ukambani vile naona hata hiyo Wiper haitakuwa Ukambani, itakuwa ni aibu kwake, watu watakasirika na yeye. Unajua sasa hii siasa pale imefikia, ukimesi kidogo sasa hii, kama leo naona maajabu, yani mimi sijai kuona Kenya, na hii itakuwa ni onyo katika politician yoyote Kenya. Wa Kenya si wajinga. Imeshangaza leo KTN, nimeona KTN News. I think wengi wenyu mmeona. Walikuwa wanazunguka kila county. I think jana walikuwa ni county ya ni leo ama ni jana walikuwa county ya Nyeri, na walikuwa na Uasin Gishu. Wakahesabu county ya Nyeri, wale wana support Raila na wale wana support deputy president. 70% walikuwa wanasema wanataka DP. Hiyo ni Nyeri. 30% walikuwa wanasema wanataka Raila. Maajabu ilinishangaza, Uasin Gishu kwa Ruto pali anatoka DP. Ni aibu kabisa. Walipiga kura tena, wakasema ule mtu anataka Raila na ule mtu anataka Ruto. 20% walikuwa wanataka DP. I think si 20%, I think kuna kura walikuwa wanapiga, kura 3 walikuwa wanataka DP. 12%, yani tuseme watu 11, watu 3 walisema DP. Watu 11 wakasema wanataka Raila. Imeshangaza sana. Hiyo ni Uasin Gishu. Inaonyesha Kenya siasa imebadilika, na hii siasa inaenda, kuna watu nilisema kuna watu watalala ICU. Hii wakati imeonyesha siasa Kenya imebadilika. Hii siasa inataka watu wamekomaa akili, watu wamepigania demokrasia, watu wameleta devolution, watu yani wako na history ya nchi. Inaonyeshana hiyo vituko yote DP anafanya Kenya. Na shukuru sana, baadhi ya Wakenya ni smarter, yani Wakenya ni waerevu, si na believe na nitaendelea kubelieve Wakenya si washenzi, Wakenya ni waerevu sana. Leo ndio imenishangaza Uasin Gishu, supporter ya Raila iko nyingi kuliko ya DP. Imekuwa maajabu, paka wale viongozi wanashangaa wa huko Uasin Gishu. Sasa hii inaonyesha hii siasa inaenda, kuna watu watapata mshtuko sana. Na nimerudia tena, hiyo Ukambani, hiyo Ukambani vile inaenda, Kalonzo ajaribu kufanya mistake, atafanya vile inaenda itakuwa worse kuliko hata Western.
Kalonzo atashtuka. Kalonzo na Mudavadi hiyo grupu watakaa nje ya baridi huko hiyo miaka kadhaa, na uongozi watakaa muda bila kupata uongozi. Na ile kitu nasema Kalonzo, ile kitu anataka katika kafaa Azimio wakae chini wamuulize anataka ni, kama hataki kusikia waachane na yeye. Lakini vile nimeona vile hii siasa inaenda, watu wamerevuka. Watu wamerevuka sana tena. Hiyo tu kwa saa hii nilikuwa na.
Okay, asante Bwana Omar, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Mate. Mato, namna gani?
Mzuri, kwani Princess Amanda alikuwa mbele yangu?
Ame drop off.
Oh, ame drop off. Sema Bernard bwana. Good to see you again, like I always say. My always nikifikaga na shukurugi sana watu kama nyinyi, Wekesa, Themba, na kuna watu napendanga kushukuru huko kwa comment section, they make it move on. Mtu kama Jitters na Olo, they are always there every day and they need to be, unajua juzi tulikuwa tukisema they need to get an appreciation thing, an award. Because they make the section, the comment section go, it makes you interested even when you cannot get into the forum. Bernard, thank you so much for always being here for this thing, Utembe TV and everybody. Mama Selina, Jackie Dubey, Kasuti amekuja kusumbua, ni sawa tu, kila mtu. This is where we talk. If we stop talking, we start fighting. Anyway.
Mbona umepea Ndeto kwanza? Na yeye niko na notes zake. Akona page hapa anasema andike ukurasa 200.
Sasa wewe Kasuti, Kasuti ulichukua hii kazi ya Mudavadi lini kubeba file? Achia Mudavadi kazi yake.
Si mimi nimesema, umesikia Bernard amesema. Si mimi nimesema hii.
Haya, Kasuti wewe ngoja tutagongana tu, sidhani bado anakuja na tunaenda kufunga pamoja. Anyways, so Bernard, I'm tired.
Yes, Mato. Wewe ndio nabiwa anasimama kinyume na Kalonzo. Uko kama ile nabii anaitwa Mikaya. Yule aliambiwa enda utashinda vita. Sema hakuna nabii mwingine kwa hii nchi mniletee. Akasema iko mmoja ambaye sipendi kwa sababu aniambiange kitu mzuri.
I'm tired. Mpaka hata leo comment section huko kwa sababu my time to come in. Nilikuwa huko watu hata kina Gitasho walikuwa kiniuliza, Mato leo bado utaongea story ya Kalonzo tena? And I'm tired because I said it here, mkanigonga nyi wote. Mimi hata sijui nini nyingine nataka kusema about Kalonzo. Nilikuwa naambia huko, unajua nini, I hope by the time I come in the Kalonzo topic is already gone, because I think I've sung this thing from the word go. I was against all the panels telling you that Kalonzo will come and star. He's a pain in that one. Kalonzo, you know what? Actually, I have just don't talk about your topic because I'm tired of talking about Kalonzo. If anybody on the group, kama unajua mkamba mwingine, because I think I'm the only kamba here. There's the normal panelists. If there's another kamba, watch them back. I think you need to bring me another kamba here to come and talk about these things, because I think sometimes when I talk about them, people don't really understand what I'm saying. Like Guru was saying, and I hope he can hear it or somebody will tell him. He was saying that Kalonzo has a lot of muscle in Ukambani. Kalonzo have zero muscle. He was talking about 70%. My friend, 70 my foot. If the 3 governors stand with Azimio and you tell Kalonzo go away, even if he goes to the other side, Uko, Udaku, or whatever you call them, even if he goes over their side, we will be fine with Ukambani. And I gave this example here. Tell me why there's no one governor, if he's that powerful, that is a wiper governor. And count me how many MPs or how many MCAs are in Ukambani about Kalonzo. Kalonzo is done, is just trying to be somebody that can be seen. And we know him, he's a dictator, he wants to be seen, the big person. He wants to, ndio maana wasikizanagi na Madam Kilu now in Guinea. That's why Mutua is talking. Kinangilu, they're just in the backyard. Uko, where they are just, they're tired of talking about this guy. People are tired in Ukambani. Kalonzo is nothing. I don't even know why he's causing this whole drama. And you know what? If we keep on playing, we're going to lose. Azimio, we're going to lose because of Kalonzo. Because right now he's wasted so much of our time with these theatrics that don't even make any sense. Mimi ni Mkamba. I hear people talking about Ukambani here. And I know the politics of Ukambani. And sometimes I cannot come in and say, this is what I feel and this is what I know. But I just let it be. Yeah, Guru alikuwa anasema Kalonzo, he has no power. And then Jackie Lube, you said about Boniface Mwangi and the activists. Boniface Mwangi was trying to do what he wanted to do. And that was the politics that the new generation is coming up with. But he gave up, and he said it. He said he gave up because whenever he does something, people don't show up. Just the other day, about, a week ago, about 3 days ago, there was, if you go look at it, there's a person, an activist, that was actually arrested because he was by himself. Na hapo ndio pia kinaokia mtata started. Because Kenyans can talk, but don't act. And so it becomes a big problem because, like, if I'm an activist, nikienda pale peke yangu na mimi ndo nakulwa naumwa, sometimes you just give up. Boniface Mwangi gave up. Look at people like Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali went there, Jichopevu. Today, he's singing some other songs like and he was the person that used to actually enlighten us. There's something in there that you have to stand on your ground on what you're trying to do and what you're trying to say and everything. Moving on, Sonko. Mimi sasa Sonko. Na msiniambie niko against Wakamba cause ni wetu. But sasa Sonko, when you look at the integrity of him, really, for real, you got impeached almost twice. And now you want to go stand in Mombasa. Wait. Circle back. Is it Mombasa where he was arrested na kahepa jela? Siko ndo alihepa jela? So now he wants to be malizate hiyo kesi. Really? I mean, come on, Kenyans. Are we serious in what we're doing, in what we're saying? Really? Hata hiyo kesi ya bado yeye ni fugitive. Because alihepa jela huko South Coast. And now you ati sasa anataka kwenda kusimama huko. Nairobi ilimlemea. Hata asimami Machakos, hata ingekuwa better akisimama kwa Machakos because ni hapo Moi Hills. He's my neighbor. But now you're going to Mombasa, Shimolatewa, that's where uliepa jela, and now you want to come in campaign. I mean, what are we doing? Are we even thinking? What the is it are we doing? For me, I know Mama Selina always talks about Mother Karua, and I say this. You know, when you get Mother Karua, there's that constituency that Mama Selina always says. There's a constituency called the women. You will get those votes of women of Kenya. And again, at the same time, you're killing two birds with one stone because you're also getting the central vote at the same time. For me, I believe Mother Karua or even Ngilu is a better option than Kalonzo because Kalonzo has no clout, whatever he's trying to show up and boast and, muscle up, he has nothing. It's like an owl opening up its wings to show how big it is and to scare an opponent, to scare a dog. Well, it's not that big, it's just the wings now, it shows like it's so big. Kalonzo, that's all it's happening, and I'm tired of talking about that guy. Okay, what was the other one? Talk about him. I also think for as long as we're in this place, people like Mama Selina, Jackie Dubey, and the older people also need to teach some people. And I'm so sorry, I never talk about panelists, but somebody like Caleb, I think is a very smart person. But sometimes he kind of pisses me off because he argues to argue. And he's such a young person thinking he knows anything. And comes here and starts to lecture people. Because I watched, he was lecturing older people like Mama Selina. I mean, it's kind of like mtoto mdogo kuja lecture nani, you know, Fred Kasuti na ni mtu ameona vitu, you know. So I think sometimes when we have the panelists here, we have to tell them to be humble because, again, we are not here to just talk. We are here to also listen, learn, understand, get what everybody has, and make it better for our lives and for our Kenya and for our kids and the people to come in our kids. Last one, because that was my opening. So last one, I think at this point, and I always say here, Kenyan politics has changed. Na ndio maana nani ametupatia hapa hivi something about how he doesn't understand how Ruto's side, he can actually lose on just a small, I mean, we cannot rely that scientifically, but it's because right now, nowadays, it's kind of like a person like me who's going against Kalonzo Musyoka, even though he's my Kamba person. I mean, he's a Kamba like me. But the young people have changed today. There's no longer Mulumutisia kind of politics, be what total man kind of politics. With the young people and the people who are educated, today we have more educated people than the way it used to be. People who have seen stuff, people who do not really rely on your tribal kind of politics and kingpin kind of politics. We're not doing that kind of politics. We're looking somebody person to person. Who are you? What are you doing? How are you doing it? Because also we don't want to keep on those handout kind of politics. We want to see development in Kenya. Most of us, and even a lot of the people that I talk about, you'll find a Kikuyu saying, Uhuru pia ni kama kuna mali alikuwa amelegea, but the second time he came. You know, you'll find Kalenjins that are my friends that say, siwezi pigia Ruto. And then you'll find Kambas like me who can say, we wachana na Kalonzo. You know, so we need to grow. And that's why we are even in the social media today talking about even in these forums that we are here, talking about it every day. Because at least the other day I looked and we were like 800 people watching. And you understand what that happens? It also teaches people because you go somewhere to be taught something. So for me, I appreciate Mutembe TV. I appreciate Bernard. I appreciate everybody that come over here every day. And even the comment section, there's great people over there. Like I say, there's two, I always, every day they are there. Ditash or Law. Those guys, they need a reward, bwana. All right. Bernard, pole, acha nitulie sasa nisikie.
It's okay. Thank you, Mato. We appreciate it. Let's keep going. There is somebody here says Manakarua doesn't have votes. Politics is not about how much clout you have. It is in which team you are in and how well that team can front a good campaign. When Uhuru Kenyatta was introduced in parliament, he did not have anything in politics. He didn't have anything. They Moi built him up, made him, and now look where he is. Martha Karua is an old-timer. She has a good command, especially to women leadership. And so, in fact, she will bring in more diverse votes than this so-called regional votes. She will bring in votes from all corners of the country, especially from the women that she leads. And so she should not be underestimated. She ran and lost, yes. She came the far fifth or far fourth? But that was then. And the stakes were high. And of course, Kenyans don't like voting for somebody who they know is going to lose. And so we shouldn't underestimate her. And of course, if she teams up with Baba, that's a different ballgame. And that will inform the voters differently. So let's not be dismissive in our analysis by using what is limited in terms of looking at the whole thing from all angles. Bwana Kasuti, karibu. Namna gani leo?
Asante sana baba. Umepotea wapi ndugu yangu?
Leo,
Umkambuti vile sana bwana.
Leo nimekuja kuchelewa.
Baba.
Niliomba ruhusa nikuje kuchelewa. Kwanza ilikuwa niende.
Huyo
Busia
ngoja, rudisha huyo Beni Nyakaka because kama Beni Nyakaka yuko hapo sitafanya submission yangu because I wanted somebody from Muda.
Yeye anakujaga na kwenda. Hakuna mtu anamtoa. Mimi wake kwake.
Yanasema akuja hapo anataka asikie hii. Hao ni watu wa because na Mato mwambie aache mchezo. Sasa yeye ama ako na kadamu kauluye kidogo. Sasa yeye akifanya shoutouts sasa sisi tutafanya nini wenye salamu? Anaanza na salamu anamaliza na salamu. Na sisi wenye salamu tutafanya. Mimi sijawahi ona hata ukiangalia radio zao zote hakuna radio inatumanga salamu isipokuwa tu Mlembe and Mpaitu hakuna.
Sasa weka suti. Is that a constituency to defend?
Hey, by the way, that's a constituency to defend. Wewe unajua tumekuwa relevant kwa sababu ya kuwa na kutuma salamu, kwa sababu ya shoutouts. Tumekuwa relevant in Kenya kwa sababu ya hiyo. Ama una habari kutoka zile enzi za uliza Mama Selina, zile enzi za ilikuwa inaitwa VOK, KPC. Nusu ya kuonana.
Ndio nusu ya kuonana.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Sasa imagine kutoka zile enzi mpaka sasa. Sasa mimi wacha nianze hivi. Acha niambie Beni Nyakaka mali yako na najua ananisikiza. What has captured my attention today, wacha nianzie hapo. Do you know I have worked in a horticulture industries. So when I see mtu anachukua advantage on casual workers, nasikia vibaya sana. Sasa kuna hii kampuni inaitwa Kisima Farm. It's more than 1,000 hectares in Taveta. Hii Kisima Farm, it belongs to Chief Chicken Seller, Asala mwenyewe, Assistant Jesus himself. Then imagine huyu mtu licha ya kwamba anapeana billions of money outside there, his own workers wengine wamefanya as casual laborers for 5 years, which is not acceptable even in labor laws in Kenya, leave alone internationally. Labor laws in Kenya, it doesn't allow that one. Nobody has ever worked as a seasonal or a permanent employee. To make it matter worse, how can you keep for a casual laborer's salary for 6 weeks, 2 months? That is impunity of high order. So huyo mtu inafaa aambiwe. Yeye akisema ya kwamba anataka kutengeneza serikali ya mama mboka na bodaboda, it is not serikali. Mzee wangu Beni Nyakaka mwambie alipe wafanyikazi wale wadogo, wale hawana chochote, wale wachochole wa huko Taveta, awalipe. Asikimbie tu na machopa hapa akifanya hiyo vituko zote, alafu watu wanalia, wanaenda njaa. Watu hawana kitu cha kuweka kwa sahani. Awaajiri kazi. Aliahidi watu 1,000,000 kazi, na kwake kuko na hiyo opportunity. Why is not employing people? He's not a leader to be trusted. You know, we have a true leader and a fake leaders. Huyo hawezi akaaminika. Kitu cha pili, wewe unasema utatengeneza counties. The same farm ikaenda ikachukua maji yote ikaacha wananchi upweke. Surely for heavenly sake, udivert mto mzima, yani sampuli ya Waititu ya kusema tunaweza hamisha mto. Huyu alienda akahamisha mto akapeleka kwa famu yake akaacha wananchi bure. Sasa imagine, kumbe hiyo character ya Waititu alitoa kwa Ruto. Hiyo character ya kusema tunaweza hamisha mto. Hiyo famu inaitwa Kisima Farm, iko Taveta, 1,000 acres. Na hiyo 1,000 acres mnajua historia yake. In 2015 hiyo shamba ilikuwa repossessed kwa sababu kwa ule mtu alikuwa anamiliki ili ikawiwe squatters. So the way it ended up imeland kwa mikono ya TB, we don't know. Are you getting the point? So ilienda pale, hiyo kesi hatujui ilienda aje. Ndio hiyo shamba ikalandi hapo. So apee watu maji, aache hiyo mambo ya kuhamisha mito. Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza. Kitu cha pili ndio akuja aongee tusikize. Mimi kama mimi Mkenya kamili nimsikize, make sure watu wameajiriwa kazi. Asikuja hapa kutupea tu mbuhuhu hapa hivi. Haya. Mama Selina, you will be my witness. When Kalonzo is trying to demean himself, our mother is just trying to raise his stake kwa political arena ya Azimio. I think yesterday ama juzi alikuwa Nyahururu. That was my county, which is in Laikipia. And the way mama alikuwa anaongea, in fact, I don't see kama kuna any obstacles. Hiyo ni through pass. Ile vituko Kalonzo anafanya, hiyo ni through pass kwa mama. Alafu tena wacha nikwambie, kile kimesababisha nasema hiyo ni through pass kwa mama ni the entrance of Muturi in Kenya Kwanza. Unaona hiyo entrance ya Muturi Kenya Kwanza ina delete scale ya Kenya Kwanza kiasi. Inaifanya inakuwa at least, do you know, Muturi has a name. Muturi is tukienda kwa mambo na kuongea, Muturi is the third command after deputy president. So Muturi akona jina na Muturi akona capability fulani. So to neutralize and to encounter ile influence ya Muturi in Mount Kenya East, we need to have mama, because we have banking on Mount Kenya East, because there is where the only influence we can bank there, and we can have something from there. Then unaona tena vile entrance ya Muturi in Kenya Kwanza ina deal hiyo scale ya Mudavadi western voters. Sasa hata unakuta Mudavadi now he has nothing. Alafu sasa Mudavadi akaenda akapikwa chenga na akakuja wakamletea mtu anaitwa Johnson Kosikei Sakaja. yani mfaulanga muriena bwana Bernard. Yani mfaulanga muriena. Yani you can live in you can live in denial for so many years, eh? Johnson Koskei Sakaja. Na hiyo bid yake hiyo nini yake ya kutamani kuwa governor wa Nairobi alianza 2013. In the year 2014-2015, it's when deputy president Samuel sijui hiyo majina nyingine hiyo inanishindanga kuita, Chief Fasola mwenyewe assistant Jesus akasettle kwake, akajua tu ya kwamba huyu ndio nitaambatana na yeye mpaka mwisho, whereby hata vile alivyokuwa anaenda huyo ndio alikuwa ametumwa ku distract all plans, kuthwart all plans of Mudavadi. Mudavadi akaamini ya kwamba niko na mtu hapa ule naweza front in Nairobi na niweze kujivunia na Walunje. Are you getting the point? Hiyo isha dealt scale already. So alikuwa na bank on Kikuyu's votes in Nairobi. Ameona hiyo sasa ishakuwa thwarted, whereby when we invoke the name Johnson Koskei Sakaja ina dealt kila kitu, because we know Koskeis and the Rotichis are not majority. They are a minority. So we have the majorities and they have to carry the day. So another thing yenye nataka kusema, Western that is locked, we don't need na ndio maana tulisema mtu anaitwa Waluke haezi akakaa kambi moja na Weta. They know kile walifanyana. Waluke, Weta na speaker Ken Lusaka hawezi wakakaa kambi moja. Huyo mtu, I don't know what he did to those people, the Luyas nation. So amebaki amesimama peke yake kama mti ya bendera ya chief, which means Bungoma iko locked. Bungoma iko locked in Azimio. So let us not forget, wachana na hizi vibaraka za nani. Alafu politics ingine yenye imeweza ku capture my attention, I don't think kama kuna ingine yenye ni so far nimeona, but Chief Chicken Seller Hustler mwenyewe, son from Sokoi, assistant Jesus himself, mwambie alipe wachochole pesa sawa, kwa sababu huyu ndiye mtu Biblia inasema ya kwamba mfalme ambaye alichukua kondoo ya masikini akaongeza kwa yake, na badala mfanyie haki amtendee haki masikini, anasema haka ni kamoja, sasa hizi wacha nichukue, na kwa sababu ya hiyo Mungu akampunish. So pia huyu kila anachofanya, I don't think so that God will allow him to be or to become who he want himself to become. So mimi nasema hivi, the more Kalonzo anaendelea kuleta shida, the more Martha Karua stakes zinaendelea kupanda juu. So na saa hii mimi niliwaambia issues ya Kalonzo aende asote na Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, asituletee. Ndio maana unaona baba amejitenga kabisa mbali na hiyo story. Hataki kupakwa tena matope ingine hapa, na tunataka kupakwa matope. Wacha afanye vitu zenye anafanya. Ule mtu anafaa kuongea naye is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, not baba. Baba is busy consultating and making decisions mahali ambapo kunahitajika, because I don't think if at all in that wiper vile anavyosema hivyo, kama anataka ati nomination ama sijui waende sijui ati nomination ya nini, let him bring it on, because I know he will not even see the light of the day. Sasa ikifika hapo atakuwa misadvantaged vibaya sana. So na hakuna certificate maanzo atakimbia nayo this time round. Tumeonea kwa maji. Ndio maana tunajitenga mbali kabisa na hiyo mjadala. Unajua alikimbia na certificate yetu ya ODM, akaenda akaficha. So this time round ati wanataka kujifanya ndio akimbia na certificate ya Azimio. This time no way. Hawezi akaona. So let me stop there, and I might come back again later. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Bernard. Thank you.
Asante bwana Kasuti. Alex anasema kuna swali.
Kasuti.
Yes, baba.
Habari yako?
Mzuri.
Nashukuru sana.
Bora umenisalimia. Bora umenisalimia leo na heshima hivyo ndugu yangu.
Ulikuwa kwa mjadala jana?
Hapa.
Yeah. Tukimaliza jana.
No. Jana sikuweza kuingia hapa.
Usikize hiyo mjadala,
I had a
itakusaidia.
problem.
Ya, usikize hiyo mjadala itakusaidia vitu nyingi ambazo umesema ambazo sitaki kuribat. Lakini there is one singular thing nataka nikuambie. Muturi cannot be a running mate for William Samoei Ruto. Kwa sababu whoever that must be a running mate for William Samoei Ruto must come from UDA. Unless by February he registered as a UDA member and he lied to us. Like now that it's coming out, mtu kama Sakaja has always been a UDA member. Somebody like Malala registered as a UDA member long time ago. So whoever, because for us, our presidential candidate and our running mate are allowed because we have a coalition. They will run under Azimio, the presidential and the deputy. But the rest of the people will be in the affiliate constituency parties. But ikifika kwa Ruto, he cannot run with anybody unless they are a bona fide UDA member 6 months to election.
Bona huoni we still have a window of making a coalition? 20 days.
Alex, before you answer that,
you see that?
you think Sakaja is in UDA? Is he a registered member?
Oh yes, that's why he's running on UDA in Nairobi. There are people registered twice. They registered with a passport and they registered with the ID. Remember we had Yom Jadala? Now we're coming out, we are finding that's why DP is coming out and marshalling people. Unaona vile amerusha Moses Kuria leo nje mpaka kwenda Gatundu. Because the people running, most of them are in UDA. So for a DP, for Ruto must be, there is no option unless Kenya Kwanza. But they have said Kenya Kwanza is not a coalition. It is a coalition of parties, whatever they called it. It is something that is not recognized by political parties. So Muturi, matrix ya Muturi haiko. So it's either Wahome, Rigathi, or Ndindi Nyoro, or whoever it is. But not anybody who was not. But if Muturi, who we believe that he might be a UDA member, who we believe, which might be legal if he's still the Democratic Party chair. That will be very legal. But from what we analyzed and found out is that for us, our presidential candidate will be from Azimio. In the ballot box, itaandikwa Azimio presidential candidate, Raila Amolo Odinga. Azimio deputy, Raila Amolo Odinga. But for DP, hakuna kitu inaitwa Kenya Kwanza kwa ballot box. So it is forcing him that his DP must be UDA. So maneno ya Muturi toa. Thank you.
Thank you for that elaboration. I think now I have got it. Matrix yangu ishaingiana basi. Hesabu yangu ishaingiana. Hiyo dealing skill sasa nimeondoa.
Asante Nabii. Wale watu mko nyuma ya captain wote tunawafagia. Keep the screen bright please, or make your submission and vanish. Hiyo ndio sheria ya kisasa. Penny ulikuwa unakuja ukienda. Kuna nini?
Habari yako Bennett?
Salama, namna gani lakini?
Salama. Na kijana yangu habari nzuri na wasikiza tu ni background is even better, lakini kwa hiyo kuni challenge namna hiyo lazima nirudi. Na lazima ajue Busia akimbii, Busia anapigana. Lakini ni wasalimu Jakendu Bay, Mama Selina, niambiwa nikuulize Luisinge. Jakendu Bay wado idinade. Lakini yote ambayo Kasudi amesema ni kweli. Uko wezi wengi sana Kenya. Na hata huyo Alex atawaambia hata huko Kisii waliandika watu for 3 years, the first day for devolution. Those people have never been paid up to today. So there are so many things that need to be corrected for what they are doing. Today, as you speak, most of the time is about Kalonzo and the Kamba vote. So somehow, as we see it, like it's kind of late because only 3 months left to elections. Bado huyu alikimbia na certificate yenu, wako mahali ingine, Kalonzo wako mahali ingine. It's very confusing to some of us. But as in UDA, we're okay. Iko taabu hapa na kule, lakini we have agreed that those like in Nairobi, mwana imekuwa arranged, everywhere it's arranged. But at the end of the day,
mzee wangu, how can you be okay when poor people are suffering somewhere? When our citizens are suffering somewhere? Kama mtu anaweza hamisha mto mzima, mto apeleke kwake. Sembuzi akipewa Kenya, si atauza yote. No, how can you be okay in that camp and then yani nyinyi mnachangia
Kasuti, you asked your question, wait for the answer, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Vile umesema ni kweli, sichakataa. Nilisema, let me repeat again and maybe read my voice again. Nilisema there is a lot of corruption in Kenya. Even in Kisii, Alex anajua. For 3 years, the people were employed for 3 years, like 2,000 people. They never were paid. We have papers and we can send them anywhere, but it is stopped by this government of today. So the government of today, vile inachenjanga. Ikitoka, you can ask that question very genuinely, Kasuri, and you are right for that. We cannot sit here to defend corruption so that we can come here and talk to you. That's hypocrisy of the first order. I'm not defending corruption. I will never defend corruption. Kama ni Arab Masamba, weka jela. We are not. Some of us are not there just to answer, to accept the person for who they are. No, if they are doing wrong, they are wrong. Everywhere, every society. Muda anakaa, a politician for 50 years, 51 years, and anawekwa jela. So that is completely normal, but we need to eradicate what you call corruption. The ile bottom up wanasema haiwezi kufanya kazi kama iko corruption. Ni kama unaenda safari na shimo imerimwa juu yako, huwezi kupita na gari. So that's what corruption does. So mimi nasema nakubali na wewe, kama if there is anything we can prove in court of law, court ambayo ni ya huyu mama, court ambayo ni ya Maraga aliweka majaji wengi, let them go to jail. Hiyo tu ndio takwambia. If you can prove it and use the laws of the day. Don't come with your, any, what they call it, assumptions. No, use the law of the day and put them to jail. I accept that.
No. This is not assumption. It is true. It is true.
Okay.
5 years, casual laborers have never been employed, have never been 2 months, never been paid.
Ngoja, wewe bwana Kasuti. Siwe ndio assistant wa Atwoli. Mbona hii maneno hujafikisha kwa ofisi ya Atwoli? Umeletea nyakaka.
I started by saying it's not applicable in the courts of labor, industry and labor court. Haikubaliki mtu kukufanyia kazi miaka 5 as a casual laborers. Nilisema haikubaliki.
That's exactly what I'm saying. What has Atwoli done about these 5 years casual laborers in the farm of the assistant to Jesus?
But himself said that
Atwoli is wait. Atwoli is he represents union. He represents union. But this category of casual laborers is a very complicated issue. Casual laborers, they don't have any union, they don't have representative, they don't have, you see, hawa ni watu tu mtu unaenda kukusanya alafu na watumia vibaya.
Sawa, order. Alex, unasemaje?
I don't like to tell people how to talk, but can we stop this name, Assistant Jesus? I will quit this group. I mean, I don't think I'm comfortable with that. I mean, that is very wrong. There is no position like that. Let's stop that. No, let's stop that.
No.
Let's stop that issue. Let us not bring the religious figures.
Listen.
Stop their name.
Listen, my friend.
Order.
Hallelujah.
Order, all of you. Thank you. So, Alex, the Assistant Jesus title is disturbing you, making you uncomfortable.
I mean, let's not bring religion in. I mean, those are Tony issues.
God, yeah, you cannot say let's not bring religion in when you are you are an elder in your church. Take it easy. It is not a matter of religion. In fact, there is no position called Assistant Jesus. Okay, if he said it's Jesus, then it will be blasphemy. He's trying to replace Jesus, like the vicar of Christ, the person who takes the place of Christ. But it's in if I understand what Kasutu means is that Deputy President has sold himself to be the one approved by God, closest to God, is the one who tells God where to go, who to approve, who not to touch, who doesn't serve him. That is the picture he has sold to Kenyans, and he wants Kenyans to believe that he is the only chosen of God, and God will not do anything for this country without him. So that is inaitwa majina ya majazi. Majina ya majazi au majina yepi. Yeah, where you use a particular phrase to implicate somebody, but I find nothing wrong with it. But if it makes you uncomfortable, then wewe na Kasuti mkutane nyuma ya curtain mkubaliane, kwa sababu Biblia inasema Kasuti akikula nyama na nyama inakukwaza, ninyi wote ni ndugu, ataacha kula nyama kwa sababu yako. So kutaneni mkubaliane. Asante.
Addition on that, when the Bible says that enyi mafarisayo mnaopenda kutembea mbele ya barasani, yani mnaopenda kutembeza mbele ya watu, alafu mkiitwa hey Rabbi, Rabbi, Rabbi. Who is Rabbi? Hao ni mafarisayo. We are talking about Pharisees. Hao watu wenye wanataka kuitwa Rabbi, na wao nao sio Rabbi yao. So hata kama ni chungu itabidi uzoee.
No, Kasuti, let Penny conclude, please. We need to bring in Henry.
You are not better than Ruto. You need to know that.
Hata Biblia mwenyewe anasema sio wenye wananiita Rabi Rabi wataingia mlangoni mwa Mungu. Not those who are calling me Lord, Lord. Ni trusted ones. Sio wafuasi wangu. Yes, so
thank you, Mama. Thank you, Mama. Thank you, Maggie. Thank you, Maggie.
Hold on. Hold on. Thank you. Let's do this.
Mbona mwezi kuwa na order when I'm talking?
Subiri kwanza, Maggie. Wewe ndio umekuja bila order. Okay?
No,
ulianza kuongea katikati ya conversation. Hold on, please. I'll give you a chance and you will defend your stand. Right now, the person who had the floor is Penny. Kasuti was intercepting. So I want Penny to conclude. We bring in Henry, then tunakuja kwako Maggie. Thank you. So yangu tafadhali tusonge mbele.
Asante sana Bernard. Sasa yangu ni kusema tu ya kwamba Kasuti mimi sitaki corruption. Sitaki kusema that I'm supporting Ruto because of corruption. There's other reasons. Other David D today, he explained what bottoms up is. If you can look at YouTube, and I think he went deeper than that. Hiyo ndio mimi na support. Sio corruption. Corruption ni kitu kingine baya sana inaharibu nchi. Any country that has high corruption is either dictatorship or so many characteristics that you don't want. So if that is where Ruto is going, by your perception, is wrong. I will not support that. Ya mwisho ni kusema kwamba wacha tuendelee mbele. Uda tuko mzuri na tuwezi kununua ati tunaenda kujua nini. No, we are the next government. But if we are not, that's not the end of the world. Hiyo ndio mimi nawaambianga tu. Mimi nakubali itashindwa. Lakini hata ukipeti kwa hii room peke yake, mimi ni show peke yake. 99% of the Azimio people who say no, they will win. My friend, elections, you cannot determine. When we sat around and saw Trump winning election, even if he didn't win the majority, but he won because of their rules, you follow the rules wherever they take you. And today, you cannot, NOT, promise that Azimio it will win. I cannot promise that UDA can win. When you promise that you will win, that's when you will lose. Learn that. Thank you very much Bernard kwa kunipatia wakati. Ninakuja natoka lakini niliambiwa nikizungumza na uzi watu wengi sana. Some people have told me that I make them really mad when I speak. And I don't mean to abuse anybody or anything. I say my ideas, what I believe in, what I've learned in my life. That's all I use. But kama nauzi wengine, I am really sorry.
Mimi au niudhi lakini ile nitakuambia tu ukweli. You are not seeing anything like government. Hiyo UDA yako. Please. Check it in the bank.
But it's not the government. It's not the government yet. There's not form with the government. Thank you.
Alex. Yeah. Alex, Bernard is not there. So can you proceed?
Benny.
Yeah.
Habari mzee yangu. Sasa hii maneno ya ausingishi ya opinion pool. Ebu niambie juu yake because you are forming the next government. Lakini iko opinion pool ilifanywa huko, uliona? Penny Nyagaka.
Penny Nyagaka ni wa kuongea tu, hao wanangi hizo vitu. Ndio kunamwambia hawaoni.
Hawezi kutoka. Huyu alifunga when I was, oh man.
Penny, ulisikia hiyo swali kweli?
Wacha nitoke narudi. Ifunga.
Haya sawa basi. Bernard endelea.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Henry, namna gani?
Habari zenu bwana mzuri.
Hey, asante. Maoni yako?
Mimi naona mjadala uko mzuri na siasa inakuwa hivyo. Kawaida lazima kuwe na uzuri na ubaya wa kila kitu. So mtu akisema ubaya wake na uzuri wake kila lazima tuangalie, sio kwa sababu kuna kitu kimoja kimefanya mmependa mtu alafu naanza kusema huyo ndio pekee. Nisawaambia kwa hii forum all the time, wale wote ambao tunaona ni prominent people ama wale ambao wanataka kusimamia kwa uongozi wote ni wazuri, lakini uzuri wao huwezi kuwa the same. So wakisema kiongozi huyu ana ubaya huu, lazima tuweke kwa mizani, kwa ratili, tuone kweli huyu amekosea zaidi. Na kuna wakati nilisema hata wanafunzi wakiwa shule, kuna mwenye anakuwa wa kwanza na kuna mwenye anakuwa wa mwisho. So kwa hivyo tuangalie yule ambaye anakuwa wa kwanza kwa vitendo, kwa kusema ukweli. Na nimerudia mara mingi, nimekuwa Kenya, I just came back 2 weeks ago. Viongozi ama wale ambao wanatafuta vyeo, hata mnasikia tu wakisema tukia kwa rununu ni mengine na tukiwa hapo nyuma ya curtain is something else. Yale yanaendelea huko chini sio yale mnasikia ama yale mnaona kwa TV. Kule tu ni just kutimiza tu ndoto za wananchi. Somebody has not done nothing. Nimesikia tu kama jamaa na Fred amesema kuna watu wakajalipwa kama 1,000 ama milioni 1. But hiyo hakuna watu hawezi kusema juu ya hiyo, sababu jioni wanapiga laini 500. Hiyo 500 hata sukari huwezi kununua. Uchumi, mtu ameharibu uchumi na hapa anakuambia atakuweka pesa kwa mfuko. Na hiyo pesa inatoka wapi? Itatoka wapi? Sipata ameweka kwa mfuko. Wale watu wote wanamfuata ni pesa tu wanapangia laini na wanajua. Sisi sote tunajua hivyo. Na unaambiwa sasa utafanya nini? Mimi naenda kwenye iko pesa. Sasa hiyo pesa imeharibu hata education sector imeharibika, hospitali zimeharibika, barabara pesa zinachukuliwa, unaambiwa zimeenda hapa na unaambiwa uweze kufanya kitu. Tusidanganyane hapa, Kenya ni kwetu. Hakuna mwenye anasikia ati sasa unaongea kiongozi wangu. Viongozi wote ni wetu. Sisi, mimi sina kiongozi, wote ni wetu. Lakini kuna mwenye anafanya vizuri na kuna mwenye anafanya vibaya. Tusisema ati wakiongea juu ya deputy president ama Uhuru ama Raila, kuna kila mtu has participated at least. Kama watu wengi wanaona deputy wetu ameiba sana, sio ubaya, ataambiwa umeiba. Na kusema ukweli, hizi pesa zinatumika kila siku, hata kama ni biashara. Yeye mwenyewe ndio anajua mbinu za kufanya biashara Kenya, kuna watu wengine hawajui. Siambia watu fanya biashara hivi mtengeneze pesa, baadaye ya kuambia nini nikiingia. Kama hajasaidia huyu wa huko chini wa mafumbi vile anasema, kama hao wenye wanaajiriwa na walipu miezi 3-4, na akiingia je, si utaenda miaka 10 ujalipwa? Sasa hapo ndio kutoa chini. Tuseme ukweli. Kuna anyway, truly speaking, viongozi wote wamefanya. The other time nilisema Mudavadi alikuwa anasema mafuta ni ya serikali. Hii ndege hata Karua alikuwa anasema hii ndege ulitoa wapi? Sasa saa hii deputy wote walitoka binguni, alikuwa malaika, alikuwa ametoka binguni, na yule mwingine alikuwa ni nani mwenye walikuwa anaongea before waingie huko. So Kenya saa hii ni kuchezea akili ya wananchi, wanaendelea kuumizwa, lakini hakuna mtu anaongea. Huko kuna vita huko left pale, watu machangiri wanaua wanafunzi, watu aongee juu ya hiyo. Sasa ni Kenya ni central, ndio anaenda kutafuta urais huko. Siaingilie kwanza huko, asema watu wangu mbona achambasi yanaingilia huko, sababu hako kwa serikali. Hawezi kusema Uhuru na Raila ndio wameshikilia, hata yeye hako na nguvu kama deputy president, achatoka huko amekalia kiti. Na hata kama sio hivyo, hata kama ni MP, watu wangu wanaumizwa hapa na machangili na serikali iko. Sijasikia akisema kitu kama hiyo, lakini kusema kuna mchawi, kuna nini, sisi sasa kusema juu ya uchawi na watu wako wanauawa, hiyo itatusaidia nini? Charity starts from home. Angesema hapa, hata hiyo kitu ndio angekalia huko kila siku anaenda huko. Ni ukiona zile amen several times ameenda Central tangu aanze campaign, at least I think within a week lazima aende huko once ama twice. Siana akienda wakati alikuwa anakuja Nyanza, pengine anakuja Kisii, lakini Osoro alisurrender. Siku hizo Osoro hayuko. So kwa hivyo jana akienda Kisii, walisema hapana, sisi hapa tuone kama kuna ukweli hapa. Na hata Western wakati sasa ni Western Central. Western Central. Sasa Kenya ni Western and Central. Hizi zingine hata sijulikane, hata sana hata kwa nyumbani. Nimeona tu hiyo rally alifanya one time, ikaisha tu hiyo. So sisi sisemi kwa ubaya, sababu we have two sources as they say. Wacha tuseme ukweli. Kama ni kulinganisha hao viongozi wawili, tuseme juu ya kiongozi hiyo mwenye wote they are the fifth, the two of them, na hao wengine they are the fifth. One of them might come the president. Lakini kusema ukweli, na mimi narudia hii sasa, turudi hata hizo agenda walituhusia ndio waingie serikali hii ya Jubilee. Saa hii au akiongea juu yake, wasome moja baada ya nyingine, aseme hii ya kwanza tulifanya, ya pili tulifanya, ya tatu tulifanya. Vitu mingi ni kudanganya tu. Kawaida yake 3 months stadium, 3 months stadium, tumefanya hii. Sasa saa nyingine anasema amefanya, hata it doesn't even record as the president. So kusema ukweli, tusiwaambiane ukweli. Kama ni Kenya ni yetu vile kwa nasema, but Kenya ni kama wengine.
Sasa huyu nyati anasema
ni kama wengine, they are bigger than Kenya. So we are not bigger than Kenya. There are nobody is bigger than Kenya. Kenya vile wanasema watatoka na wengine watakuja. So tusianze kuharibu, sababu Ukiwa na pesa, that's not everything. Mungu yuko. Yule wanasimama kwa kanisa wanasema Mungu yuko na atalipa. Na Mungu atakuja kulipa. Utafanya yote maovu yale unataka kufanya, na akilipa itakuwa kizazi chake itakuwa mbaya sana. Asante sana.
Okay, asante bwana Henry. Tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Mohammed A unasema a lot of echoes, meaning what? Is it my mic or everybody's mic? If you are listening from both channels, you will always have that. Thank you. Yes, Kasuti?
Kuna mtu ametuma ujumbe hapo, sijui anaitwa EDM nani, na ule mwingine wa kwanza alisema anafanya kazi. Saa si kuelewa hiyo yake alikuwa anasema nini, lakini huyu Idi nataka kumwambia name is not just a name. We have a name that it's above all other names. Name is not just a name. Take that one and keep it. A name which is above all other names.
Bwana Kasuti, I'm trying to avoid diving into that because the way the debate is beginning to shape up on the comment section, we're going to turn this one into one very long service, which I don't want to get into. There are those claiming they are, no doubt, there are people called Jesus, and that's their official name. So there is nothing surprising about being assistant Jesus or being Jesus himself. But that doesn't make you Jesus, the Son of God. There's only one begotten Son of God, and he was born for a purpose, and that purpose is what makes him distinct from the rest. And it's an indisputable historical fact, and so as well as a spiritual reality. So whether we accept it or not, is still valid. You denying something doesn't change it. Denying pregnancy does not cancel the pregnancy. It will still mature and the child will be born. So denying Jesus, that is the Son of God, will not change anything, or him being more than a prophet, more than man, and more than what every other religious leader has been. That denial doesn't change anything. You're free to believe whatever you want, but at the end of the day, we will still end up with what is there when reality dawns on us. So let's not exercise ourselves in matters too high to ourselves, the Bible says. And if you don't know something, ask about it. Don't draw conclusion based on no information or on hearsay. The Bible is not fiction. It cannot be fiction. The Bible was written for over a period of 1,000 years. That means the writers of the Bible, most of them did not meet each other, but the story they wrote was the same, meaning a continuation. There is a period of silence between Malachi and Matthew, 400 years of silence. But where Malachi stops is where Matthew starts. So that means there is something superior about the Bible that doesn't tally with other books. The Quran is full of issues because it is a program by somebody who wants to make a religion. The Bible is not about us being religious. It's all about us being established in a working relationship with God. And so mixing the Bible with other religious books makes you unable to call things the way they are and understand things the way they are. On the other hand, we say that salvation is not by explanation, it's by revelation. So even if we explain to you how Jesus is and what Jesus is, it won't help you. We will just pray that God will open you and you see him for who he is. And there and then, your story will change and your perspective will change. I'm sure you watched the debate we had with the so-called atheist. I think we'll be calling another show again, and this time we want Kasuti to be the host. Ndio wasozane wote ni watu wa mumia hawa. Tuone vile watapelekana. All the same, sasa tumsikilize nani huyo? Alex, you have not made your submission, have you? Bwana Alex, are you still there? Okay. Nani huyo? Kasuti, hebu endelea kuongea na peni nakuja.
Kuna mtu aliongea hapa kuhusu story. Sasa hata mmefanya vizuri. Wacha turudi sasa kwa mambo na Sonko. Hizi malls from hii mall iko hapa, hii mall nyingine iko hapa, hii mall nyingine iko hapa. Unajua vile kina Peni Nyakaka wanataka kutuchezea mpira ile ya chini ama si ya juu. Pia sisi nasi tumewamulika tu. Hakuna shida, tumewamulika tu. You send malls, we send malls. You have malls, also we have malls in your camp. Kwanza wale front runners kwenu. Make a mistake, give him a ticket or give her a ticket. Then at the end of the day, we shall see what will be happening. But hii mambo ya kunyanyasa wachochole, hiyo ndio imenikasirisha sana. Hiyo imenikasirisha sana. Then hiyo statement ya kusema ati ni Kenya kwanza we are okay, hiyo haifai. Hiyo statement ndugu mzee wangu unafaa withdraw na kuapologize kwa wale wachochole kama madada zetu na mandugu zetu. Hii ya Sonko kukimbilia Coast. Unajua Ruto anajaribu kufanya juu chini ku make sure that Kalonzo amepoteza network kabisa, kwa sababu entrance ya Sonko kwa Kalonzo, it was a setup. Yani kitu ilikuwa imepangwa, ikachorwa na ikapangwa. Wewe nenda, alafu cause confusion huku, alafu tuone namna gani. So the best place apart from Nairobi, angemwambia asimame, it is Machakos. Whereby anatoa shida Nairobi, anaipeleka Mombasa. Kula anajua vizuri kabisa ya kwamba huko Mombasa kuko na ule mtu alikuwa sijui assistant ule Hassan Omar, alafu sasa kuna Azimio, kuna ODM, watu wawili. So tutataka kujua mbivu na mbichi, itajulikana hivi karibuni. So anajaribu kupeleka kuinterfere with Mombasa votes by sending Ruto's mall in Mombasa, whereby, na niliwaambia hapa na nitarudia tena, wakati mzee akiwa ameketi pale chini ya pale Upper Hill, chini ya ofisi, anaona mbali kuliko huyo Kalonzo akiwa amesimama juu ya KICC ama Times Tower, the tallest building in East and Central Africa. So whatever Kalonzo see today, Baba see future. So ndio naona Baba amekuwa yani hataki kuengage into Kalonzo's issues so hard. Yani hataki, yeye anajaribu. Na unajua ile issue ya wale watu wenye waanzilishi wa Azimio la Umoja, kina Governor Naguru, kina Sabina Jeke, kina wale from the mountain waanzilishi wao, nao wamekuja wakisimama kitete wakisema ya kwamba there is no way ukute nyumba imejengwa. Wakati hii nyumba ilikuwa inajengwa, you are busy doing nothing. Au kuleta na hii roho ya Sunny Palace na Toypias, mbona imeingia Kalonzo hivyo? Hii roho, this spirit is not good, na hiyo spirit inafaa ikemewe vikali sana. Hii spirit ya Sunny Palace na Toypias hii hatuitaki Azimio. So wakati watu walikuwa wanatafuta miti, sijui nini, sijui nyasi iko wapi, tujenge Azimio, wewe ulikuwa unafanya vitu zako huko, unacheza mchaka huko. Sasa ile nyumba imekamilika, wanataka wamefanya finishing. Sasa ile siku ya kuingiza nyumba, wewe unakuja hapo sasa unasema msiingize nyumba kwanza, pia mimi nimekuja, na unataka kubadilisha arrangements. Hii nyumba imepangwa, mesa itakuwa pale, TV tutaweka pale, sijui room ya wewe unataka kubadilisha kila kitu. Naambia Kalonzo, mapema ni mapema, either a shape in or a shape out, period. Kama hawezi wakasikizana na President Uhuru Kenyatta, that is the only thing. A shape out, aenda apikane na Ukambani politics, lakini sioni akitoboa, kwa sababu all three governors, they are not going to come from Wiper, which means wote watatoka kwa vyama tofauti tofauti. Likely kama Mtula atapenya sijui, lakini hao wawili 2 out of 1, unaona hiyo ni odd one, hiyo ni namba ingine, odd one out, odd number, so atoboi. Tukiingia kule mashinani pia naona atakuwa na wakati mgumu sana. So matrix ya Kalonzo haikuwi mzuri, bali inaendelea tu kudorora. Back to you, Ben.
Okay, now what political capital is Sonko adding to Kalonzo except confusion and trouble?
Nothing. No value addition. See perceptionally, see created, nothing. Unajua ile kitu Sonko amepeleka Wiper ni street politics. Do you know Sonko is good? He's fit in street politics. He understands street politics, whereby Kalonzo doesn't know that one. That is the only thing amepeleka huko.
Sawa, thank you very much Bwana Kasuti. Penny, ulikuwa na kitu unasema alafu mitambo ikafanyikaje? Karibu.
Asante sana Bernard, thank you very much. Unanifanyia mzuri sana na ninakumbuka hiyo, nitakumbuka. Nani Alex aliniuliza swali and I think it was about corruption, na nikamweleza isitataka corruption at all. That's our dream, for Kenya to prevail and to be a better country. Alex, we have to stop corruption wherever it is. Now, there was a relevant question he asked me. I kind of forgot it, but he asked me directly. Kama yuko alipiting itakuwa mzuri. The Mwanza. I don't remember what the question was.
Aliuliza wewe kama mwenye UDA. Akauliza kuna opinion poll imefanywa Uasin Gishu. Akauliza umeiona, na kama umeiona, what is your opinion on that? Hilo ndio aliuliza swali.
Yeah, mwambie ninakupali na hiyo opinion ya Uasin Gishu 100%. Kama nilikupali ile ifanyikana mountain na ikifika Uasin Gishu nifanye kigeugeu, kwanza hiyo ndio atakuwa kigeugeu. So that's exactly why I said that I cannot sit here and promise that elections. That's the reason I was saying that, because ile ilionyesha kabisa Ruto ataurudi kwao. Now, how can he win the mountain now asiruzi kwao? So I don't know, but ninakubali na hiyo. I agree with it. Thank you Bernard.
Asante Penny kwa majibu yako na maoni yako, na ni muhimu. Nashukuru kwamba kila mmoja amesimama kinyume na corruption, kwa sababu ndio janga kubwa katika nchi hii, na kama tutaendelea mbele kama Kenya, lazima tukubali kuconfront corruption at all levels. And therefore all the leaders that are in support of corruption should be treated as corrupt, and therefore they should be resisted at all levels. Kuna huyu anaitwa Nathan Nzusi, if I'm not wrong. Anauliza, in politics where would Songore seek refuge? The question is directed to Kasuti.
Bernard na Nathan ni mchokozi sana.
The only place Sonko can seek refuge is on the street. Let him come back on the street because he understands street more than akuje tufanye hiyo tupinge tufunje tukijifunga maminyororo huko kwa street. That is the only area he can find refuge. But in political arena, I don't think so. I don't think so. Nowhere he can run because akienda ndio ameenda amefanya propaganda huko, amepeleka street politics Wiper, but now EACC nayo imemngoja. There is no way EACC will approve his candidature. That is take it to the bank. Even although anaweza fanya hizo theatrics zote, lakini EACC hata kama nayo ndio itakuwa imerogwa, haitakubali Sonko kurani. So that is out of question. Akurudi tu tupike siasa ya mtaa.
Okay, thank
Na
you.
Sonko rescue team. Sonko rescue team alete tufanye hiyo, tusaidie wamama huko Korokocho na kule kwengine. It will be better.
Is it Sonko rescue team or team rescue Sonko?
Ndio hiyo team rescue Sonko sasa ndio tunataka kufanya.
Now I will say this about Sonko is the book of Ecclesiastes in the Bible says if the iron be blunt, then you will have to use more strength to cut down the tree. But if you sharpen it, you will use less strength. Then he says that the labor of the foolish weareth every one of them, because they know not how to get to the city. Sonko dropped out of political limelight. He must find his way back, but he must know the way back. If he really wants to recover politically, my free advice to Sonko is to go for a sabbatical from politics for the next 5 years. Play chini ya maji, clear majina yake yote, asafishe kila mahali. Then he can make a comeback in 2027 and he will be strong because he will have cleared himself. But if he goes to mix himself in this politics right now, the trouble he had in the previous one will be combined with the trouble he's making in this one, and that will make him to ban this entire political career. So there is a line, there is a ray of hope for him to recover politically, but he has to play according to the book and according to the laws of nature. And that is, people will forgive you after a period of time, but you need to phase out. New relationships only work when you have walked out of the previous relationship and gotten over it. As long as it's going into campaign with the 2017 hangovers and the impeachment hangovers and the corruption allegation hangovers, they will help him into failing, and he will fail greatly. So for me, to Sonko is being killed and terminated politically by the person pretending to be helping him. And the one person who is finishing Sonko is one Kalonzo Musyoka. He's fronting him. It's just like, we say that when the child is in the womb and is 5 months, okay, he has not reached the place where he is now, the pregnancy is not full. The child cannot come out and say, I want to go and greet my auntie, then come back and go back to the womb, and then I will continue from where I left. Sonko coming back prematurely into political limelight, it is political suicide. And if Kalonzo is the one pushing him into that, he's helping him commit political suicide. And so there is nothing that can be worse than that. So if Sonko was wise, he should just take leave, go for sabbatical, rest, rethink, reorganize himself, and come and pick one constituency in Nairobi, one constituency. Let him be a member of parliament permanently, or a senator for that matter. but kwenda kusumbua watu Mombasa ama kurudi Machakos ama kule kwingine ni kuharibika, anaharibika na ni time ana waste. Things will not work for him based on his previous experience. Politics requires you to begin on a new slide every time you get into the new political season. You can't use your previous slides to write a new move for your politics to thrive. I think that's the much I can say on that. Bwana Themba, vipi?
Niko ngangari vipi?
Karibu, lakini hali namna gani huko?
Nashukuru.
Ehe.
Kasudi Mura anaangalia hivyo bana.
Anaogopa. Kwanza ameonywa sana, ukifika hivi sijui atatokea wapi. Ameonywa na mate.
Karibu anaanza kuquote Biblia.
Yeye amesema kuna roho ya Tobias na Sanballat. So sijui hizi roho ameziona wapi, na amesema zinafuata Kalonzo. So anasema tukemee. So atatuambia tupeleke kwa ng'anga ama kwa msili, ama yeye mwenyewe ndo atakemea.
Kasudi anasoma Biblia kuliko pastor mwenyewe.
Kasudi ndio Biblia. Kwani anasoma Biblia gani?
Acha niwaambie kitu na sitarudi hapa tena. Ndugu yangu Themba, sitarudi hapa tena, naenda kazi. Wana wa manabii wakamwendea Elijah na wakamwambia, mahali hapa tunaishi ni pasuri sana, mchanga yake ni mzuri, lakini tunapopanda inji inazaa mapooza. Elijah ni nani? Ni baba Azimio Raila Amolo Odinga in political realm. Alafu baba akawaambia hivi, nenda mkaniletee chumvi na muniletee chombo kipya ambacho ndicho Azimio la Umoja. Na akasema akaenda mpaka chemichemi ya maji na akafanya nini? Akatakaza maji, whereby wana wa manabii kifo kikaondolea sufuriani. If you understand the bitter herbs, yani zile kifo kiko sufuriani. Kifo, nchi yetu ya Kenya ni nzuri sana, lakini kila wakati maji hakuna, madawa kwa hospitali hakuna, hiyo yote ni mapooza. Ukiingilia sijui wapi hakuna, kisha yani kila kitu, but nchi ni nzuri. Mafuta saa hii hakuna. Ni nani amekula mafuta? Ruto amekula mafuta yote, amekunywa na sijui anaweka wapi, kwa sababu wheelbarrow haitumii mafuta. I don't know kule inapelekwa. So tafadhali nawaomba tu muruhusu baba ayatakaze maji na atakaze mchanga. When the soil accept you, you will reap the fruits of the land. Colors. Na baba huyo ndiye Elisha. Sasa hiyo utaniuliza imeandikwa wapi?
Mambo ni
uliza
mambo
Penat.
ni kama hai. Mambo ni kama hai.
Haya, Mama Selina ashasema amen. Nathan anauliza sasa kama baba ni Elisha, Joshua ni nani? Kasuti kwako.
Joshua nilisema Mungu alikuwa anafanya jambo moja wakati mmoja kwa kutuma ujumbe mahali fulani. Joshua alikuwepo wakati ule. Joshua huyu alikuwa chini ya Musa miaka 40 akiwa anafunzwa siasa. But when you look that baba alipokuja na hiyo idea ya Joshua, si mtoto kwa siasa, amekaa kwa siasa na amekomaa kwa siasa. So yeye alipojiita Joshua, Mungu alisikia sauti ya Mungu akamwambia, sasa mtumishi wangu Musa ameondoka, huyu ule alikuwepo. Sasa wewe nataka uinuke na uchukue wanangu wapeleke. Lakini bila shaka wale Joshua alituma kwenda kufanya survey, kuna wale walileta ripoti mbaya, na hao ndio waliharibu Joshua. wale walitumwa waende wasurvey nchi ya Kanaani wakakuja wengine wakaleta ripoti wakasema katika nchi ya Kanaani tumekutana na nini na wana wa Anaki. Wana wa Anaki ndio hizo mamba papa alikuwa anasema. Ndio hizo mamba alikuwa anasema. So mwambie huyo mwenye anauliza story ya Yoshua ilikuwa ya wakati ule. Sasa tuko kwa Elijah. Inji lazima itakazwe. Na ni lazima tutengeneze, na ni lazima tufanye tupande na tuvune mazao ambayo yanakubalika. Asante.
Kasuli, lakini Touting Thomas ni wengi sana Kenya. Tuko na matouting Thomas wengi wanakubali Joshua ako, lakini pia wanaokopa. So sijui, lazima Mungu atusaidie ya kabisa. Yale umesema ni ya ukweli, lakini sasa matouting Thomas kina Kalonzo na wanajua Biblia, tutawafanyaje? Siku ile ya Uhuru Bag walikubaliana na baba na dakika ya mwisho wakaokopa. Sasa tena wamekuja wanataka kwenda mbele, lakini pia batu wanaokopa. Sasa unataka baba tutengeneze, lakini sasa tukikaidi, kwa sababu we umetuambia mambo mazuri, lakini pia wakati Musa alikuwa ameongoza Wanaisraeli, wakati walifika katikati ndio wapite hiyo mto Jordan, walikataa, walimwambia Musa tumechoka, heri tukufe hapa. Lakini wale wachache wakati alipiga maji na wakatoka, lakini si wengi walifika. So Kenya lazima tujichunge. Mimi nilikuwa nimeongea awali nikiwa na hasira sana nikisema kati yetu na baba nani anahitaji nani zaidi? Baba anahitaji wa Kenya ama wa Kenya wanahitaji baba? Wa Kenya wanahitaji Uhuru, wanahitaji wa Kenya ama wa Kenya wanahitaji Uhuru? Kwa sababu Uhuru amemaliza tamu yake na anayesaishi vizuri. Baba ametutoa mbali na tunakataa, ametusukuma, anasukuma viongozi, anasukuma wananchi. Leo baba akaamuka akasema nimechoka, muache kunisumbua. Kati yetu na yeye nani? Kwa sababu watu wanasema tunapunish Raila. Unapunish Raila afanye nini? Watu wanasema tunapunish Uhuru. Wafanye Uhuru wafanye nini? Ni sisi ndiye tuko na shida. Na sisi tunafuata viongozi wale wako na tamaa, wanataka yao. Leo baba Kasuli, baba akaamuka leo na kusema wa Kenya, niliwaletea amani, mnakataa. Nilienda nikasalamiana na Uhuru, mumepata nafasi ya kukua na furaha hata kuomba hizi makura. Hawa watu wanafikiria, na ninauliza na Rosavi Temba. Leo mambo ikaenda vile ilienda. Hii amani watu wanafikiria itaendelea, kwa sababu lazima tufikirie mara mbili. Mwenye alishikana mkono na akaserenda na akasema Mungu patie mimi nafasi nichunge nchi yangu, napenda hii watu. Ukraine, unajua sisi wa Kenya tunaona hapa nyumbani, lakini tunaona yale mambo inafanyika Ukraine, wasungu vile wanakufa kwa barabara, wanarokotwa, pomi na kuja. Unajua na Temba, tuko wakati ya election. Saa zingine tuone dunia. Unajua tunajiona hapa Kenya, hatuoni nini inafanyika Uganda, hatuoni nini inafanyika nchi ya nchi nyingine. Kandisa wa people one day uweke hiyo video vile inafanyika Ukraine, vile watu wanakufa, wanarokota, hata unashindwa. Na ni wasungu. Wa Kenya wanafikiria aje? Hila amani tuliletewa na baba, kuna mahali iliwekwa sei ya kwamba tumewekewa permanent. Watu wanachokosa, wanamuita machina, watu wanatusiana, wanakataa amani. Temba, one day wekea sisi watu ya Kenya waone ya kwamba dunia si mzuri. Tukicheza Kenya itelese kidogo hivi. Mimi ile amani baba alilete na watu wametulia. Kuna watu wengine wanafikiria itaenda hivyo. Kuna watu wengine wanafikiria ati leo Raila akikaa nyumbani na Uhuru waenda anyamase, ati ile amani wameleta itaendelea. Na mnatuambia mutadu, na mnatuambia mutajua amujui. Unamwambia watu 6 milioni ya Raila mutajua amujui. Ukweli? Watu 6 milioni utamwambia mutadu? Wenye wakiambiwa na sijui Kenya wanafikiria aje. Waangalie, tusaidie, waangalie vile inafanyika. Tunaona huku tunalia. Unajua Kenya ni tusione Ukraine, tuone huko Russia, tufikiria haiwezi fika kwetu. Ni Kenya ingine tunatengeneza. Hii amani, watu waombe kura na amani. Kalonzo, ujue ikiumana leo, tulikusamea ya Uhuru back. Sidhani kama Wakenya watakusamea sahi. Uende tu ukatae sahi, maneno yaripike kidogo. Hiyo nguru ama sijui inaitwanga sunguru ama inaitwanga nini huko kwako itakuwa ndogo. Wakenya watachaa huko. Watu, Kasuli. Wewe unafikiri hii kitu ikiharibika kidogo sahi wanaume wanasungusha sisi watapaki? Wacha Wakenya wanacheza.
Kalonzo, huyu Kalonzo mami, huyu Kalonzo anakaa tu akona kiherehere kama ya Pita tu ya Petero. Mara ya kwanza anakukana akanakana Yesu. Punde si kidogo ndio huyu amekata mwingine masikio ameangusha chini. Angalia tu hiyo roho yenye iko kwa Kalonzo. But in it real sense, Abada anatembea na njora kwa mfuko. Yaani hii kiherehere ya Kalonzo ni ya Petero tu. Ya Petero mwenyewe kabisa, but it's the rock. Kwa nini Mungu alikuja, Yesu alikuja na akasettle kwa nani? Kwa sababu aliona kitu. Lakini hii kiherehere lazima ikomeshwe. Lazima hii pepo iambiwe toka mbele yangu.
Baba alianzia PPI. PPI ikaisha, baba akaanza Azimio, akasunguka Kenya mzima. Akarudi, akakubalika. Akarudi akakaa na kina Ngilu na kina Mutua na kina watu yote wale walishikana na baba. Kalonzo akatusungusha, mara si State House, sijui mara sijui wapi, sijui wanaenda Sunguru, sijui wanafanya nini. Dakika ya mwisho amekuja. Akasema mimi leo nimekuja. Kidogo amesahau alituambia hivyo. Nataka kusema hivi. Kenya ikiharibika saa hii, Kalonzo atatuchipu kwa sababu alikuja kuingia nyumba ilikuwa imetulia. Na ndio anafuruka. Ukambani wacha vile we mtu ya Ndeto, wacha vile mnatuambia Ukambani imekauka. Tutakuja huko tuchae huko mtuambie vizuri. Wacha hiyo kidogo imekauka. Awache kuchezea wa Kenya.
Mama Selina, inaitwa Seikuru.
Mimi sijui hata kuita hiyo majina. Utaita nini hata unaita tu vile wanaitwa. Ingine nataka kushukuru watu ya Busia. Naona Otoma. Naona wamechaguliwa na Busia imetuambia amani, nashukuru sana. Siku ile alitoroka baba lakini alirudi nyumbani akaomba msamaha. Unaona amepata haki yake Temba. Siku ile alitoroka akafuruka, akarushwa nje. Alirudi akaomba baba msamaha na leo amepata haki yake. Hiyo ndio tunataka. Kalonzo, Ruto atachukua 10 years. Baba anaenda 5 years. Ukiingilia basi ya baba, utafika Nairobi kabla uingie basi ya Ruto. Ya Ruto ni 10 years. Ndio hata utoe kichwa kama atakubali, labda atasema tuende kama Uganda. Labda 2 times itakuwa imepotea, lakini angekuwa basi ya baba na akuwe mwaminifu, alikuwa karibu kuingia kwa mlango. Sasa anataka kurudi mpaka 0. Tutamwambia Kalonzo, upati kitu, unatusumbua saa hii. Baba ataenda kando, Wakenya tutakuuliza swali. Uhuru back au kutokea, ulingoja simu ya Nigeria. Saa hii umeingia tena unasumbua baba. Wababa, wanaume, vijana. Patia sisi constituency ya wamama, sisi ndio hatuna shida, lakini tuko na kura milioni 4 ile ya maendeleo. Hiyo iko kwa kikabu hiyo. Yenyu milioni 2 mnatuambia 1.5. Sisi tuko na start 4 million ya constituency inaitwa wamama. Mimi nitakufia hapo kwa sababu tunataka Kenya isimame. Lakini mkitaka tuende Kalonzo, hiyo Ukambani itakuwa ndogo. Sumbua sisi tu. Asante Mutua, ulirudi na umenyamaza. Mtoto akikufa, mama anasema wakati nilijificha, wewe mwenye ulikuja kunitoa kwa shimo. Kalonzo, Wakenya wanakuuliza, tulikuwa tumetulia, wewe ndio unatutoa kwa shimo. Mtoto yetu akikufa, wewe ndio utatuambia. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina, and the rest. Temper now as you take over. I would want to say this on my last statement on Kalonzo. Kalonzo should not be in Azimio because of the deputy presidency slot. Kalonzo should be in Azimio to provide leadership. If he cannot provide leadership and all he wants is a position, he is not necessary. We don't need people to fill positions. We need people to provide leadership. If Kalonzo came to Azimio and says he has brought the 3 governors in his backyard, they are all behind him, then we will take him serious. But if he followed the 3 governors to Azimio, then he's being led by the 3 governors. He's not their leader. And let's call a spade, not a big spoon. Hii maneno ya kupembelezana na Kalonzo tuachane tu naye. He doesn't need to be given the slot, number 1. Number 2, he should not be in Azimio because he's waiting for that slot or waiting to be the next president. We need leadership right now, and we need minds that will provide leadership to the country from where it is to where it ought to be. In whatever position or whatever role you play, should be, we are leading the country from where it is to where it's supposed to be. So mambo ya 2027 should be suspended, 2032 should be suspended. Let's concentrate. How do we get out of where we are? How do we make sure that every Kenyan is safe and secure where they are? There is food security, there is job creation, there is business, whatever, thriving business environment, there is development taking place. But if you are in this particular movement and all you're concerned about is what position do I occupy, is it higher than Mutua, or will Mutua be more senior than me, and all that, that paints you in bad light. And such mindsets, we don't need them anywhere closer to leadership. The country is in a bad position, a bad shape. We can't allow people want to jostle for position into leadership. Tunataka wale watu wana provide leadership. Kama Kalonzo anataka kuwa kiongozi, aanze na kuongeza nini? Backyard yake. Akuje na backyard. Lakini kama anafuata backyard, bas akae nyuma, let the backyard lead him, and whatever position the backyard offers him, he should take it. Hii mambo ingine ya to and fro, there is no time for it. So the Azimio people should listen to Nick Salat, the Secretary General of KANU. Wamsikilize vizuri, wamuelewe, tuachane na hii mambo ya bembeleza. Hata proposal ya marriage, you don't propose this year, they say no. You propose next year, she says no. You go again the 3rd year, kwani ni nini? Kama umekataa, kama umekataa, tafuta mwingine, okay? Sio masuala ya wewe ati wewe hata kama malaika ndio alikutokea akasema ni huyu, ama nabii alikonfirm ni huyu. Kama amesema no, kubali, amesema no, tusonge mbele. Lakini tukae hapa tukibembelezana for how long? No, we have children. Watoto wale wamefanya exam, double exam. wanaenda grade 5. Kuna watoto wale wanaenda junior secondary. Saa hii we are talking about 100% transition to secondary. There are no classes, there are no infrastructure. Na wewe uko hapa unalilia tu unataka kuwa deputy president? Ai, mnisamee lakini
Tena
hapa pana.
tunasahau ukienda anasema yes. Saa ile unaenda lete ring anasema no. Ukirutisha ring anasema yes. Ukiita wasee anasema sikukuwa nimekubali. Ukitengeneza manguo ya harusi ndio anakuambia sasa kabisa sikutaki. Usisema alisema no yote, hapana. Mara ya kwanza ndio nimekubali. Ukaenda tafuta ring akasema hapana. Haya, ukaenda nyumbani ukasema wacha niwache. Akakuja tena akasema nimekubali. So tumechoka. Wasee wamekuja na sasa wasee wanarudisha. Unajua wasee wakikuja si ya mchezo. Sasa wasee warudisha mali yao na kijana aenda atafute bibi yake mali ingine na abarikiwe na wasee vile ya Kikuyu walikuwa jana na Raila wakikula ile supu na ile nyama. Pena hata amukuweka hiyo ndio watu wajue. Hata hii ya Central munasema muko na kura. Hiyo ya wasee jana ilikuwa mwisho. Wasee walikaa chini, wamekula muma hiyo wamekula na Raila na Orengo na ndugu ya Raila na mama Aita akapatiwa, akaambiwa ndio hii. Wakenya wachue hivyo. So hiyo wasee wamechukua nyungu yao, wamechukua kila kitu. Sasa Kalonzo, wacha tutafute bibi ingine, tukuje tufunge juu. Amekataa. Angekuwa amekubali, angekuwa jana anakula nini? Hiyo nyama na angekuwa na wasee. Hiyo tu ninaweza sema. Na Penat, mkipata nafasi utuwekee hiyo kitu kesho ama siku ingine tuone vile wasee walikaa. That was a very good move. Na Wakikuyu wale watapita hiyo. Bernard, watu wanaonyeshwa maneno tu polepole na amjui. Hiyo ndio unaona leo vile ilikuwa huko Kiambaa watu wanapigiwa kelele. Ni kwa sababu ile maneno mliona hiyo wasee. Kuna mtu amepinga hiyo mambo? Hata wenye wanakuanga na woko wa Kenya ama sijui wanakuanga unasikia mtu ameongea hiyo ya supu ilitengenezwa na hiyo nyama. Hakuna kijana ataruka hiyo. Na hiyo ndio ilikuwa ya mwisho na ndio ukasikia wanasema baada ya nomination Uhuru wanatoka wanaenda na baba. Because that was the last blessing walipatiwa jana. I hope kila mtu ameona. Na utuwekee alafu tusikie wenye wanakuwa wanajua maneno mingi waseme. Wamefunga mdomo hawataongea hiyo.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Themba, please come in now.
Thank you. A lot of insights from the debaters, and I like Kasudi's submissions, especially when he goes religious side. Karl Marx says that religion is the opium of the masses. It numbs us on so many things. And I think there's a village in Kenya where, is it a village or an area in Kenya where there are more churches than factories, than schools even, you know. And someone also writes and says that when they wanted to colonize us, they brought us religion. And we closed our eyes to pray. When we opened our eyes, our land was gone. Then there's a John Beatty, one of professors at the University of Nairobi, when he was writing about religion and philosophy, African religion and philosophy. He writes and says that Africans are notoriously religious. So anyone who comes in and wants to, you know, to numbers, they come in the name of religion. And it was easier for the other day, one Mr. Kashagwa, to say that for the first time the country has a man of God as a presidential candidate. And to my amazement, the church was actually, clapping to the idea of Ida being booed. I thought the church should be a place where peace is sought at any cost. But if you can carry the booing and the shouting of a leader as a success story, then I think there's something that the tool of religion is being used prominently right now. And it is not strange because it was used before during the campaign for the Constitution. The church was invoked for them to try and go against it in the pretext that the Constitution was against what they preached. So I get a little, reserved when people start quoting religion, and I get impressed. Depending on whom you are talking to. You are talking to a seriously biblical person, they will give you, even the biblical person, depending on whom they are talking about, they will give you different interpretations. But thank you, Kasudi.
we will begin to question your spiritual affiliation.
I'm very spiritual, but I'm not notoriously religious. So that one I can tell you for free.
That is implicating. We will punish you for the thing. Tutakuitia yule mumia.
When you brought Mumia, you when you start exploring the concept of agnostic and agnosticism, then you use the Bible. You tread on a very unending rat. It's called a rat trap. You will not get anywhere. And I like the debate, but how do you get into a debate with someone who has already said that whoever you are talking about does not exist? There's no debate, and it is the Bible that says, "Get behind me, you Satan." So you want to put them there in the front and then start talking. I found that very interesting. Anyway, I'm spiritual, but not notoriously religious. So that's I leave to Kasudi and the pastor here.
We are not notorious. We are not fanatics. We are just objective Christians.
Hey, now you are introducing another one. Kasudi will come and debate with you that statement.
Jambo unasumbuana na pastor, wachana na pastor bwana.
Yes, you're right. Huyu ni Ben akopoa. Kasudi is more into it than even Bernard. So what I want to say on the issues that I just want to give a comment or two, because I know we are going to have a very long-winded debate here before we finish. I think that the Oka letter was, in my view, it was an excitement by the reporters, because I suppose there's no Oka, because as indicated by the agreement, the parties joined Azimio as parties. So there's no coalition within the coalition, and you cannot register a coalition party within another coalition. So the law does not acknowledge the existence of a coalition within a coalition. And even if you look at those who signed were secretary generals of individual parties. So there's no way they can write to the registrar of political party Azoka. They can move out as parties, individual parties from Azimio coalition. So I think that was is an interesting. And if you listened to Martha Karua, when she joined Azimio, that was the end. That was the end of the so-called Oka, because Martha Karua walked out, and then Nyakera, Irungu Nyakera with this party, he went to Kenya Kwanza. So the Oka thing basically crumbled before it even started. And then, of course, they came in and they joined Azimio as individual parties. And the bone of contention right now, even as you realize other parties were raising, why is it Wiper is trying to pick that, bossy part as opposed to others? So that was the bone of contention. But if you remember the last time, they were told all parties are equal partners within Azimio. So Azimio, I mean, if they are saying one Kenya, it is just a name that they are trying to accommodate. There's nothing wrong in saying one Kenya. Kenya is one. So who would want to contend that? So if it kind of captured the psychological settlement of the people who had come up with it, then that was there wasn't a problem. That didn't mean that there is one Kenya coalition within the Azimio coalition. There's nothing like that. And them writing to the political party, you see, if you're going to write to the political party to stop the processes, you cannot stop a process of something that has not yet started or even has not yet been deposited as people. You can get out as a party. So Wiper can get out as Wiper, KANU can get out as KANU, and the others, but not as a coalition. So that one is it's a ridiculous insinuation. But we know it is that political time when things can be said so that they can bring out certain emotions across board. The other thing that I wanted to talk about, probably, so that is will Azimio hold on? And basically, it ties with the coalition management. One thing we need to appreciate is that managing coalitions is something that requires a lot of balancing. There's a lot of political competition because all the parties that are there are interested in power. So the balancing act requires a lot of wide consultations. There has to be bargains and counter bargains, proposals and counter proposals, which keeps on going on. And right now, I know for different parties, other than looking for, using a lot of energy looking for their part within the Azimio, they are more concerned right now about their nomination and getting their people out there. So I don't think this is a big thing in my view. I don't think it's going to rock the boat really hard. Some people, some young legislators are a bit excited, like Mutula Kalonzo Jr. For him, we know what he's looking for. He has to look like he's really pushing for the interest of Kalonzo so that he's elected as a governor in Makueni. So his interest is not necessarily Kalonzo, what Kalonzo is going to get. His interest is more so him being elected as a governor in Makueni. And how does that happen? It happens when people down there see that he's actually pushing for the interest of his leader and is loyal to his leader. Will that in essence is counterproductive in some cases, but for him it works for him to that extent. So hopefully they will see the sense. And of course, as we move by, I know between now up to 22nd, in about a week or two, we will be done with all this drama, and we will have people out there who have been appointed by different parties. Then of course we'll be good to go. Then campaign proper will start. So yes, I know Azimio will hold. I submit that Azimio will hold, and it will move beyond this. But coalition management is such a big energy sapping exercise. I don't envy, especially the leadership, Raila and Ruto. They have to really do a lot of balancing, intra and inter, within their party and across board. But it shall come to pass. I mean, we have had several election cycles and nominations have always happened. Some people have cried fall, but eventually we have had people who are coming out and they're being elected. So I know we'll expound on those points as we move on. And yes, we are here. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, Asante Themba, and I think I should now hand over the baton to you. You proceed with the rest of the program. We'll link up later on in the day. I'm still on my recovery mode, but the Easter season is here.
You had said you wanted to take a leave.
Yes, although I'll be out of Nairobi tomorrow, but I'll travel with my studio. So if I get a good place, tutakuwa pamoja. But I must get my good rest. I'm needed here mpaka tarehe 11 after the swearing in of Baba. So so we'll link up later.
Okay, sir.
Thank
Okay,
you.
good night. Good night. Yes, Mr. Richard Makiadi, karibu. Sawa.
Asante Bernard, we pumzika, tutaonana kesho. Thank you for the good work. Ningependa kusalimia panelist wote, Ndemba, ndenge nini? Nikikuuliza ndenge nini unasema malamu. Hiyo ni salamu na bandeko na bandeko bosi, bandeko ya bashi na bandeko ya mobali. Those are our brothers and sisters who are watching us all over from the YouTube channel. I can see Martin is there, and Fred, Selina, Mama Selina.
Martin a party hiyo kabisa.
Martin
denge nini sema malamu.
Richard, hebu sema tena nirudie.
Martin, nikikuuliza ndenge nini, ninakuuliza vipi, unasema malamu, salamu. Hiyo ni salamu.
Malamu.
Yeah, namna hiyo. You are my brother, tunasema ndugu yangu nakuita.
Unajua denge kwa Kikamba ni nini? Ni mbuzi ndume, ndenge. Sasa ndenge nini?
Amesema denge nini? Kwa hiyo unasema malamu.
Si nimemwambia malamu. Nice to see you, brother. Let's go on.
Yeah. Brother ni bandeko ya bashi. Nitawafunza polepole tu. Unajua tuko East Africa sasa. Ndio hiyo. Bandeko ya bashi, sorry. Bandeko ya bashi ni sister. Bandeko ya bashi ni sister. So bandeko ya mobali ni brother. Pole for the confusion. All right. Sasa tuko na maneno mingi.
Hii inapatanga kama umeshalala. This is not yours. Hii ni ya wale kama sisi ambao tunapenda East Africa.
Kwani Tasuti amerudi na hii yake.
Wewe kwanza wewe ndio umenirudisha hapa.
Nani mimi?
You know, we need in spiritual realm, for you to ascend anything or to access anything, you need to be radical. The children of God must be radical.
Where is that?
The kingdom of God is not by violence. The kingdom of God since the day of John the Baptist. The kingdom of God.
We Kasudi umerudi hapa kutuhubiria sasa.
Hapana, nimeenda duty
Nakaa tu
calls.
hapo, hakuna shida,
Anyway,
unaenda kaa tu. Wacha tusikize Makiadi.
naenda kazi.
Unaenda kazi eh?
Yeah.
Okay, sawa, tutaongea. Okay, Kasudi endelea. Makiadi endelea.
Sawa basi, naona Julia anasema huko kwa comment ati nimekasirika sana leo. I'm feeling good. Naongelesha na Kikongo. Julia, tiga kuikara na kou igira fora mtu aliendeke we. So hata hiyo yako najua pia. Tiga kuikara na kou uraikia comment ndeke kuma na kou gira. Alright. So
unasikia George Ndege anasema Makiadi Lingala is a very sexy language. No wonder Makongolizo wanasumbua nyinyi sana pale nini wanasumbua nini? Mwasi Kitoko ndio mimi najua Mwasi Kitoko. Msichana mrembo. The first thing you know, Mama Selina yuko hapa, the first thing you know in any language, the first thing unajua ni matusi. Alafu you know the name of beautiful things like ladies. Alafu sasa unaenda ukipanda. So unaenda ukipanda pole pole. So you start by the bad, then the good, then the ugly. Sindio Mama Selina?
Ukweli kabisa. Alafu unadanganywa, unasema hiyo mambo mbele ya watu, alafu unachekewa. So it is true.
Lakini Mwasi Kitoko ni msichana mzuri, msichana mrembo, so hiyo hapana mbaya. So kisema ukipata kama we are East Africa, DRC imejoin East Africa, so itabidi if you're going to do business, kama unataka kwenda kufanya business legit, inabidi sasa we ngapata kujua lugha kidogo ya Kiswahili.
Sasa yeah. Temba, mulikuwa munafunga hao wa Kongo wachache. Sasa mumefungua wanaume, mtaona moto. Wasichana yote kwisha.
Kongolisi wanadansia Lingala hapo, wasichana wetu wanatoroka. Sasa mimi nahurumia wale ambao
wakikuja wanafungwa na wasichana. Sasa hii wamekuwa part of us. Haya, nyinyi wanaume sasa mjikase.
Wewe Richard Okemo ati
hata sisi washosho ila hatuna pay, ni kuora na kuora.
Hapana, unajua nyinyi mashosho ambao hamna bei, ati hamna bei, mko na bei, mnaenda badala ya kununuliwa mnanunua, mnaenda mnapata wakongoli wazuri, mnapatia raso. Yeye ni kuoga tu na kubadilisha rangi, alafu anakufanyia massage, basi wewe unapata maisha penzi legit. Wewe funga tuache nani aongee, tuache Makiadi aongee. Naona Richard Okemo na ngoja sana Makiadi.
Hiyo ni tulifurahia sana. Anyway, kuwakaribisha ndio wakitembea msiwasumbue. So sisi kina dada na kina mama na washosho naambia wasichana wetu njia ni ile iko posti huko mumekata huko mahindi huko ndio mnalete mali, alafu mnatuambia tupande avocado, lakini mali yote iko huko Kongo, huko ndio tunaenda.
Haya. Makiadi naulizwa Olengi
nasikia ng'ombe zinatoka Kenya zikienda nini Kongo round hii because wameingia na wako na the same passport. Alafu unajua kuna Mjamaika nilipotana naye akaniambia na bomba clan nikadhani najua. We ukijua hiyo kitu inasema nini hutawahi sema.
Makiadi
naona Nyabwansi hapo ananiuliza, mwambie niko na Mwasi kutoka Kenya pia. Niweze mundu huyo weta wa Kalonzo na maundu maingi ndemba. Wacha nianze nini yangu.
Sikia nani Sikia Julia niambia tusema sasa wewe unaharibu maneno eti massage. Oh my, from Congo. Julia, enda massage ya Congo. Hautarudi Kenya. Makiadi. Haya.
Okay,
Kwani
so
wewe unajuaje na wewe ni baba? Wewe wacha mchezo na wewe. Wacha kina dada waseme. Sasa wewe baba, nani alikwambia hiyo maneno?
Selina, sasa unanigonga. Sawa tu, nimekubali, nimenyamaza, siongei tena. Makiadi kwako.
watu wanasema kwa comments huko, give the Congolese chance to air his views. Mimi ni Mkenya imara, mimi si Mkongolese. Ni vile tu napenda kutembelea watu na kujua culture, and that's the beautiful part of our country. Now,
Makiadi, huko na Mkongolese mwingine huko chini, Otungola Mwasi Makasi.
Wachana na Nyabwansu, Nyabwansu, nitajibu yeye kwanza nipeane hii. Nitasahau ile kitu nataka kusema. So ninawasalimu nyote panelists, you've been doing a good job. Nimekuwa nikiwaangalia from wakati show ilianza, na tumekuwa na discussion hapa kwa muda mrefu sana. We've been talking about Kalonzo Musyoka issues for a very, very long time. And I said here before, and I'll repeat again, I think it is a high time that Raila Odinga declares Martha Karua as his running mate. Na afunge hii maneno. Because the biggest issue that we were having as a coalition right now is on the position of the running mate. And you can see every day Wiper Democratic Movement keeps on shifting goalposts. Today they are talking about a three-legged stool. Tomorrow they'll be talking about we want a running mate position, and it's becoming so tiring. It's heavy on Azimio supporters, because we are supposed to be at the peak of campaigning, and every day when people drag us behind to talk about who is supposed to be the running mate to Raila Odinga, I think it is a disservice to the coalition. It is pulling us behind, and I would love to see Raila Odinga and the steering committee that runs the Azimio coalition come out and declare Martha Karua to be the running mate. Ndio hii chapter ingine ya kuzungushana hapa na maneno ya running mate ikwishe kabisa. You know, Kalonzo has been talking about three-legged stool. That is the three big parties, Jubilee, ODM, and the Wiper Democratic Movement. And he's trying to elbow the other small parties by virtue of trying to demean them and show that they are bigger brothers in this coalition than others. So I would urge this steering committee, or whatever the apex organization of the Azimio party is, I would urge them to disband that committee, come up with a committee that is expanded, include Kalonzo, include Uhuru Kenyatta or whoever represents Jubilee, have somebody from ODM, have somebody from chama cha chap. Kukuwe na committee ambayo ina involve kila mtu for the 27 parties or so zenye ziko kwa coalition ya Azimio. Let each and every party produce somebody who will be representing them at the apex, so that we get rid of hii maneno ya kusumbuana ati kwa sababu wewe hauna member of parliament, you are not supposed to be at the apex, you're not supposed to be making decision for others. Let's get rid of this thing whereby three people will be deciding things for the whole coalition, and we can move forward. At least tuwe na kazi ingine ya kuongea, because it is so tiring. Kila siku tunaongea juu ya Kalonzo, Wiper every day. I don't think this is the time to be discussing about positions. We should just get rid of this thing na tusonge mbele. Let me talk a little bit about coalition management. And then I want to remind you about our friend the famous former PM of Israel, Netanyahu. You remember Netanyahu had a coalition arrangement with the small parties, and that is why he was able to be elected or chosen, whatever, as prime minister for Israel. It was a big challenge, and they had to go to elections almost, if I'm not wrong, 3 times in 1 year. So managing a coalition is a very difficult thing, and it needs people to be on the same wavelength. It needs people to give and take. It needs people to yield ground. It needs people who are selfless, people who look at the country at large instead of themselves. And Raila Odinga is making his effort to try and streamline the Azimio coalition, but we can see people here pulling apart. And therefore, it's going to take a very, very long time, I suppose, to have all these people on board, toe the line, and look at the common agenda, which is delivering the president. So we have a long way. The only thing that I know is that they still hope. They still hope. We will urge them to sit down. We will urge them to communicate with each other. We would urge them to sacrifice so that we can have this presidency in the first run. If we give room to squabbles and if we give room to infighting, I can assure you that William Ruto will win the presidency. And it's that simple. It is either we put our house in order or we lose this election. It is that simple. Let me finish off here with the EACC issue, because I'll come back to, we are still here. I'll come back to finish, to give more comments as we go. I'll talk about the EACC and the judiciary. You know, I was watching news today, and I bumped into this news that I think a magistrate in Mombasa has postponed, what is this lady's name that is running for governor? Aisha Jumwa. So her case has been postponed to, I think, sometime in September. Her corruption case has been postponed to sometime in September so that she can concentrate on campaigns. I also have an instance whereby I heard that Rigath's case was postponed until again sometime after the election. Sonko also had cases. Some of them are still in. I mean, I'm looking at this trend where politicians can do something against the law, and instead of the judiciary moving in with speed to expedite these cases so that we can have a decision before these people run for office, the judiciary postpones criminal offenses. So what are we telling the country? Are we telling the country that the elections are more important than the constitution? Are we telling our country that because these are politicians, then we should suspend the constitution so that people can do politics? I think this is a bad trend. It is a bad show to the international community. And I'm just looking at our country as a country where citizens want to obey the law, citizens want to follow the law, but the leadership in our country want to show that they are above the law. And it looks like the judiciary has been taken hostage by the leadership, the political class of Kenya. It is a bad thing, it is a bad trend, and if we don't look at this thing in depth and try to analyze how we can escape these culture of the judiciary, then Kenya is going in the wrong direction. Let me stop there and then, because it was just an introductory statement. I'll come back later.
Thank you so much, Makiadi. Yeah, indeed, a lot of things come in and a lot of question marks come in when we see such things happening. But that's the law, you know, that's the law. So they can, is it someone who said that the law is an ass, it can be flogged either way. Yeah, that's what they say in the legal parlance, you know. Let me bring in Thomas Babu. How are you?
Mzuri sana Mr. Temba. Habari zenu?
Salama sana. Toa maoni yako.
Mimi niko Sharama, siasa ndio nasikia, siasa inaendelea. Siasa imekuwa moto, ingawaje za zingine unajua tunaibika. Marumbano ambayo tunazidi kuona kati ya Kalonzo na wale vibaraka zake. Mimi nikilijungulia zaidi ni vile ni kwamba mimi naona ni kama nikifananisha vile na behaviors the way Mr. Marara used to behave. This is exactly hawa wajamaa wanafanya. Marara alikuwa na behave, tabia ile yake bila alikuwa na behave kila mara, na hawa vijana wanafanya namna hii. Na mimi nafikiria ni kama wanatumika. Ruto anatumia hawa jamaa, sababu ukiangalia huyu Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka ni mzee, sio 65 bila Serena mlikuwa nasema 65. Kalonzo is 69 years old. Kalonzo Gavana Meru hao ni 69 years. Ngiru ni 69 years. Orengo ndiye ako 70. Wetangula ndiye ako 65. Lakini sasa ukiangalia katika hiyo umri yake na hawa vijana ile njia wanampeleka, mimi naona ni kama huyu deputy wetu huyu anaitwa deputy president anatumia hawa jamaa. Na anatumia hawa jamaa kufuruga hii, sababu wao ukiangalia kutoka ile the last time they had the campaign in Turkana, hakujakuwa na campaign nyingine tena katika upande wa Azimio. Jana mumeona DP alikuwa anakimbia huyo upande ya Kiambu huko, lakini hii sasa imekuwa ni kama ni marumbano tu. Yaani ile ndio isababishe huyu mzee wetu asikuwe na time ya kukuja kujiorganize ndio campaign iendelee. Sasa ni kama campaign ya Azimio imekuwa disorganized. Saizi hata haijulikani iko wapi. Hata wenye ile timu yake yenye ambayo ilikuwa imewekwa mbele ya kina Joe, akina Redamo Lekina, ni kama sasa imeenda silent kabisa. Kwa hivyo sasa ni kama wamekuwa distracted, huyu mzee anakuwa distracted. Sasa unaona juzi nani Mutua ndiye alikuwa analia. Mambo ya Mutua akakuja ikakuwa akazikiswa na hao wengine wakazikiswa, wakaambiwa tulia. Mambo iko sawa. Ile imetulia kidogo, tena umeona hao watoto wa Kalonzo, huyo Maanzo na Wambua na huyo Kalonzo, hao wajamaa tuangalie vizuri. Mimi naona wanatumika na Ruto. Na Ruto ndiye anataka kusambaratisha Azimio. Kalonzo amekuja juzi, ile campaign ile tu, zile campaign ambazo ameenda amekampeni, just on 2 campaigns. West Pokot na Turkana. Na kutokea hapo hajajionyesha kwamba, na hii ya juzi ya kwenda kwa kanisa hii Sunday, hii yenye walikuwa huko Kitui, ile yenye ambako alisema is ready for anything that the Baba will give him. Ikiwa wewe umesimama mbele ya kanisa na unaambia mpaka nani ule pasta wao akasema nimeridhika, na tusikuje tukasikie tena muko na marumbano. Wewe Kalonzo, Mutua, Ngiru na Kibwana, nendeni mkakae, muonyeshe watu njia, you show the people the way. Lakini sasa wakiongea juzi arabu tena mambo ingine ndio hii imetokea. Sasa kutakuwa mpaka wakati gani? Mkiangalia Raila on the 24th atakuwa hapa Washington. Sasa ana ile time. Sasa kwa sababu ya kuwekwa kufurutwa huku na pale, hakutakuwa na time. tuangalie vizuri sana, na kwa hivyo mimi naona wasipotatua hii maneno vizuri, huyu mzee huyu Kalonzo and the group, nia yao ni ile kuderail hizi kampeni za Azimio, na hiyo ni kama wanatengenezea. Wewe angalia upande ya UDA vile watu wanaendelea kupangwa, watu wanapangwa kila siku watu wanapangwa, na hausikii chochote. Hata watu wakipiga makelele huko, wanapangwa, wanaitwa huko, wanaambiwa wewe tumekupanga hapa, wewe tumekupanga hapa. Leo nimeona hata Moses Kuria amepangwa, ameambiwa aende kusimama kiti cha ubunge. Ile imebakia ni ule kwamba tuambiwe Matangi wewe ndio utakuwa gavana. Yaani wao wanapangwa vizuri na mambo inaendelea vizuri. Lakini sasa hii yetu ya kupigana hii ni aibu. Hata ni aibu kupatia hata rais mwenyewe. Mbona wasiachili huyu Kalonzo aende, kama ni kwenda aende? Sababu atakuja kutuletea aibu mbaya, na atakuja kufanya huyu mzee akuja kupoteza kura. Na hiyo haitakuwa vizuri. Na hatutaki huyu mzee, huyu mtu wa pesa huyu akuje kushinda. Kwa hivyo mimi naona ni kama tunalikemea hilo jambo kabisa, na sijui vile kama kuna uwezo wowote ambao tunaweza fanya mpaka tunaweza petition. Kwa Azimio hii, kwa Azimio campaign team wajue kwamba hata sisi wenye ambao tuko huko Kenya tunalalamika the way hiyo kampeni yao inaenda, atufurahii. Kama ni kumua Kalonzo, mua. Wewe tangaza, kama ni Raila tangaza huyu mama Karua, ama ni Karua ama ni Peter Kenneth. Tangaza ndio Kalonzo akiona kama ni ameze wembe. Okay, lingine ni kule kwamba mimi nashukuru, naona ile uchaguzi ambayo ilikuwa nomination ilikuwa inaendelea upande wa Busia, nimeona imeendelea vizuri. I wish ingelifanyika huko upande ya Mombasa, sababu Mombasa nao kuna marumbano kati ya Mr. Shabari na huyu jamaa wa Nazir, huyu mtoto wa Nazir. Kuna marumbano pale. I wish kama kungeliendelea hiyo mchucho wa nini wa Busia ungelifanyika, tusije tukaone kusambaratika, sababu hatutaki hao watu wakuja wapoteze kura ambazo wapate tupatie kura Yuda. Na kule kwingine ni upande ya Nairobi. Sijui Nairobi hivi kama ni uwezo wangu, kama mimi ni uwezo wangu, mimi ningelikuwa naonelea. Mimi ningelipendelea between Ngatia na mbunge wa Westland Timu Wanyonyi. Eita Ngatia akuwe governor, Timu Wanyonyi akiwe deputy. And between the Secretary General wa ODM Sifuna na Maina Kamanda. Maina Kamanda tunaweza mwambia, anaweza ambiwa utakuwa nominated ukuwe senator. Awaachie nani? Sababu hatutaki tupoteze. Tusipoangalia vizuri, tukifanya mchezo, Sakaja atachukua ile kiti. Kwa hivyo sijui kama vile tunaweza fanya mpaka hao watu waelewane. Lakini I hope vitu vitaenda sawa. Upande ya Kisii penye mahali natoka sijajua vile kumeenda vizuri. Bado sijaelewa, pengine Alex kama angelikuwa ndani ndiye angetuelezea vizuri. Lakini I wish and I hope the best kwa Azimio watatue. Hatutaki kuona marumbano, wazike marumbano, waamue mara moja, wawache hii mambo ya kuleta aibu. Ni aibu. Wacha niwaachie hapo kidogo, nitaingia tena. Asante. Hello?
Yes, sema.
Yeah, mlikuwa mnanisikia? Nimesema nimewachia hapo kidogo.
Tunakusikia mkubwa.
Okay, nimesema wacha niwaachie hapo kidogo na mwingine aingie. Tachangia tena.
Okay.
Asante.
Asante sana kwa mchango wako. Okay, nani amekuja? Wacha nimlete David, alafu Julia. Nani amekuwa hapa? Martin, ulikuwa ushachangia ama?
Nilichangia lakini lakini sawa, unajua huku tunapiga wapole, so wenye wamekuja saizi I guess they can go first because before I go, so wacha waende.
Wacha hao wawili waongee, alafu sasa tuanze kuchambua kwa sababu kila mtu atakuwa ameshaongea. Haya, David.
Yangu ni kuwasalimia. Hamjambo lakini.
Naona umevaa nembo, umevaa kala
Hapana, hii ni coincidence.
Amekuja kufungua leo.
Kubali kala ni yellow, form ni yellow, form ni bottom up.
Hiyo haina any political affiliation. It's just a t-shirt I picked this morning. Anyway, you guys, ni kuwasalimia tu alafu nisikize kidogo. Nilihubiriwa juzi.
Nasikia tunaambiwa ati huko kwenyu mmenyamaza sana, hamna fujo kama sisi huku kwetu. Inakaa kwenyu mnatumia formula gani? Utupatie.
Kwetu ni kupangwa tu, ingawaje tunasema tupangwingwe. Lakini shida ya Azimio, it has so many children. And the cake is small, so you expect that. I mean, everybody moved to Azimio, so what do you expect?
So when they were moving to Azimio, you guys are just being happy,
Anyone assuming that we'll have a smooth run in Azimio, I think is not serious. It's not genuine, because you move there with an interest. And I shared here that on Saturday, when we were just discussing at the parking lot to some Wazees, they said, even if today I have interest with the Ruto and everybody, and I come from an Azimio region, I must be in Azimio, whether my heart is far away, because I need these people to vote for me. So don't be surprised, even there are people in Azimio who may not have the Azimio agenda, but because the ground says here it's Azimio, you must be there. So you expect this jostling, but anyway, finally it will settle down. I don't want to talk much. Let me just listen a little bit, you guys, and keep you company for some time. I will have my contribution much later.
Thank you, David. Najua mimi naambianga watu kama we si mtu wa siasa, wakati wa nomination kaa mbali na vitu za siasa kabisa. Utoke hata usiangalie news. Ngoja mpaka nomination iishe. Otherwise utashikwa na pressure. Julia, how are you?
I'm good, Themba. How are you?
Why are you showing us the roof? Ama ni nini unataka tuone?
I wanted you to admire my roof. It's kind of this beautiful roof that Themba hajaona. Sanitaka.
Kweli ni mwalimu. Huwezi kosa jibu.
Mwalimu akusangi jibu. Si mwalimu wako alikuitanga majina mingi, unakumbuka?
Waliniita majina mingi na walimu wote walikuanga number 1 siku zao za shule. Is that true? Every teacher who came teaching me alikuwa anasema, unajua mimi nilikuwa namba 1. Nikasema kwani hao watu walienda shule moja wote?
Na watu walipita mao. They all did well in maths.
They all my teachers, number 1, all my teachers, walimu wote walikuwa namba 1. Walimu wote walipita math. Walimu wote walikuwa serious kwa shule. Walimu wote hawajawahi fukuzwa. Walimu wote.
Hata David kweli.
David pia alikuwa mwalimu. Sasa yeye pia alikuwa anaambia wanafunzi wake, yeye pia alikuwa namba moja. David wewe pia, yani all of you the schools you went mlikuwa namba moja.
Ni ile tu inataka kuwaambia wakuwe mfano mzuri. Unajibandika wengine hata unakuwa namba moja na bado ni mwalimu.
Remember. Ile siku ingine David aliambiwa ile siku ya kuimba national anthem alisema si mwalimu akuwa mwalimu wa Kiswahili.
Sasa ndeto.
Yaani mwalimu alishindwa na national anthem.
Yaani David bado nakumbuka mambo ya national anthem kweli.
And the most untidy teachers were the math teachers.
Oh no. Dembo unajua mimi ni mwalimu wa mao alikuwa
physics hapo wanachanua nywele.
Na mbona walimu wa science especially ladies hawako wanakaa warembo?
Hawako na damu ya kujirembesha.
Haya, Julia, back to you.
Nasalimia wote, nasalimia viewers, nawaambia mimi ni mwalimu wa mao na I think I'm not so badly looking. Okay, then mimi sina mengi. I think nimeingia tu nikisikia Kiadi akiongea akasema kule Kongo kuna wazee wazuri wenye wanajua treat wa mama vizuri. Sasa nikaona ninaweza ongea na Makiadi, anaweza nitafutia mzee kule, so maybe
Julia, ngoja kidogo, kuna mtu ananipiga huko kwa comments. Princess Emi, tuma request yako ukuje. Unajua umekuwa ukiingia una drop off. This David came after you, Julia came after you, you dropped off. So how do I call you when you have dropped off? Tuma request alafu uingie uongee ndio uende ulale. Aya, Julia, endelea.
Okay, Makedi, on a light note, sasa I had people talking about Kalonzo and I think tuliongelelea Kalonzo na Themba tukasema hatuongelelei Kalonzo. Sasa mimi sitaongelelea Kalonzo, nitaongelelea Azimio. I think kama wataki we register Azimio Oka, I think we should just register Azimio, hata tupendi Oka, hata isemeki. Nimejaribu kusema Azimio Oka, hiyo Oka itoki. So my way forward, let's register Azimio and with Aradua presidents and let them do as they want. Let them do their worst. I mean, they are distracting Baba for no good reason. Baba, for the last 3 weeks, he has been walking up and down, settling squabbles. Kama sio DM siji wapi, kisi, yoyo Kalonzo siji wapi. I think Baba should not do that. I think let mwenye atashindwa kwa nomination ashindwe, mwenye atashinda, mwenye ataibiwa kura ibiwe, mwenye atadanganywa adanganywe, mwenye atakuwa, whatever happens will happen, we'll have candidates. I mean, we cannot do things 100% accurate and we cannot please everybody. Hata watoto wako, Themba, kama wenye wako na watoto wengi hapa, I mean, you cannot please all of them. Unajipatanga kuna mwenye amesema umemuonea at the end of the day, even when you are trying to be the best parent. So I think Baba should now go back to his Azimio campaign team, yule governor wa Laikipia and the people he had selected, and they begin working and they ignore the rest of the people saying that we need this, we need that. After all, Mother Karwata ajikwambia Baba atinataka kuwa running mate. So, I mean, we cannot work with Kalonzo, that one is out. So I think going forward, I think Baba should not reply to anything to them. He should not even respond. I think they should just go ahead and register Azimio and they leave that Azimio. Let the registrar of party be dealing, kwani kuna family mbili, Azimio Oka na kuna Azimio. So that if these people say that we are in Azimio Oka, the others will say, no, we changed our mind. We are having a presidential candidate for Azimio. So mimi kama bado mko Azimio Oka, mjipange huko, mjisort. So I wanted to ask the panel, I think going now, I wanted to ask the panel as we discuss, those who are interested, because today is like we are not interested to discuss UDA. Tutupei UDA airtime leo, David, hata ukituforce, tutupei UDA airtime. So
Julie, UDA ni nani?
UDA.
UDA tulihama kitambo. Wewe unaongea story ya UDA saa hii tena.
Ulihama? Oh,
Julia,
David. Ulienda
Julia,
wapi?
Julia,
Uh-huh.
David has never been in UDA. David wants always to make a good contribution so that we are not one-sided. David ni mtu ya baba from 2007. Huwezi toa yeye huko.
Kama Alex, sipendi watu kama hao. Sipendi kabisa. Okay, David somehow, okay, wacha tu ni kuaccept.
Wachia tu hapo, wachia tu hapo. Lakini
Shingo-
ulisema huna mtu naweza tuma barua, mama asinisikie, naweza tuma maneno.
Wewe unataka kuchapwa na wamama wa Kisii wakikusikia chenye unasema kwa studio. Okay, so I wanted to ask the panel, can we, if you want, can we brainstorm the way forward for Azimio? Okay, what do you think that should happen? I mean, what should Baba do? If you are in Baba's shoe, Themba, what would you do? Martin, Henry, Selina, Makiadi, David, Thomas, Geoffrey, na Alex, what would you do? Going forward, mungefanya aje? Hilo ndilo swali langu Themba. Asante.
Tuko na swali kwa Julia Themba.
Okay, thank you so much. Najua wale watapata nafasi ya kujibu hilo swali. Personally, I don't envy them, but especially the key leaders. But I said earlier, I think yesterday and today, I said these 2 weeks are the worst weeks for anybody ambaye ana support any of the candidates. If you've noticed in most political cycles, the most energy sapping week for all the political leaders is this nomination period. After that, someone was saying that Kina Baba are not campaigning. That was Thomas. You can't campaign because you first of all need to put your team together, those who are going to be vying. That's why across board, even Thomas was alluding unfairly that Kenya Kwanza is so is so smooth. It is not. Today in Kiambu, they were jostling, they were fighting literally, everybody wanting to get on stage. Kabogo, Waititu, and Moses Kuria, they were going at each other. If you have been able to see some of those clips, you'll understand that it is not even any easier for the deputy president. The places where he is probably having a free ride are places where generally there was no strong, like people from, like in Mount Kenya is having a very tough time. There's no place in Mount Kenya, apart from Kirinyaga, where he has already arrived at someone. Other places where he has arrived at people. Which other place? Nairobi is because there was a Jubilee zone, and he didn't have anybody. So it was easier to tell the other person who was also a flop to step down, And the other one calling herself Mama Miradi has always vied for that position. She had to be nominated the last time. So for the lack of another person who can come in, they took those particular people. But now which other place? Rift Valley is pangering, anapanga nini yake. Wale watu ambao yeye ndiye anasponsor watu. Sasa akisema mimi sita kusponsor, you step down. He's the one sponsoring them. In Azimio, kila mtu anajipigia campaign na pesa yake. So pale ni kung'ang'ana. But in UDA, in Kenya Kwanza, how do you tell the person who is funding your campaign that mimi nataka kwenda? It's hard. So other than that, there's no any other place that umeona atio sijui amepanga sijui nini imefanyika. Now in the other places, they are basically Azimio area. And if you have an Azimio area, you will definitely take, you are trying your candidate. Ule mtu amekuja akakuomba ticket, sio ndo unampatia. So if you go to Azimio area, how is Kenya Kwanza UDA going to have a problem getting someone for, say, Luo Nyanza? Si ule mtu anasema wewe nipatie tu hiyo ticket na jaribu huko, So it is not easier on the other side. So this continuous impression that William Ruto is looking so organized, that is a disparate line of thinking. And David has said it pretty well. When you have more people, you have a lot more dynamics. If you are 10 of us here, there's a lot more dynamics. If you're only 2 people, what are the dynamics? It's either one or the other. But if you have 5 people, 10 people, the dynamics are more. So you have to balance all those interests. And I say that nomination is not easy, and it is the time that you need people. Those people who don't know politics should just stay out of mambo ya siasa, wangoje nomination iishe, then warudi sasa waanze kufuata campaigns. Lakini ukikaa hapa kila siku ukiamuka ukiona hii kitu imefanyika, sasa huyu anafanya nini? Gana ya huyu wameharibika. It will be dirty, messy. Nobody will be satisfied. Some of them have used their money, and that is expected. It's politics. Yeah. And now the question, Julia, as to if I was Baba, what would I have done? I would do what Baba is doing. You know, Baba, the thing is, what people don't know is that there's ODM, all these parties, according to the constitution, all these parties have their internal processes. Once they're done with their internal processes, is now where they're coming now into the Azimio platform. So the internal process have to move on. ODM has to have its own nomination to the end. All those parties, 26 parties, they'll have to have their, some of them are not even doing any nomination because they are new parties. You know, they are already like, the people who started it are already the ones who have gotten the ticket. Like DAP Kenya. DAP, do you expect any nomination process in Western? No. The people who started it are the ones who are told, you come, you start, we give you the ticket. So what nomination are you going to, you won't expect any drama in that place. But you'll expect drama in ODM because it's a party that has been there. There are many people, there are those who are internally there, those who new ones who want to get that ticket also. But you won't see that in new parties. If you are keen and you're watching news and you're watching the way it's going, you are not seeing a lot of drama and even reporting on the new parties. You haven't heard any stories about Wiper. Have you heard any stories that a Wiper candidate has refused, has said we need a fair? You can't hear such. Because those are generally new parties in the new places. And them, they are actually being, the candidate is selling them. They are not even selling the candidate. The candidate is making them popular. There's a party called UPA in Kisii. There's a friend of mine who has gotten a ticket for UPA. There was no nomination. There was no any other person who was interested in the ticket. So he just went for the ticket. There was nobody else interested in the ticket. He took the ticket. So he's done with the nomination. So you won't hear any news about UPA. In UDA, what do you expect? Ruto is the one who is financing UDA. So if the person who finances UDA tells you, step down for so and so, and is the owner of the party, what are you going to say? You can't wake up and then start making noise. No, we need fair nomination. You can't. So let's appreciate the dynamics of the different political parties. And the new parties, you're not going to hear so much. The older parties like Jubilee, the older parties like ODM, you are going to hear that, especially this time. And it will move on like that until 22nd. And then after that now, it will be sorted. Everybody will be sure, okay, fine, I've lost. And then from there now we have the names. So let's appreciate. Let's not be so like, oh, ODM should agree. What is Azimio agreeing on? For example, what is Azimio agreeing on? The parties have to do their nomination. The constitution allows them. And then, of course, after that is when now they can start reaching a certain agreement. Where it doesn't happen, then they go straight to the ballot, which is also a good thing. That's democracy. Yes, David, I think you have something you want to say?
Julie and challenge her. For a long time in Kenya, a lady has never been the vice president or somewhere there. And from many census carried out, we've seen that ladies are about 52% of Kenyan population. Are you guys gonna vote for one of your own, or you still have hatred against each other? Because this is the chance that you have. Secondly, as she prepares to answer that, I want to say that I answered your question yesterday. If you listen to me, I said fair nomination means a lot. Just like when you have an interview, there's one slot, you are 10 of you, colleagues, maybe from the same college, same university. You know, you go there knowing it is only one slot and we are 5 of us. When it's done fairly, you know, so and so has taken it. It's Makiadi's time. Let me wait for my time. I think that's the only thing, in my opinion, the presidential candidate can do to let people decide those guys. If the wave has already decided that it is Baba in this region, you don't have to labor so much. It's to let those people decide who they are going to vote. Because at the end, if you are disgruntled, you can go to independent. That's where you can survive. Otherwise, in another party, you may not. Lastly, Julie, don't hate me. I come from a political family, in as much as we make a lot of noise here. We have a lot of political interest, as we have already indicated. We are vying, by the way, as a running mate in the gubernatorial seat after we lost the nominations. We were so disgruntled. So we are in Yupa, and Yupa is in Azimio. This home stretch. We must now stop tantrums. We must stop the joke and put on gumboots and look for votes. And you can't look for votes in an area that is Azimio, then you pretend to be Niuda. That one is a lie. So don't hate me. We are there, and we will deliver in Nyamira as per the ground and as per the reports that they are reaching us. Don't be surprised I will be there to vote. I will spend my $1,000 to go and vote. So that is a sacrifice. So if you hate me, continue hating me, because I will be there in Kenya to vote.
David, Julia doesn't hate. Julia
David needs to remember, he needs, ukipiga kura, upige picha hiyo kura yako yenye umepigia baba. Unitumie.
Sawa Julie, nitakupigia kura. Unipea namba yako, sawa?
David, umeombwa namba indirectly.
Na mama ako hapa nyuma yangu maji.
Julia, AU of little faith. Yani, you cannot believe that David is going to vote Azimio. Yeah? Bado unakuwa na imani ndogo hivyo.
Anionyeshe Julia nilipigia
Julie, the running mate in Nyamira governorship is my father-in-law. So don't expect that I want to go and vote. I'm not joking. Just ask. Even Alex.
Who is the governor aspirant, David?
Is Mr. Nyaribo.
Oh, Nyaribo is the governor aspirant. So you're
who is the running mate?
The running mate is who's the running mate? I don't know.
Yeah, that's my father.
He's in and the governor is in what party?
UPA, because we still don't have trust with ODM nominations. They messed us up in 2017. We lost it. We went independent and lost seriously. So.
Oh, Dr. Gesami is your father-in-law?
Yep.
Okay. That guy, yeah, you guys have been in power for long. Kwa hivyo nyinyi ndio wale ma dynasty. Was a minister.
Sasa huyu ni dynasty huyu tunaongea naye.
Ndio wale ma dynasty, man.
Okay.
No wonder unatusumbua hapa. Lakini usijali.
Asijali, bora atapiga hiyo picha anitumie, anionyeshe nilipigia baba kura.
Angusha namba hapo kwa column.
Weka namba hapo kwa private chat. You never know. But wacha kuwa na imani ndogo. Wacha nilete Geoffrey alafu nilete Alex. Geoffrey, habari gani mkubwa?
Mzuri sana Temba, habari ya jioni.
Kutoka uende kwa Azimio Diaspora Forum umetutupa huku, lakini ni sawa tu.
Umwambie link wawekange. Mbona mnaongea peke yenu kwa studio bwana Geoffrey?
You know, David, unajua ulikuwa na wapanga kujangi huko kwa sababu unajua hatutakukubalia, lakini sasa hivi unajua shida yako. David,
nimekuwa kijana mzuri Geoffrey. Yaani hamjaamini nimekuwa kijana mzuri.
Sasa hizi vile umesema hivyo nimeamini ukikuja huko sitakutupa, lakini kwa sababu tulikuwa tunasema ukiingia huko ni Azimio peke yake, hakuna nini wimbo wengine. Okay, asante sana.
Geoffrey alikuwa na kunyima link kwa sababu wewe ulikuwa unasema wewe si Azimio. Geoffrey,
okay.
Karibu.
Sawa, asante. Nimeona hapo kuna Martin, kuna Selina, Mama Selina, kuna Rich, Thomas Babu, Julia, Alex na Maggie na David sijamsahau kwa sababu sasa tuko pamoja na yeye. Kwa hivyo nashukuru sana kwa nafasi. Na hii naona mjadala ya leo juu ya oka letter to registrar. Let me say this. Everything gonna be okay. Unajua Azimio ni kama mzazi mwenye ako na watoto wengi na amechinja kuku, kila mtoto anataka ile pati mzuri yenye iko na nyama. Ndio maana unaona watu wanapigana hivyo. But at the end of the day, Baba knows on how to deal with such kids. Kwa sababu amekuwa kwa hiyo game for long. Tukiona Kalonzo wakianza na wale wafuasi wake wakianza kuteta ni ile tu kwa sababu wanataka wapewa mfupa. Lakini Baba ndiye anajua, Baba ndiye ako jikoni hapo, ndiye anajua vile atafanya hiyo kazi yake. Na ni lazima ukiwa mzazi unaona kuna mtoto mwenye utaona atasakuletea shida mingi, unajua vile unamweka. So for me, I don't see any problem because I know Baba akichagua running mate, hiyo kelele itaisha. Saizi wako na uhuru ya kuongea because they don't know what is next. But when you come to other things, ukiangalia mambo ya nomination hiyo tu ni tulisema kwamba hiyo ni kawaida. It has been like that for long, you know. Wakati wa nomination na wakati unakuwa na chama yenye kuna wafuasi wazuri na watu wenye ni watu wa nguvu, lazima kuna ile kupigana itakuwa mingi hapo. Lakini kuna kitu moja watu wanataka na kujua, as long as we ni mtu mwenye kuna wafuasi wengi kutoka huko nyuma, but kama una ile nakumbuka Otieno Kachenga alisemanga ile loyo, kama sio mtu mwenye ako loyo, ni kitu ya muhimu sana. So when you see this and watu wengine wanapewa matiketi, wengine wanaachwa hapa, kuna vitu mingi vimeangaliwa. There's no way sasa niambia kwamba kuna watu wamekaa kwa hiyo chama wametusa chama, wewe ulikuwa unarukaruka hapa alafu unakuja the last minute unataka kunini disorient wenyeji huko. Watakupanga, na wakikupanga lazima ukubali. Ukitaka kwenda ukienda independent vile unataka, just go, utakutana kwa debe. You know, there's some things which happen, especially, let me say this, the place like in Nyanza, the only place yenye wanaenda against wili ya ODM ni Migori, and South Nyanza part of it. That's why I always have a problem nini. Lakini hata parts hata ikiwa namna gani, they'll never go against it. Ni South Nyanza ambayo iko ni Migori, Kisii na Nyamira. Watu sisi sometimes tunaenda na viongozi wenye tunataka atuendi nini. Lakini the good thing is hata wakienda vile wataenda,
Baba is number one for everything this round. And people have decided, and I've said that no matter what, hapa chini watakimbizana vile wanakimbizana, lakini kwa juu they'll make sure that hiyo kura yote imewekewa baba. That's why mnaona especially ni hiyo South Nyanza, nasema vile deputy president alikuwa anakimbia kwa sana, kwa sababu alikuwa anajua kwa watu wanakuanga na msimamo mwingine, wakasirika kidogo wanapiga kura pande nyingine. By this time ndio na bisi Wakenya wameangalia, wanajua, they know what they want, wanajua serikali kwa upande gani, wanajua nani akona Wakenya mwenye nataka kutimiza yale mahitaji Wakenya wanahitaji. That's why people are saying that this time they will vote for baba, kila mtu. Na vitu zingine tukiangalia hizi coalition ni coalition inakuwa na shida, as in there's no any coalition inakuwa rahisi hivyo tu. So when we see this coalition people fighting here and there, it's because kila mtu anataka akuwe relevant kwa mambo ya politics. Kila mtu, hakuna mtu anataka kuacha nyuma. That's why we see this infights, but it reaches a point when nomination imeisha na kila kitu imeisha, they're gonna cool it down. Now of course all this, hakuna vile watakubali wote, hata ukifanya namna gani. Kuna wenye watakitoa wanasema kwamba they didn't get what they wanted, and you will not satisfy everyone. That's how it is. Na ile kitu yenye inashangaza ni kwamba wanasiasa wanapenda at all the time, wakati unakuanga na coalition, mtu anataka na aambiwe kwamba wewe utapewa kitu fulani, na hata hiyo kura haijapigwa, amjajua kwamba mwenye anawaambia hivyo atashinda. The people need to wait kura ipigwe ndio one, kwa sababu hiyo mambo ya kuambiwa kwamba okay sawa, nikishinda kura wewe utapata hii, that's been having a problem. Ndio maana mkiangalia baba na baba amenyamaza siku hizi, sio ile alikuwa anakimbia na promise watu vitu, because people know that hakuna haja promise kabla nini hawachapata kitu kinatakikana. So hizi people are supposed to campaign hard, wafanye campaign, and I'm very happy the way Martha Karua is doing it, because you know we need such a people waende kwa campaign, walete kura kwa baba. Then after that, wakati umeleta ndio unakuja kufanya nini, kusema sasa tulifanya kazi hapa wakati serikali imeundwa. Lakini sio ati unataka sasa hizi waanze kuambiwa ati I need nikuja kupewa hii, and you're not doing nothing. I mean, if you kama wewe ni mtu mwenye unatumia akili zako mzuri, mbona mtu wewe kuja kwanza kupigana na mimi ati unataka nikugawie kitu na hujaenda huko kuleta something? We need them to go out there and campaign for baba. After campaign kule ikipigwa ndio wanaangalia kwamba this place baba alipata nini, something like this, then you can be able to stand there kwa table, kwa sababu unasema hapa I did my job, ndio nataka na mimi I have the share in this government because I worked hard. But when you see the politicians wanataka kupigana huko and they are not doing nothing, kuna watu hata ukiwaangalia hata diako sisi bali wanatoka, they will never go there and kufanya campaign kwa wao wenyewe. Wanangojea ile wakati viongozi wanaenda huko big rally ndio wanafuata hivyo, but they are not going out kama wengine wanafanya. That's what we need, and those are the people we need. Wakati serikali itaundwa ndio watakuwa na msemo, kwa sababu they have worked for it. Asanteni, ni hayo tu.
Asante Geoffrey. Umesema kuna jambo ambalo umesema hapo, nafikiri inasaidia. Kuna watu ambao wanakuwa very negative kama babu hapa amekuja, Azimio should, baba should, yani mpaka unashangaa we want to see, yes, we want to see. Lakini najua
mimi sijakuja kusema
ngoja Thomas, nilijua lazima utaongea, ndio maana nimekutaja. Sasa kuna kitu ambayo wanasema if you want to eat, usiende jikoni. Ukiona vile upishi unaendelea huko, you will probably not even want to touch the food. There's a lot that goes on in the kitchen. Yeah. But anyway, wale ambao mmekaa America, you have an open kitchen, arrangement where you can be able to see what is cooking where. But African, British kitchens na nyingi za kule nyumbani zinafichwa, jikoni ni mbali, auoni what is going on. Wewe unaona ile kitu shapikwa tayari na kuja. So sometimes they say do not enter the kitchen, because sometimes you will be like, if this is what goes on here, I wouldn't want to eat the food. And as you say, those wale ambao wana roho ndogo, waache siasa saizi, waweke, kuna filamu nyingi sana zinaendelea. There are some nice channel. Mato, which ones can you recommend?
Bado niko research.
Kuna Makiadi, kuna zile zinaleta Lingala, zile Lingala nini, Niger movies. Afro cinema continues shortly. Toka kwa siasa, toka kabisa kwa siasa, wachana nayo saizi kwanza, because you will
Demba unawaambianga go away.
Yeah, forget about politics for now, at least until 22nd after nominations zimeisha. Other than that, you will suffer a lot of heartaches. Utakuwa unakasirika kila siku, utakuwa unaumia every time, unashangaa what is happening. Asante Geoffrey. Alex, kwani umelala?
Hapana.
Hapo umeweka curtain ya nini?
Haina shida, kwani kuna shida kweli?
Unaficha nini? Unakunywa nini?
Sahi uko na freedom ya kunywa chochote.
Leo ni Monday, my friend. Leo si Sunday.
Ina depend Monday gani? Kuna Mondays
hata yangu ni maji tu. Unaona?
Ni head cleaner si mbaya Monday.
Tupe.
Head cleaner sio mbaya on Monday.
Tupe mawazo yako.
Julia, kelele lazima ipigwe, my sister Julia. Hii kelele,
Yes, Alex.
wasiasa mwenye anapiga kelele ndio anasikizwa. Mtua alipiga kelele akasikizwa, Kalonzo atapiga kelele atasikizwa. People will go to the boardroom. I mean, usipopiga kelele hautasikizwa. Sisi tulipiga kelele na tukaipiga sana. Nomination imeisha leo na watu yetu wote tulitaka wameingia ndani. Na that was important to us kwa sababu hizo viti, we did not want them to go. It was painful that Baba got over 70 to 80% last time. Hizo ingine walituibia tu. Jubilee mulituibia kura kule. They are factor ya 25%. Mulitaka so much, mukaambia Matiang'i akuwe arrogant, Matiang'i hata sisi kama kuna watu waliumia kwa Ministry of Internal Security na wakisi, Matiang'i alichapa sisi kweli. Wale ambao hatukuwa tunaenda laini yake. But the truth is leo our people have exercised their duty. Nomination was carried. Muliona Mombasa, it was smooth. Gubernatorial still is tricky in Mombasa, but the rest were, well, maintain sobriety, which was good. A good outcome was also in Busia. Busia, you saw finally Otuoma alifanya vizuri, but even Mama Mutua Florence alifanya vizuri to garner 30,000. Women come from a point of disadvantage. For you to become a woman and your bravado and a mojo person and go the whole county, I mean, she has tried in a nomination. Sio kama Gladys Wanga amepewa direct. I respect that woman. She has done it. you know, using money, resources, contacts. She did it. She went against Otuoma, and you know Otuoma is a seasoned politician. So I mean, nominations are good. They tell you our future leaders or the options that we have in case, you know, things
Alex, it
happen.
was 80,000, not 30. 80.
Oh, Nani, the lady got no. She got 30, not 80.
It is
No.
80. Go look at it again.
I'm in a group, unless they posted something wrong. I'm in a certain ODM group of unless they posted something wrong, then I'll go back and look. But I saw it was anyway. I'll go back. I'll counter check. You might be right, but she conceded. She conceded, and she agreed that that was a good journey. I mean, Themba hata kama tulikuwa tunapiga kelele, when you lose, you are humbled because hakuna mahali utaenda. When you lose square, hata ukienda independent, hautatushtua. You know, there are people who go to independent gracefully, wanaanza kutushtua. But when you go through the whole process, you lose, then we look at the democracy, we say,
Alex.
okay, you wanted this person, and
Alex.
we wanted this person, but you know what? We lost, but
Alex.
we will support you now.
Ya Kisii imeisha?
Oh yeah, imeisha.
Nani governor candidate?
No, for governor tukukuwa naye. Si Simbarati alibaki peke yake.
Oh, sasa ni constituencies ndio mmechukua.
Yeah. Simbarati alibaki peke yake because Ongeri went to DAP, and nobody could go against Simbarati in ODM kama Ongeri alikuwa ameenda. So I mean,
na Janet.
Now that is where we have a bone of contention. Janet did not win, but the history of Janet and ODM and Baba.
She's going for
women rep.
Oh.
And that is the tricky part that you know, hata akipewa hiyo direct nomination, one thing I'm 100% sure is that she's not gonna win. She made a terrible mistake when Raila came to Kisii, a terrible, and it totally deconstructed her. And I wish she could have come out and said sorry as many times as she could. But her arrogancy and her ego, I think, has failed her. I think let her wait to be nominated. Unless Baba kuja apembeleze watu wamsanitize, but it looks like it's almost impossible at this point because it is not even the men who don't want her. It is the women who don't want her. I mean, it is impossible. But for her, it's, I mean, we don't need to talk about her. We have consolidated what we wanted. It was sad last time that Kisii did not get even one ODM. You know, in 1992, when it was more difficult and Moi came in, Nyachai came in, and everybody, but we still voted. People like Obuo.
Your friend Kibage, and he gotten it.
He got it. Akama angeipata tungepiga kelele sana tena. He got it. Because actually, when you look at it, why it's not for last time about they shortchanged him, the boy tried, he built, when he was a national leader for ODM, he really tried and built ODM in Kisii. And Mgala muwe mpe haki yake, you know, but you know what, this time he won because he put structures in his constituency. Unaona? So we know Osoro is going to win, not because we really want him to win. When you look at the last 4 members of parliament from Oyondi, Kombo, Magara first, you know, Manson Oyonga, then Magara, all those 5 MPs, nobody has done what Osoro has done. So Osoro will win, not because we wanted him, because we will reward him for the difference that he has made. You know, it is good sometimes to reward somebody, but tame him. So I think he will win. You know, I think that is the only assured UDA ticket in Kisii. But all in all, Julia, we were not making noise for no reason. We were making noise because we wanted nomination. And after nomination, if you lost, that is your problem. We tutaenda mahali Baba amesema. And I think Mombasa is going to do the same. Unakumbuka in the meeting of Mutua and Chap Chap, there is a lady who came from Busia and told them, afadhali tukue independent, lakini usiende kwa ule mtu Yuda. Why was she saying so? Because I think the people of Busia have decided that they are with Baba. And I think we have also decided that we are with Baba. So I think Baba should not lose members of parliament because of a mere nomination. So I think we have done well here, and I hope other counties are going to follow suit. Tumalize hii kitu, and as Themba said, that's my finishing point. If you don't have a heart of a lion, don't watch nomination. You will cry for no reason. If you don't know how to make noise to the top, don't even try to make your small noise, because you're gonna get hurt. But all in all, when nomination is done, I think you have more months to coalesce the support, bring it together, and I think you march together as a group. So I think we are together. David ako na sisi. David amekuwa akiongea vile anaongea, lakini I think amekuwa akiharibu kura ya father-in-law, na ameharibu sana, na atamwambia is going to do a lot kuleta watu pamoja. So David, that was not a wise thing. Thank you very much.
Mchokozi sana wewe.
Mama kugonga David, eh? Maggie, how are you?
I'm good, Bwana Themba. Habari zenu?
Nzuri, hebu tupe maoni yako.
Maoni yangu, nimefurahi sana because huwa ninajuanga mapya kutoka kwenu. Hiyo nimesikia kutoka kwa ndugu yetu Alex Kisii imeisha vizuri, na tena ni kama ODM inawika huko. Kwa hivyo Azimio iko safe. That is the only furaha ninaona. I'm smiling to the top of my heart. Lakini nimependelea sana what is going on actually with the nominations. Watu wangu kidogo kidogo wanaingia. I hope Bondo pia itakuwa na mtu wangu on 13th. I don't know, but ninaomba itakuwa hivyo hivyo. But still wenye wananikasirisha sana ni Bwana Kalonzo Musyoka na Nanino. Where is he coming from with huyu mtu alikuwa ditched out by Nairobi people. Sasa na tena swali yangu, mbona anapelekwa Mombasa? Si angewekwa hapa tu Machakos kwao? Ama Mombasa ndio ni mzuri ichafuliwe na mtu kama Sonko? Mbona ampeleki Ukambani hapo Kitui, Machakos, ama huko kwa kina Kibwana? Why Mombasa anataka kuenda kukasirisha watu wa Mombasa? Unajua huyu Kalonzo amekuja na kimbelembele mingi ambaye we don't know what to do or what to say about it. Ako na kimbelembele, ako na sijui maringo ya pesa 8. Ako sitaki kusema maneno mabaya mingi, but ako na zake. Mbona analeta hizi ujuaji zote kwa Azimio? Azimio ilianzwa vizuri na upole na mapenzi na unity. Amekuja na hata hiyo unity alianza kutoa mtu akaona akairudisha, at least things are going on well, but saizi amekuja na hii mambo ya Sonko. What is going on jamanini? Wacha niulize tu hivyo, watu wengine bado wakiendelea kusema mingi nisikie hata mimi. Thank you.
Themba ni kama ame step out kidogo. Martin, endelea. I think wewe ndio hujaongea.
Makiadi, thanks for stepping in. You are such a gentleman. Asante Megi. Megi anapoteanga anakuja hapa. Leo unajua tulikuja tumechelewa watu wa jioni na watu wa asubuhi pia wakachelewa, so time yetu ikakuwa pushed, but hata hivyo isiwe issue. We will start taking our closing remarks, but before then we want to appreciate all of you. We are past our 8 hour. I know we are not adding. Hata leo tumemaliza kama tuko watu 10 kwa panel. This is very nice. So before that, I want to bring in Mato. The reason why I'm bringing in Mato is that in this channel we have purposed that we are going to be doing civic education. A few days ago, we realized that one of the things that we lack in is appreciation of our constitution and what it says. We speak a lot from the air, not from a point of information. So we purpose to highlight the constitution, and so that to the extent that ukiambua kwamba chapter 1 inasema nini, chapter 2 inasema nini. So chapter 1 is on sovereignty, chapter 2 is on the republic, and of course chapter 3 is what you are going to do today. So sovereignty of the constitution and the people, that is the first one, chapter 1. Then of course the preamble. So chapter 1, sovereignty, the chapter on sovereignty, the constitution being sovereign, document, the supreme law of the country. It's in chapter 1. Chapter 2 is about defining what the republic is. And now we are starting where Makiadi took us through chapter 1 2 days. So today we are going through chapter 3, and Mato is taking us through chapter 3 today and hopefully tomorrow. That is Monday, Tuesday. Then we will need someone else to take us through chapter 4. That is Thursday, Friday. Julia, are you taking Thursday, Friday, or Friday or Saturday, Sunday?
Nitakwambia Themba. Unajua ninaenda spring break sasa.
Oh, unaenda spring break. That means that unaweza enda hata holiday. Hey.
Yes, I'm trying to make some plans.
Na kujipenda. Wewe mwalimu huku unapumzika mara 3 mara 4, yani ka break akitoka hivi spring break. Oh, sijui nini break.
Kuna tornado
break. Kuna yani break. Bad weather, kuna sijui nini. Alafu there's something I like about, I wish we could borrow that in Kenya. You know, like just before I bring in Mato, you know, the concept of school districts and each district having, you know, determining its own calendar. I think that's a good thing. And the other thing that I think we need to recommend for Kenyans is the idea of having a centralized management of the school bus system, so that you don't have each school buying a bus. And you see, by the school buying a bus, first of all, you're adding another employee, that parents who are going to be paying, and then maintenance of that bus is now another extra cost that has been added to that school's whatever, you know, expenses. Mm-hmm. And then that bus for the whole of the term is probably used only twice. Maybe they are going for a function another place, or they are going to the rest of
September. It is the principal sits to the maendeleo ya wanawake kanisa fulani, yani inakuwa ni biashara ya principal.
Sasa inakuwa ni biashara ya principal.
Why nilisuggest hiyo kitu kwa my good friend member of parliament in West Mogrango.
Yes.
Ile matusi nilipewa na vijana wake.
No, I mean
because
seriously,
it was taking a whole, like, he keeps on buying school buses. Some of them were very old. Then we were saying, why can't you even set aside and buy a few new buses, which does transportation in a wide area of schools, a cluster of schools. Vijana walirusha matope bwana, nikashindwa watu, they can't accept anything.
No, that's true. I think if you consider it long term, when a school buys a bus, when you buy for a bus, I mean a school a bus, you have added extra things. For example, now the bus driver has to be on salary. Secondly, now the bus maintenance, because buying a car means that now it starts depreciating immediately, so you have to maintain it. Now, the time, what are the functions that you need the bus for? You probably going for a school trip, which is probably once every term. So what is this bus doing these other times? Now some people start becoming creative. They start hiring it out to other things, now start doing business with it. At the end of the day, when the bus is needed by the school, it has broken down. Most of those buses are broken down because of maintenance. You can start like in every district, you have maybe a district controlled or a constituency controlled bus, whatever transport system. Now those ones kazi yao ni kufanya kazi ya transport within that particular whatever area. If a school needs a bus, they come to them. So they do the maintenance, they do everything, but now someone else is actually doing the issue of transport. You can subcontract that. You don't have to be, it's not your core business to do transport. Have someone whose core business is doing transport. They will maintain it. They will avail it when it's needed. They will give it. I don't know what Alex wants to say.
Bernard, not Bernard, Themba, the transport system for school district is one of the most complicated. It is even more complicated than Greyhound. The kind of subsidies those people receive, you will wonder. We can't manage that yet. Let us even start having school districts. That's when I think Kenya will wake up. Because I think we should have this on a larger debate scale, because many people do not even understand what a school district is. It is basically that where you are registered to vote, where you live, you cannot take your child to school apart from where your address is. Kama wewe ni unaishi Kisumu Nyalenda, huwezi peleka mtoto Tonglo, huwezi peleka mtoto hata town. Hapo kwenu, wewe na wanafunzi wako, wewe na walimu wako, wewe na neighbors wako must work hard to make sure that the schools in your neighborhood are okay. If they are not okay, that is your problem.
But Alex, don't you think it will instill discipline? Because how many
That's what
teachers
we
in
need.
Kenya take their kids to the school they are teaching? None.
That is what we need, I'm saying. The debate should not even start with transportation. It should start by waking up and saying, we must abolish these colonial so-called boarding schools. Totally.
Alex, I thought this was going to be a debate today because today is when the cabinet secretary alikuwa anasema maneno ya admission. Na alisema kitu iliniboo sana. He was bragging that there is this child ametoka kwa slums. Amepeleka Kenya High. Sasa mimi, I was asking myself, is that the only child that deserves to be in Kenya High? And then he was talking about bursaries, scholarships. Look at this irony that are being given to children, bursaries by KCB, by Equity, by Jomo Kenyatta Foundation. Zinatoa watoto wanafikisha 350. Wenye wako na 350, they don't need bursaries. Au walikuwa kwa academies. Wenye wako na 400 and above, they don't need scholarships because they were in private academies. When they need scholarships, ni wenye wako na 200 marks, because they could not even go to those academies. See the irony and the iniquity in Kenyan system. So when he was saying that, and then he announced 2 schools, I think they are in either in Rift Valley, 2 girls' schools that are going to admit over 700 students. They are having 17 students for Form 1. Na alikuwa nawapongeza. Sasa mimi nilikuwa najiuliza funding.
Rift Valley.
So he was really annoying me, and I was thinking nikikuja kwa debate leo tapata maneno ya masomo. Then can we set a day and deal with education?
Yeah, I think that is very true. Let us take a break from politics.
Yeah, I agree totally with what Alex is saying and what you're saying. In the hindsight, I think we need to have that debate. Like the top 10 schools were basically private schools.
Yeah.
So what happened to the public schools? You know, so that means that it is systemized inequality. You know, it is system-enabled inequality. So the person who has the money took the child to a private school. The child who went to private school is the one who got the scholarship to go to a better school.
And got a scholarship, went to Kenya High. That child is one who got A, is one who went to do medicine. So this child...
It is a systemic inequality that we are actually encouraging, which I think should be addressed. In the long run, you'll find that you'll hardly find medical doctors from poor families. Only from rich, those who can afford it are the ones who will be making to certain professions.
Yes,
but
however much then, but we were talking about that at this region is behind. Let me ask, even when we are looking for judges, our judges watatoka wapi? I mean, we are trying to shortlist the Supreme Court judges, the High Court judges. Where do you expect them to come from? From the rich?
Yeah, definitely they'll come from the rich. If the one whose child could afford a private school is the one whose child was called taken to Kenya High, that child is likely to score high and is likely to access the better education than this other. So yeah, it eventually might have that sense. Masomo will cease to be a way out for the poor, but it will be a way of entrenching those who are already rich to continue being rich and also occupy. You know, kitambo ulikuwa una imagine if you go to school, education was the universal equalizer. But right now, it is not anymore. Because those people who say the education is the universal equalizer have become equal. So they're deciding that now we don't want any other person to be equalized. Yeah, so it's a debate we need to have. And I agree with you. Hopefully tunaweza kupumzikia siasa kidogo, wamalize mambo ya nomination, alafu ndio, kwa sababu naona kuna watu wanaanza kushikwa na pressure huku tukifuata hizi stories za nomination. So tupige other socially relevant issues that we need to debate, like equalization. Unaona hiyo Alex asema school district. I don't see why, unless you can afford a private school, we need to have everybody accessing school within the district where they stay. So
yes, that has been my point. I don't see why we need boarding schools in Kenya. I taught in a school that has a population of right now 1,000 kids. Those 1,000 kids should come from the neighborhood. Go to the nearest school. If you want a boarding school, go to private school, go to Sunshine, go to Kabarak High School. Kama wewe unajisikia mtoto wako aende private, aende boarding, mpeleke. Kuna Sunshine is a private school, kuna the Riara schools, kuna Kabarak High School is a private school. I mean, if you feel your kid needs such kind of a school, mpeleke huko. Wacha Pangani hiyo kote, au unaona hiyo watoto wa karibu na Pangani, hiyo Pangani Girls. Pangani Girls I think has over 2,000 kids right now. Wacha hiyo kote hao watoto wote, let them walk. Kama uko na 100 mark ama uko na 50,
and every sub county should have a community college.
Yes,
that is public funded. So there should be a public school.
Hiyo kasumba unajua imeleta poka huko.
Exactly.
kuna wakizi wengine hapo wananiambia mimi mchukua mtu wangu private utafunzwa sijui manners, nikamwambia my friend, these schools are the same. Why do you waste several dollars kuleta kasumba ya Kenya hapa in private school?
Yeah, I mean, look, for example, if even here there's a way they have regulated those private schools that if you pay school fees for those kids, whatever you spend, you cannot claim it on taxes. It means that you are okay with that. So you can never claim mileage, you can never claim anything. But if you take your child to a public college and you are paying using your own money, you can claim that and the government can give you back. You see how they are encouraging public education? And that's what we should do. For example, if there are satellite schools, and I think Julia knows that. If you are not comfortable with the immediate public school, there are satellite school just for sciences, just for arts. I mean, we can go on that route. And I'm against the traditional way how schools are built. Classes kutoka hapa mpaka huko. So school compound is like from here all the way. I mean, a school compound is so big, but the way even classes are built, and they are very expensive. Unapata, I saw Ndindi Nyoro anapiga what's called rangi kwa classes, renovating, anaweka blackboard mpya, and you know what he says? It has costed him 20 million. And when you look what and when you look what Ken Okoth did, the schools he built, the two, which will be the model of how we should stop the traditional way of building schools and build a school in an interacted way that is friendly to kids. You know, these schools, the way they were built, they were colonial schools to scare us off, so that the masters could sit out there, Munakawa parade. I think we must stop. Let's have a debate on how I think our school, and I think Themba, that book club must come. The first book we need to read is Frantz Fanon, Decolonization. I mean, everything in our country is colonized still. We must decolonize everything, especially education.
Period. And after that, we shall write a proposal from Mutembei to Tayandika. We will present it to Baba. We need a change. Hii kuongea yetu hapa kwa hii platform isitoke tu hivi ati tulitukana Ruto na watu wake wakatukuta, they called us names and that was the end. No, let us now, after that we shall write a proposal and we shall present it from Mutembei TV to Baba.
Yes.
We want a change, and change is now.
Yes, we will.
And Alex, what you just said.
Hold on. Henry Mugo, do people here work or it's just chatter boxes? Talk. Wewe unafanya kazi ama ni kutype tu, type. So it is draw. Wewe unafanya kazi ama ni kutype tu, type. Sasa if you are not working, then we are not. But if you are working, then we are. So let me
kazi tunafanya Themba. Unajua watu wengine wana assume sana. Kazi tumetoka kazi the 8 hours.
Yes, you know, Themba, people think that by virtue of us being here, we are idle. So I mean, it's just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Henry Mugo, we are so idle that we are here. You go sleep and you find us here. We are that idle. Thank you. But to remove any doubt, these are professional
nobody's
people.
idle. It's only that you are very much concerned about our country.
There are people who have their own professions, and these are professional people. They come here because it's a concern, and I say this every time. I don't know why you want me to repeat that. Yeah? You think that people are idlers here? You are not idlers. You know, who is an idler who can afford all those bundles? Kila mtu hapa. Yeah. Now, Mato, take us through chapter 3.
So we're done? Niende?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I thought I was gonna have a remark, but anyway, it's okay. Anyway, it's late. Hold on, wacha nieke vitu vizuri. Ulolo. All right. So chapter 3 is about citizenship, and it goes 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. So then, but what do you want? I mean, you gave me 2 days. I could have done it in 1 day, but you wanted to do 2 days. Where do you want me to go? It goes from 12 to 18.
You can do 12 to 18. Those are how many?
Yes.
So
that's
6 clauses. So 6 articles. Okay. So you can do Article 12 to Article 15.
15, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should be 3. All right, so chapter 3 of the Constitution of the 2010 Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. It talks about citizenship. It starts, every citizen is entitled to A, the rights, privileges, and benefits of citizenship, subject to limits provided or permitted by this constitution. And B, a Kenyan passport and any document of registration or identification issued by the state to the citizens. 2, a passport or other document referred to in this clause 1B may be denied, suspended, or confiscated only in accordance with the Act of Parliament that satisfies the criteria mentioned in Article 24. Okay, so that's 12. 13, retention and acquisition of citizenship. 1, under 13. Every person who was a citizen immediately before the effective date retains the same citizenship status as of the date. 2, citizenship may be acquired by birth or registration. 3, citizenship is not lost through marriage or dissolution of marriage. Now we're moving to 14. 14.1. A person is a citizen by birth if on the day of person's birth, whether or not the person is born in Kenya, either the mother or the father of the person is a citizen. 2, clause 1 applies equally to, so the clause I just read applies equally to a person born before the effective date, whether or not the person was born in Kenya, if either the mother or the father of the person is or was a citizen. 3, Parliament may enact legislation limiting the effect of clauses 1 and 2 on the descendants of Kenyan citizens who are born outside Kenya. 4, a child found in Kenya who is or appears to be less than 8 years of age and whose nationality and parents are not known is presumed to be a citizen by birth. 5, a person who's a Kenyan citizen by birth and who on effective date has ceased to be a Kenyan citizen because the person acquired a citizenship of another country is entitled on application to regain Kenyan citizenship. 15, citizenship by registration. A person who has been married to a citizen for a period of at least 7 years is entitled for an application to be registered for Kenyans as a citizen. 2, a person who's been lawfully resident in Kenya for a continuous period of at least 7 years and who satisfies the conditions prescribed by an act of parliament may apply to be registered as a citizen. 3, a child who is not a citizen but is adopted by a citizen is entitled on application to be registered as a citizen. 4, Parliament shall enact legislation establishing conditions on which citizenship may be granted to individuals who are citizens of other countries. 5, this article applies to a person as from effective date, but any requirements that must be satisfied before the person is entitled to be registered as a citizen shall be regarded as having been satisfied, irrespective of whether the person satisfied them before or after effective date, or partially before and partially after the effective date. So that's 12 to 15. So I guess we'll have 16, 17, and 18 tomorrow.
Thank you. Sasa umejua mahali unasimama. Kama umeoa na unafikiria baada ya siku mbili huyo ni Mkenya, hapo umekula huu na hasara juu yake. Yeah, so that's chapter 3 on citizenship. So you know now ways of becoming a citizen of the country. You know where Miguna was and what happened. And sometimes it's good. Information is power, and how you use it also makes it more powerful. So get information. Let me acknowledge some people who joined us down here before we take 1 minute, so that we can close. Eric Otieno, Kikwetu Ventures, David Olo, DA, Caris Official, The Berean, Gitash Day, yule anasema tuko idol, Meja Cornel, Henry Mugo, Sally Rober. Asanteni nyote kwa kukuja huko chini. All the idlers in the forum, asanteni sana. We really appreciate for you coming to idle here. We shall bring the debate on the school system so that we can appreciate it and give our views, especially what we think can improve. I don't understand why a school should buy a bus. Sijawahi elewa. Someone needs to educate me why you should buy a school bus and why that should be an achievement. When you're giving me more work, I have to employ the driver, I have to maintain the bus. How the school is start engaging in other businesses to be leasing out the bus. I mean, if you can, why buy if you can hire? If you can lease a bus, why buy? There's a transport company that can do that. So why are you buying? Because buying gives you more responsibilities. So why do you want to add to a school? You know, you buy for us a bus, and then we have to give money for maintenance. We have to give money to pay the driver. We have to give money to go and repair the bus. Seriously? I don't understand. I would want to follow up and we be told how many of those buses, especially for those buses that don't those schools that don't really go picking their students, you know. After all, you're not a transport company. Get a transport company. I want to give us 1 minute, everyone, so that we can finalize. And I'll start with the Makiadi. Selina, are you there? Okay, Selina alilala.
Naskiza tu Temba, wacha nisikize. I
Haya.
enjoy listening this night.
Haya, dakika moja Makiadi, then David dakika moja, then
Thank you, Themba.
then Julia, twende hivyo Geoffrey, Alex, Maggie, then tumalize na Mato.
Thank you, Themba. Mi yangu nitamalizia na kusema ukiwa na nyumba kubwa namna hiyo kama ile tuko nayo as Azimio, kutakuwa na migogoro, so people should tighten their belts. This is just a storm that you are passing through, and I believe after nominations are over and all parties have candidates, then the leadership of the party will embark on a way to create cohesion and you know, try to front candidates that are strong, because they also know that UDA is strategizing, and so people can see that, and they are not asleep to this, they are privy to this, and so let's not lose hope, because Baba knows this, he's been in this game for a long time, and I believe this is not the time that he will let us down. Thank you.
David?
Yeah, thank you, Themba, and all the panelists. I want to say that it is not done until it is done. We wish the candidates well, because massive resources are being used as they go about their businesses to be nominated. But I want to encourage them that for the sake of the country and the services to human beings that they want to lead, let's learn to accept that once someone has defeated you, remain in the party or in the coalition and serve the people. If you serve the people the chance you have been given to serve them better, that's the legacy you can leave behind. I know there are challenges, especially in the big party, as the speaker has just said, but that is expected, definitely. So let the best candidate win.
Thank you, David. Julia, 1 minute.
Okay, I don't have much to say. I'll buy your advice, and Alex, nitawachia baba amue what is where, as I pray for him. Na kwa Kenya, let's continue praying for this country. This country is ours. In taifa letu, sisi ni wa Kenya. There will be a Kenya after August 9, and we need to remember that. We're going through challenges, maybe economic challenges. Everyone has their own challenges, but I want to encourage you, when munasema nyinyi wa Kristo, then I want to tell you that the Bible says in the book of Isaiah that 40, those who wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall walk and they shall not be tired. They shall run and shall not faint. Kwa hivyo wa Kenya, we shall work. We shall not be tired. We shall run. We shall not faint, because God is on our side. Tuendelee kuombea taifa letu na kuishi kwa amani. Asante Themba.
Thank you so much, Julia. Geoffrey?
Yeah, thank you, Themba. For me, I say that we as supporters of Azimio, let us cool down, tusianze kuinua Themba kuwa na maasira, tukilenga wale wengine ambao wanajitafutia. And because remember, those people who are making noise, they have their supporters, and we need everybody. Let them fight up there, watuambie where they go next. Wakimalizana na hiyo mambo ya nomination na kila kitu, kasi yetu hapa ni kupiga kura, because kasi yetu si kuanza kupigana nao. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Geoffrey. Alex?
Yeah, I'll say two things in my finishing. The first one is be careful with the people you hang out with, because I think your character might change until sometimes we wonder what really happened. I don't know what happened to Kabogo. He's in the same team with Waitito, laughing, and they've been pushed today to grace, from grace to grass. And I saw Moses Kuria being pushed to Gatundu now. I mean, I don't know what kind of consensus or survey they did until they ate that humble apple. Nobody's making noise. But if they were in Jubilee and told to do that like Kabogo, he will be making statements now. I am not sure if they are in a cult, ama wamerogwa, ama wamepangwa. I'm not sure what's going on with those people. These are people, when they used to speak on Jeff Koinange show, I revered them, but I'm starting doubting the intellect of people. I think I can only reassure, it's only my intellect that I can I can trust. Somebody like Abogo, I don't know how he went that low. It's a disgrace. A man who did very well among the governors of the first term, who managed hospitals, and now is jumping in rallies like, I don't know what, making some funny noises. Another thing I saw today that I'm not sure if they were playing with us or they are saying the truth is the way they are playing these opinion polls, that they are playing minds with us. That in Nyeri, 70% people say they can vote who? Ruto. Then when we go to Uasin, I don't know if I was wrong when I read that. Was it 80%? It just didn't make sense to me. But if that is true, then I need to ask myself, today, Julia, intentionally, I read a book through YouTube for 6 hours straight, The Fall of Rome and their empires. And that is an example of how Kikuyu kingdom is disintegrating. Nobody is fighting you. You're fighting yourself. You're fighting yourself, and that is it. And the first thing that will be taken away from you is your money power. You know, when you took over, you made sure that you did not give them the fertilizer industry, because that was their power. The moment they take over, if they were to take over, the first thing they take away is your cows. And you thought it's Raila taking your cows, and we will see. Thank you.
That's an interesting. There's a is it a patching bird? There's a bird that flies, but when it patches, it dies. There's something I read about that. Anybody has heard
And
that?
then by your mic is
Your
not clear.
vocal,
Your
your
mic is not
vocal is bad.
clear.
My mic?
You're good now.
Yeah, someone had not muted. It's called the what? There's a bird. I read of a bird that when it goes and it patches and it patches to eat, and when it eats and patches, it dies. What I'm trying to say is maybe that time has come. Kikuyus are patching. Not all of them. I'm trying to run away from using that word because we have very, very eminent Kikuyus like Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who has one vote that is scaring people somewhere. Yes, Maggie.
Asante sana Bwana Themba. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta hana one vote. Uhuru ako na vote zote ya watu wa Jubilee. Ukiwa ni wewe ni mtu wa Jubilee, hiyo ni vote ya Uhuru. So hapo huwa ni mistake. Na Jubilee wote wanasema Azimio tosha. So ana nini, that is why all these people wa UDA wako so much mad about it. Anyway, nimependelea what is going on na nimeona Kenya hatujakuwa divided, we are still in one. Uwe mtu wa UDA, uwe mtu wa Azimio, uwe mtu wa Chapchap, we are one people. And what I've come to realize this time, hii inaitwa nini, politics imeleta Wakenya pamoja everywhere. Wale watu wako Wakenya wako America kama nyinyi, we are one and we love each other dearly, whereby hata saizi you will claim I'm your sister, I'll claim you're my brother, which has never been before. And I like what is going on. Let us continue with that spirit, and it is really going to make Kenya forge ahead, and Kenya is going to be the wealthiest country ever, which has never been seen before in the entire world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maggie. Mato?
Themba, nimeona malio bird unasema inaitwa thornbird.
Oh yeah, the thornbird. If you read about the thornbird, when it patches, it dies because it patches on a thorn. So it's called the thornbird. So it patches on something that actually hurts it. So you can imagine they are patching, and they're patching on a thorn, and you never know. That could be the start of the end. Okay, go ahead, Mato.
So my finishing thing, first of all, is to thank anybody that takes their time to come here. Hata kama tunaambiwa wengine tuko, jobless ama nini, but some of them don't understand that we go do our thing and then we come back here and we take time to stay here because we want to talk, because if we don't keep on talking, then we start fighting. And over this period. We've also met here a lot of people that I've never met. And I think the spirit is going to continue, whether Azimio wins or Kenya Kwanza, whoever wins. At least Kenya is still ours. It's all about the country that we love so much, that will always be our country. I will always remind this, because I think I don't want to talk about somebody else that we've been talking about for like almost 2 weeks now. And I'm tired of talking about that, by the way, completely. Like, I don't want to. That's why once we came over here, we changed the whole situation, the whole conversation, because during the day they were all just talking about that guy. I think we're giving him too much that he deserves to get. I want us to always remember something we always asked here before this drama came to Azimio: in whose hands are we safe? Because this is our country, and that's what we were asking ourselves. Again, somebody also said, and I always say, like, we need to always ask ourselves, in as much as we come here and talk and deliberate and everything, what can we do better? Like, by the end of this conversation, we were talking about schools. Can we start talking about what can we do better? Because like somebody said, even as Mutembe TV, we can petition, even take it to the parliament and get something out of it, because we are people of like-minded. I'll finish with 2 things. The Bible says, I can't remember what verse it is, but if one of your hand is disturbing, you cut it off. And then there's also a saying that says, insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. Let's think about what we are doing. If we're going to keep on doing the same thing over and over, talking about the same person over and over, I mean, it's just insanity. We cannot keep on doing that. I mean, that's just useless. And then I'll finish with somebody had said this, during the conversation during the day. They were trying to quote this verse of the Bible, but I don't know why they couldn't find, because it's one of the easiest verse to get. John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he sent his only kid. So we might have everything that we have maybe in Raila, because we know his background and what he's done, but we might end up losing it because of sideshows and dramas. Other than that, I appreciate everybody. I appreciate the people in the chat area. There are people who keep on there, and I always keep on saying Olo and Gitash, they need that, something. They always do it. Everybody, thank you. Good day. Everybody sleep well, work well, and God willing, if God keeps us, see you tomorrow.
All right. Yes,
Temba,
sir.
tunataka polling station pia. Unajua, nilisikiza jana watu wakisema eti polling station iko Washington. Sasa, other than those people who have interest, how can they really participate in the political dispensation in Kenya? You need to petition that government. We are citizens of Kenya and the US, so we need to vote as well, not only talking.
That's Washington.
Alex, what is it?
That's why we are.
Alex, you have been here long enough. Where is the polling station for diaspora, guys?
No, that's why we are going on 24th this month to Washington. Those who are able, we will go and we'll speak with them, and we will make sure that happens. I think if we need one in Midwest, we want one on East Coast already. It's there, and one on the West side, because I mean it's too expensive to fly to Washington DC and come back, especially for one day. I mean it's average.
Question, Alex. Question.
Alex, this month?
Yeah.
Alex, niko na swali. Are people still changing their points of voting? Can I go to Washington and change? Nimesikia Kenya bado wanabadilisha. What's happening in Washington?
I think you can. It's mpaka when Temba. I think you still have a window. I had a debate yesterday in KDTRV. There's a diaspora debate that was going on. You can still do that. I can check on that and give you an answer maybe tomorrow.
We can highlight it tomorrow. What did you want to say, Alex?
No, I was saying this person that was saying that we are jobless. Don't give him that cloud. Do I look malnutrition? Do I look, am I naked? Am I naked?
Malnourished.
Yeah. Do I look like a person who is jobless? I mean, don't even listen to him.
Lakini hata akisema anakulisha.
Alex,
No,
angalia private chat.
Mpaka Alex anakunywa akitaka muonyesha kwamba life is
Alex.
Hii ni lemon, my friend. Hii sio kitu mbaya.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. No. It's okay. You're just showing him the glass.
Mbona?
I mean,
niseme.
Okay, thank you.
Alex, angalia private chat kabla tufunge.
People look, we should be very happy.
There's a gentleman called I need to acknowledge the gentleman. Hold on. He's called where is he? Guys are typing. Yeah, this guy. He's called Danny Darius. My name is Father Danny Nyang'au. I love watching you guys from Texas. My blessings to you. I love Kenya. So there's a Father Danny Nyang'au. He loves watching us from Texas. So we really appreciate. Yeah, Texas is the Lone Star State. That's where I am.
Huyo ni Mkisii. Huyo ni Mkisii. Wakisii ndio wanaita watoto wao Nyang'au.
I mean, it's across.
Brother.
Odiek is the same. So
Alex, unaangalia private chat.
Okay.
Wengine wanaita Odiek, wengine Nyang'au.
Alex unaambia na Martin Deto angalia private chat, sio anakuambia nini huko. One thing though, as we finish, we all have to now for the response that Alex was trying to give a guy. I said at the time here that sometimes when you don't need to argue, when someone says something and you think it really doesn't make sense, you don't give it a lot of points. That's like I said that a time came when David was pretending to be Judah. I said, if Judah person comes and tells me 1 + 1 is 11, I tell them, yes, they're right. Because sometimes you just tell them, yes, you're right. It is 11. You're right. Because sometimes there's no wisdom, especially there's no need of arguing if the argument ain't gonna add value. When you're having a debate and there's wisdom and there's value in your arguing, then you can waste that time. But if you realize that wasting that time wouldn't add any value, then agree with the person in their ignorance. There's those people, we call them, they are unconsciously unaware. Yeah, that's when for the teachers like Julia, she'll understand levels of consciousness, the matrix. Now, this is what Dwight D. Eisenhower says: the search for a scapegoat is the easiest of all hunting expeditions. We will always try to find something and an excuse for something, a scapegoat for something. And especially for following the hard work, for doing the right thing. Someone says that an excuse is the easiest thing to find. If you want an excuse for anything, it's the easiest way out. And so therefore we say, let us not find an excuse to making Kenya a better place, because we can find it. Yeah, we can find an excuse for anything. Mato, someone is demanding that you give your polling results. You told us that you'll give the polling results. You haven't. I don't know what happened, or because we told it wasn't scientific, so you threw away even the raw data. Thank you so much, everyone.
Give a little. I did. I mean, if whoever was still here, I did. But if they want, I can give them back tomorrow. I can do a better deal.
Yeah, you can do that tomorrow so that we can appreciate your work. Is that okay? Thank you. So we really appreciate everyone who joined us, those we mentioned and those who didn't. Thank you so much for always coming on. We really like that you engage us, especially on the comment section, and you watch this. You have over, up to right now, 129 people watching, and we get a lot of feedback of people gaining from this platform. That is our fundamental hope and desire, that our engagement here is going to make you get more informed. And as a voter, come 9th of August, you'll make an informed choice. We'll urge you as much as possible to go to the ballot box looking for the leader that's going to make a change for you. I want to keep insisting that do not go to the ballot box to punish anybody. Do not go to the ballot box to punish any leader. Go to the ballot box to make a choice that will make your life better. Going out there for a negative vote is going to work negatively for you for the next 5 years. Because after you elect that person, it is between you and them. And some of them will go silent. They will switch off their phones. You will not see them for 5 years. So as you go out there, don't think about the people you want to punish. That your leader did not get a nomination, so you're going to punish the other person. That wouldn't work. Know that you are making it's a destiny for you and your family and the future, the people behind you. Remember that those of us who are voting right now, this is a future that we are making for our children. We have borrowed it. Make it better. I would ask us to be as sober as it can get. And that's why you have all these panelists taking their time to stay here for all this time. Selena, Richie, David, Julia, Geoffrey, Alex, Maggie, and even Mato. These are not idle people. These are people who have their professions, they are working. They're taking their time because of the concern they have for our country to come and, engage. And I like the civility and the respect that we have for each other. We have come to be a family on this Mutembe TV. And we are hoping that this engagement is going to affect and help in the shaping of the policies that are going to help our country, Kenya. Thank you always for coming on and staying on and listening and also contributing. If you come to Mutembe TV, we start at 9:30 Kenyan time. If you come on and you find the studio is full, it can only take 10 people at any one time. If it's full, just wait. You can always come on again. It goes for about 8 hours. And different moderators come in. There's Bernard, there's Wekesa, and there's me. I usually come to as the last tail end of the program. And of course, this engagement continues every single day. Before, during, and after election, we shall be here. And indeed, our topics vary from across. And here we are right now, we are talking about our education system, because the education system prepares the society to have its product of the future generation. So we shall be having that engagement. Thank you so much. Subscribe to Mutembe TV. And also, as you subscribe, I will not cease to sell my channel too. I also have a channel called Hemba and Lulu Show. Go right there on the YouTube channel and kindly subscribe. It's a channel for my daughter and I. I will not cease to yap it here. And I hope that you guys go there and show some love. Even if you're from the UDA side, don't you worry. I mean, just subscribe, show some love for my daughter and I. We have dropped a video. We are talking about how to deal with people you don't like. Maybe you don't like people from Azimio, don't like people from UDA. You need to go there and get to see how to accommodate them in your life. Thank you so much. And now we also do something else here. We try to bring to sensitize the country and our listeners on to consider the things that unite us. other than things that separate us. There are things that divide us, the politics, the persuasions that you have, religious persuasions, and many others. But there are things that unite us as a country. One of them is the national anthem, which is a symbol of national unity. We are also going through the Constitution. We have looked at 3 chapters, which we are continuing up to tomorrow. Hopefully, by the end of the year, you will be so much, aware of what your Constitution says. So, I want to invite Geoffrey, because Geoffrey has been away for a while, to give us our last prayer today. Geoffrey, welcome. And by the way, Geoffrey runs another channel that is called Azimio Diaspora TV. They're also growing that one. They only talk about Azimio issues. So if you go there and you're a UDA person, be sure Geoffrey is going to kick you out. But he's here right now. Welcome, Geoffrey.
Okay, thank you Temba. Wacha tukariri wimbo wa taifa. Okay. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Asanteni.
Asante sana Geoffrey. Mungu awabariki, tuonane tena majaliwa inshallah. And Richi Makiadi, Zambe Malamu.
Richi nitafute, angalia huko kwa private chat nitafute.
Angalia kwa private chat, tuonane Julia na wengine wote inshallah.